Little beast, what's wrong with you? Seeing this scene, Song Bing's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly reached out his other hand to touch AI Xiaoshuo's small face. With both hands touching her, Song Bing finally sensed it. At this moment, the fusion virus inside AI Xiaoshuo's body was very unstable. The degree of fusion had strengthened unprecedentedly, already reaching a certain peak. AI Xiaoshuo's small face flushed red. She looked very pained, as if she could fall asleep at any moment. This is a sign that the virus inside her body is about to completely fuse. She now needs an absolutely quiet environment to undergo the most critical slumber fusion, just like my master. Otherwise, it could very likely affect her final rank. Not far away, Harakawachi Nair's grave voice came. Song Bing's brows furrowed slightly, but he didn't doubt her words. He could roughly sense it himself. Under the stimulation of this life and death crisis and Song Bing's healing touch, AI Xiaoshuo, just like Park Jai-hai, had also accelerated her fusion. Moreover, she had surpassed Park Jai-hai in one leap, directly reaching the critical step of slumber ranking. It was like the most crucial step in a cultivation breakthrough. Once affected, not only would it impact her rank, but there could also be danger to her life. Without the slightest hesitation, Song Bing instantly picked up AI Xiaoshuo and came to Harakawachi Nair's side. Then, without saying a word, he directly reached out his hand and continuously touched Harakawachi Nair's wounds. Harakawachi Nair instinctively wanted to dodge, but Song Bing's flower-plucking ghost hand was extremely fast. Like the sunflower acupoint hand, every touch hit its mark. Touching here, touching there, giving Harakawachi Nair no chance to react at all. At the same time, wherever Song Bing touched, a unique energy transmitted through. Harakawachi Nair's injuries were also visibly recovering, the recovery speed astonishing. Understanding Song Bing's intention, Harakawachi Nair immediately stopped resisting, and even proactively opened herself up, closed her eyes, and let Song Bing touch freely. Watching this sudden scene from afar, Amos and Park Jai-hai instantly understood as well. AI Xiaoshuo, as number one, had been unable to completely fuse with the virus inside her body before the apocalypse due to environmental reasons. But now that the apocalypse had descended and the environment had changed, she was about to undergo the final fusion. And the complete fusion mutation with the virus was like a winter worm and summer grass fusing into cordyceps. The most critical step was slumber. This was a step every variant must experience. The higher the rank of the fused virus, the longer the slumber time, and the stronger the final variant would become. This was why they were certain that even with the apocalypse, Candy was still in slumber. As for them, for Candy's sake, they had been deliberately suppressing this feeling of slumber using their own methods. Make your move. Don't let them succeed. Amos, old and cunning, seeing this scene, immediately and decisively transformed into a gale and attacked. He wanted to seize the opportunity to strike and kill Song Bing. Park Jai-hai's beautiful eyes flickered. Looking at AI Xiaoshuo, who was about to fall into slumber, she could sense that her own slumber time was also approaching. She couldn't suppress that feeling for much longer. But before slumbering, she still had to gamble one last time. Glancing at Candy, she likewise transformed into a graceful shadow and, following Amos, struck towards Song Bing. The two arrived in an instant. As Amos ran, hurricanes suddenly rose in this world, each hurricane like a blade, attacking Song Bing and the other two from all angles without blind spots. Park Jai-hai's dream illusion also fully opened once more, enveloping this world. The snow filling the sky, under the control of the dream illusion, joined with the hurricanes and transformed into a rain of swords filling the sky, killing towards Song Bing. Watching the two who seized the opportunity to attack, Song Bing's expression remained unchanged. The tetanus wings behind him instantly spread open, wrapping all three people together. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, fierce hurricanes and falling snow, like savage floods and beasts, ruthlessly bombarded the shield formed by the tetanus wings, like a blizzard smashing down on a lone small wooden house. However, after a fierce round of attacks, they discovered that not even a single hair had been cut off. On the contrary, Song Bing's tetanus wings appeared even more lustrous. as if the two's hurricane and snow attacks had merely helped blow the dust clean from Songbing's wings. The expressions of Amos and Park Ji-hai changed. They clearly hadn't expected that the pair of wings Songbing had mutated would have such formidable defensive power. One must know that the wind blades and snow attacks they had summoned could even leave scratches on black gold. Yet facing Songbing's tetanus wings, they couldn't even ruffle a single feather. Such a blow was difficult for them to accept. At the same time, beneath the tetanus wings, Songbing was still calmly touching Harakawachi Nair. The defensive power of the tetanus wings could even defend against level 5 attacks. How could he fear the attacks of these two? This feeling was simply like being tickled. Apart from making him feel a bit itchy, he really couldn't sense anything else. At this moment, under Songbing's absorption and healing, Harakawachi Nair suddenly let out an ecstatic cry, her delicate body instantly going limp. Songbing looked over. Her face was already flushed, her entire body covered in fragrant sweat. Her symptoms were actually somewhat similar to AI Xiaoshuo's. Harakawachi Nair bit her cherry lips tightly, supporting herself as she looked towards Songbing and spoke. Songbing immediately suspected that his touch and absorb disease ability had a catalyzing effect. But this was exactly what he wanted. You can still hold on, right? Songbing asked. Harakawachi Nair bit her cherry lips tightly and nodded. Then take my disciple with you. You two go find a safe place to slumber first. Leave this place to me, Songbing said. He didn't want the upcoming battle to disturb AI Xiaoshuo's future. Harakawachi Nair looked toward Candy's direction, her face full of worry. She could die, but nothing could happen to Candy. This was her mission, a mission carved into her bones. Don't worry, I'll protect her. Today, with me here, no one can take her away. Songbing glanced at Candy, who was still quietly and blankly inside the ice crystal, and a sense of anticipation also arose in his heart. He was now level 4. He wondered if he could absorb her now. All right. After struggling for a moment, Harakawachi Nair still gritted her teeth and nodded. Master. AI Xiaoshuo's weak voice also sounded at this moment. Her hazy large eyes were full of worry. She was afraid that Songbing facing Amos and Park Ji-hai alone wouldn't be a match for them. Don't worry. Your master is very strong now. Go slumber well. This master looks forward to the day you can truly transform into a beast. When that time comes, master will definitely prepare many different kinds of chickens for you to eat. Songbing comforted her like comforting a small child. Okay, when the time comes, whatever master wants to see, little beast will transform into it for you. Hearing this, AI Xiaoshuo also forced out an adorable smile. Only then did she and Harakawachi Nair support each other as they left. They both knew that in their current state, staying here would be nothing but a burden to Songbing. The cunning Amos and Park Ji-hai would definitely strike at them to distract Songbing, so leaving was the best choice. Songbing, please absolutely do not break my master's slumber, and don't let these people take her away. Before leaving, Harakawachi Nair still didn't forget to plead. The wings of tetanus slowly unfolded. Shocked, Amos and Park Ji-hai immediately became wary and retreated, no longer daring to attack rashly. Then they saw AI Xiaoshuo and Qingchuan Nair helping each other to their feet behind Songbing. They glared at them and then fled into the distance at top speed. They quickly disappeared beneath the vast expanse of snow. Watching the two beautiful figures disappear, Amos and Park Ji-hai frowned slightly, but did not pursue them. They all knew that AI Xiaoshuo and Qingchuan Nair were going to hide and sleep. Although the two women were very attractive, but their target is Candy. The departure of the two women could even save them from some unknown dangers. Now, they only need to focus on dealing with Songbing. Their gazes then turned seriously back to Songbing. Neither of them expected that, in the end, Songbing, whom they had underestimated the most, would become the biggest threat. After safely seeing AI Xiaoshuo and Qingchuan Nair off, Songbing finally stood up. They also looked at Amos and Park Ji-hai. Now, he finally has no more scruples. Finally, I can properly teach these two guys a lesson. A sinister, bloodthirsty smile curled at the corners of his lips. Veterinarian Song is online. Songbing, stop. Everything you are doing now is helping this which destroy this new era. We, on the other hand, are saving the world. Join us. Break the ice crystals with your own hands to atone for your sins, and the world will forever remember your deeds. Otherwise, you will become a sinner in this world, and you will never be able to clear your name. Looking at Song Bing now, Amos once again adopted his compassionate and noble saintly demeanor, standing on the moral high ground to persuade Song Bing to do good. Huh, really? Ba, well done, well done. I see your face is dark. To atone for your sins, let me send you to see Jesus. Song Bing revealed a sinister smile, and the white wings behind him flapped up. As my body ascended into the air, the surrounding snowflakes began to be stirred up and fly up. At the same time, Song Bing's eyes gradually turned a different color. The once pure white wings behind them began to gradually become covered with black veins during this gap. It's like ink staining white paper black. The black veins continued to spread and expand. It quickly extends to the sharp tips of the wings. In the blink of an eye, the pair of pure white tetanus wings gradually transformed into a pair of terrifying black wings. The wings of tetanus are now enchanted. Level 3 kidney deficiency, Level 3 mental illness, Level 3 cold and heat syndrome, Level 3 genetic defect. At this moment, all the Level 3 diseases assimilated by Song Bing converged on the tetanus wings. The pair of black laceration wings now looked more like a pair of rusty blades. The top of it is full of diseases. Whoever gets tetanus from being stabbed. Of course, the difference is that the tetanus wings are more powerful, because getting slashed is more than just tetanus. With the black wings enhancement, Song Bing appeared even more eerie and bloodthirsty. Looking at Song Bing's tetanus wings behind him, which inexplicably turned black, Amos and Park Ji-hai, unaware of the seriousness of the situation, frowned slightly. For some reason, they felt a chill emanating from those black wings. But Song Bing wanted more than that. He wanted the two of them to experience it firsthand. Where does this chill come from? The enchantment was successful. With a tremor of the tetanus wings, Song Bing, like lightning, suddenly charged towards the two of them. Sharp wings, carrying a chilling aura, slashed through the void. The two men's eyelids twitched, and they immediately became alert. Park Ji-hai, in particular, didn't dare to get close at all. In an instant, a dreamlike vision enveloped him, and Amos began to run at breakneck speed. A terrifying tornado quickly took shape under the illusion, even more powerful than the previous two. But facing this tornado, Song Bing showed no fear and resolutely rushed into it. With its terrifying speed, Ormos had already disappeared under the hurricane. They wanted to repeat their old tricks to weaken Song Bing. Unfortunately, he wasn't so lucky this time. Among those of the same level, Song Bing was invincible. Song Bing's figure was seen flying around the tornado that had been created. Its speed is in no way inferior to that of a spinning tornado. Under the gaze of the forbidden eyes, Ormos, hidden beneath the hurricane, was instantly spotted. "I've found you." Song Bing's lips curled slightly, and his tetanus wings trembled, increasing his speed once again. He chased after Ormos directly under the raging tornado. Unimpeded, Amos' face changed. Clearly, no one expected that Song Bing could not only move freely through the tornado he created, but also detect his presence. His heart sank slightly, and he instantly pushed his speed to the limit, while simultaneously unleashing even more wind blades that engulfed and strangled Song Bing. Speed is his forte, especially under this hurricane. He didn't believe that Song Bing could be as fast as him. However, the next second, a black shadow came flying through the air at lightning speed, its speed increasing dramatically in an instant. "You're too slow. Is this your limit?" "But I haven't reached my limit yet." Song Bing was like the Grim Reaper descending, and his voice was icy and chilling. This instantly shattered Ormos' confidence. Thump! Amos' heart skipped a beat, and he could no longer remain calm. His current speed was already his limit. This speed is almost the limit for a level 4 vehicle. He didn't believe Song Bing could be faster, or even faster under his tornado. But just as he was lost in thought, Song Bing's wings behind him began to vibrate rapidly again. Song Bing's speed continued to surge, like an arrow shot from a bow, hurtling towards Amos. "It's almost here." Amos' eyes widened in disbelief. Song Bing easily crushed him in his area of expertise. How could he possibly accept this? But at this moment, Song Bing was already close, and he couldn't even catch a glimpse of Songbing's figure. He felt an overwhelming sense of death descend upon him, sending chills down his spine. Amos quickly turned around and raised his hand to block. An invisible wall of energy instantly condensed in front of him. Whoosh. However, at the same time, a sharp black light flashed by, like a sharp black blade, instantly and easily cutting through the air wall that Amos had condensed. Furthermore, 2 tetanus wounds were left on Amos' arms. Ding successfully delivered a level 3 kidney deficiency, merit -1000. Amos flew out instantly, looking at the bloodstains on his arm. Before he could react, he suddenly felt a weakness in his kidneys. His deep, old eyes widened in disbelief. He injured his hand, so how could he have kidney pain? Although this kidney deficiency was not fatal, it did frighten him. In an instant, I realized that it must have been Songbing who poisoned him. The poison was in his blackened wings. In an instant, terror and fear enveloped his heart. Before making a move, watching Songbing and Park Ji-hai fight, he was confident in his speed advantage. He could at least hold his own against Songbing. I only found out it opened in 5 seconds after I started doing it. Old man, are you enjoying this? May Buddha have mercy. For the sake of world peace, please allow me to send you to hell. During this lull, Songbing attacked again. Using the same rhetoric as Ormos, he advised Ormos to die. Amos could no longer maintain his composure. He quickly increased the distance while glancing in Park Ji-hai's direction, because he sensed that Park Ji-hai hadn't used her full strength at all. At that moment, Park Ji-hai was also looking at Ormos. Meeting the other person's puzzled gaze, Park Ji-hai curled her lips into a cold smile. Amos' old eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't give him much time to react. Songbing had already attacked again like a shadow. This time, Park Ji-hai's intervention was even less. Amos was forced to fight Songbing alone. The 2 figures clashed dozens of times in an instant under this tornado. Each time they clashed, Amos was left with a tetanus wound. Beneath the wound lay a disease. Ding successfully sent a level 3 chills and fever, merit -1000. Ding successfully sent a level 3 mental illness, merit -1000. Ding successfully sent a level 3 genetic defect, merit -1000. Amos suddenly felt alternating chills and fever, followed by mental confusion. Various level 3 symptoms followed one after another. Finally, he even felt a corrosive, festering sensation on his skin, as if it had been exposed to air for too long and was beginning to rot. Moreover, Songbing's speed increased, his sharp tetanus wings constantly slicing across Amos' body. Each wound left a disease, gradually overwhelming Amos. Amos began to panic, not understanding why Songbing had so many poisons, one after another, seemingly endless, and none repeating. He knew perfectly well that while these poisons weren't fatal, at this rate, he would be thoroughly poisoned. Seeing Amos' defeated expression, Songbing sneered. Didn't his opponent like to wear him down? Let's see if he can't wear him down. One level 3 disease wouldn't pose much of a threat to Amos, who was at level 4. So what if he sent a bunch? He'd leave Amos covered in diseases, and see if the old guy would die then? Ding successfully upgraded to level 3 tetanus disease, consuming 1,000 merit points. While thinking, Songbing had already upgraded his level 1 tetanus disease to level 3. With his current physique, upgrading to level 3 was already a piece of cake. After upgrading, Songbing decisively enchanted the Tier 3 tetanus wings. The jet-black titanus wings flashed with light. He sent them to Amos while they were still hot. As titanus wings, without the tetanus disease, it was like having no soul. This was something Songbing wouldn't allow. Swoosh. In an instant, Songbing descended again, the titanus wings easily slicing through Amos' wind escape defense, delivering a vicious blow to his chest. Ding successfully delivered Tier 3 tetanus disease, merit -1000. The freshly baked Tier 3 tetanus was delivered immediately, faster than food delivery. In an instant, the effect was immediate. Amos felt his jaw clench, his face twitching uncontrollably, revealing a bitter smile. His muscles spasmed and ached. At the same time, Songbing returned to attack again. This time, he was going to deliver a newly upgraded Tier 3 tetanus disease to his opponent, a very potent one. Wasn't Amos all talk about morality and detachment from worldly desires? Wouldn't he be heartbroken if his heirloom shrank? Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk another familiar cut, the bird syndrome, delivered hot. Amos instinctively tried to endure the pain at the wound site, but this time he didn't react for a long time. He was just about to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking this was probably the limit of his condition. Suddenly, he felt his little calf cry for help. Amos' face instantly turned pale, and he hurriedly clutched his lower body in pain. The next second, he felt his little calf gradually shrivel and shrink. Like a deflated ball, it shrank rapidly. Oh my God, oh my bird. Amos panicked instantly, just watching this scene unfold before his eyes. He tried to grab it, but found that the more he grabbed, the smaller it became, until it turned into a small black fleshy pellet. The kind you couldn't even pinch with 2 fingers. Amos, what's wrong? Did you lose your little calf? You always like to play the saint. The Buddha, have mercy. I've cut off your wisdom root, so you can be pure of heart and devoted to goodness. Aren't you happy? Oh no, now I should call you eunuch Amos. Song Bing's cold laugh came at this moment, truly killing the heart. Generally speaking, that part is basically every man's weakness. So Song Bing believed that even if Amos was a level 4 superhuman, a little bird syndrome could still work miracles. And judging from Amos' expression at this moment, it seems that the effect was really good. No. Special. Song Bing, what poison did you give me? Give me the antidote, the antidote. Amos instantly looked at Song Bing with resentment, no longer having his previous elegant demeanor, his voice even carrying a hint of eunuch's effeminate softness. Getting anxious? It seems you're not so desireless after all. I still prefer your previous master demeanor. Recover. Song Bing sneered. He liked Amos' exasperated look. Yeah, fuck you. I'll take you down with me. Having lost his little calf, Amos instantly transformed, charging towards Song Bing with murderous intent. He was determined to avenge his calf. In an instant, the tornado raged violently, sweeping towards Song Bing. Eunuch Amos, go see your little calf. Song Bing's eyes were cold, fearlessly meeting the attack. Give me back my bull. However, just as Song Bing was close, Amos' face turned venomous, and he suddenly detonated the tornado. In an instant, a fierce wind swept out, and a terrifying shockwave spread out, several times more powerful than the previous 2, instantly engulfing everything. Song Bing's expression hardened slightly, and the wings of tetanus instantly enveloped him. He transformed into a round metal ball, spinning amidst the raging hurricane. Watching Amos and Song Bing being instantly engulfed, Park Ji-hai's beautiful eyes narrowed not far away. This was the moment she had been waiting for. Just as Amos was truly fighting desperately and distracting Song Bing, she seized the opportunity to instantly appear before Candy in the distance. In a flash, Park Ji-hai was already in front of Candy. Gazing at Candy so close to her, her eyes burned with fervor. She possessed Candy's blood and genes. She refused to believe that without Song Bing's immunity to all poisons, she couldn't defeat Candy. This was her final gamble. So, amidst the raging hurricane, she reached out to Candy without hesitation. If she could possess this body, she would be invincible. Park Ji-hai's beautiful eyes were filled with longing for the alluring, perfect girl within the ice crystal. However, the instant her hand touched the ice crystal, the seemingly flawless crystal seemed to have triggered some mechanism, instantly emitting streaks of red light. It was as if countless infrared rays were emanating from within. Beneath these countless tiny red lights, a chilling aura emanated, like countless slender spikes shooting towards her palm. Park Ji-hai's expression changed instantly, and she painfully withdrew her hand. Looking closely, she discovered that her palm was as if corroded by radiation, completely red, and the red was still spreading. Fear instantly filled Park Ji-hai's beautiful eyes. This moment extinguished all her ambition. She quickly turned around, wanting only to escape. However, the next second, a dark shadow shot towards her at breakneck speed from beneath the chaotic aftermath of the explosion. Bang! In just a single breath, that black shadow had already descended. One hand instantly seized the throat of Park Ji-hai, who was trying to escape. You? Park Ji-hai's beautiful eyes widened. her pupils dilating as she stared at the eerily handsome youth before her, her enchanting face filled with shock. She hadn't expected Song Bing to arrive so quickly amid this explosion, completely unscathed. Of course, what shocked her even more was that behind Song Bing at this moment was Candy, frozen in ice crystal. And the ice crystal was still emitting that chilling red radiation. Yet Song Bing was completely unaffected. However, soon, a suffocating sensation interrupted her thoughts. She suddenly felt a mysterious suction force coming from Song Bing's hand gripping her throat. She had witnessed this suction before. It was the same force Song Bing had used several times to absorb the various mental personalities this body had evolved. But now, this suction was coming for her. Park Ji-hai's beautiful eyes trembled, fear surfacing as she struggled to beg for mercy. She even didn't forget to display that soul-stealing, captivating gaze. "You're too hot. I don't like it." Song Bing politely declined Park Ji-hai's request, feeling the suction from his hand wasn't enough. The tetanus wings behind him suddenly curved and thrust straight into Park Ji-hai's body, increasing the contact area. "Ugh!" Park Ji-hai immediately threw her head back and screamed miserably, her delicate body trembling. But Song Bing showed no mercy, penetrating even deeper. Ding successfully absorbed level 4 Yandra mental illness, merit plus 10,000. With the system notification, the fifth personality that had emerged within Park Ji-hai was finally violently absorbed by Song Bing. This was also the highest level and most terrifying personality Park Ji-hai had developed so far. Park Ji-hai's entire body weakened and she fainted. But under Song Bing's perception, the mental illness within her body still existed, meaning the root that evolved personalities was still there, though it appeared very blurred. Perhaps this was the peculiar nature of the mental virus. But looking at Park Ji-hai, now exhausted and unconscious, Song Bing guessed she had reached the same dormant stage as AI Xiaoxiu and Qingchuan Nair. Looking at Park Ji-hai, who had lost all threat and collapsed weakly, Song Bing thought for a moment and still threw her aside into the snow. He had two reasons for not killing her. First, this betrayal was technically just the work of the fifth personality within Park Ji-hai's body, and had little to do with the real Park Ji-hai. And her fifth personality had now been absorbed by him. Second, this woman was miraculous, able to evolve different mental personality disorders. If he could control her, perhaps she could become his human ATM in the future. Then where would he need to go around searching for diseases to absorb? He could just lie in bed and absorb crazily, every day. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Of course, the prerequisite was that Park Ji-hai could survive. At this moment, Park Ji-hai was covered in wounds, lying in the snow, staining the white snow red, her breath extremely weak. A picture of tragic beauty. Whether she could survive depended on her fortune. After just a glance, Song Bing withdrew his gaze and looked again toward the pit of shattered ice not far away. Next, it was time to finish this. At this moment, within the shattered ice, Amos also staggered out in a wretched state. The white robe on his body was already tattered, his entire body covered in injuries and illness, plus that kidney-deficient appearance. He gave the impression of an old beggar afflicted with diseases. Where was the grand priest demeanor from the beginning? And looking at Song Bing walking over completely unharmed, the corner of Amos' mouth twitched slightly, no longer able to remain calm. He desperately wanted to find a trace of injury on Song Bing's body, but discovered that under his ultimate wind explosion, Song Bing didn't have a single wound. "Grandpa, oh, what's wrong? Can't walk without your little bull. If you kneel down and beg me now, I might show great mercy and change your little bull back for you. Otherwise, I'll pinch it off right here." Song Bing walked forward, looking at Amos, who had lost his fighting ability, his face full of mockery. Amos immediately became so angry his fire attacked his heart, and he knelt on the ground on the spot from kidney deficiency. "Yo-ho, you actually knelt? Sorry, I don't eat beef. I'll still send you to see Jesus." Song Bing's face showed a cold smile. The wings behind him immediately shot out, piercing through Amos' shoulder blades, easily lifting him up on the spot. He activated the disease absorption function. Amos immediately let out painful and desperate screams. His face full of terror, he only felt that all his energy was being stripped away and absorbed by Song Bing. This caused the advanced virus fused with him to actively struggle. But under Song Bing's terrifying suction, it was all in vain. This feeling was like being skinned and having tendons pulled out alive, unbearably painful. And during this interval, what Song Bing didn't notice was the red light from the ice crystal suspended in the void hadn't dissipated. It even actively gathered bit by bit, shining toward the center of Park Ji-hai's forehead in the snow. And Park Ji-hai, originally weak and near death, under the injection of Candy's red light, her fingers began to tremble slightly. At a certain moment, she suddenly opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes reflecting the perfect, flawless silhouette of the girl above her head. The mental illnesses in her brain, like countless interwoven threads, began to chaotically interweave. Ah, Song Bing, stop. Although you've upgraded to level 4, this is also your final level. And the Apocalypse organization still has countless people stronger than me sleeping, just like my emperor, who is as powerful as a god. Feeling the fear of death, Amos endured the heart-wrenching tearing sensation and spoke, trying to intimidate or frighten Song Bing with this. Oh, and such words indeed instantly attracted Song Bing's attention. No matter how arrogant he was, he had to take this seriously. So, the first thing Song Bing thought of now was, could he do the same as Amos and the others? While the organization members Amos mentioned were still sleeping, go terminate them, or even absorb them, including the so-called Emperor Amos mentioned. Nip this unknown threat in the bud. Obviously, this method was the most effortless and most secure. Having figured this out, Song Bing's gaze toward Amos changed, filled with gratitude. If this guy hadn't said it, he wouldn't have thought of it. Thank you, Grandpa. To thank you for your kind reminder, I'll cure you right now. Poochie. As the words fell, Song Bing's tetanus wings immediately inserted even deeper. At the same time, Song Bing's hands also moved, transforming into a storm of pear blossom fists, indiscriminately bombarding Amos. For no other reason than to increase the absorption area. Although this process might be a bit painful, but Song Bing believed Grandpa shouldn't blame him. Amos' screams echoed through this heaven and earth, looking as if Song Bing was using his wings to hang him and beat him like a punching bag. During this, Song Bing truly did as he said and pinched off his little flesh particle, completely turning Amos into Grandpa O. Now, Grandpa O immediately let out a pig-like squeal, and at the same time, the diseases on his body were also forcibly stripped away by Song Bing. Ding successfully absorbed level 4 convulsion disease, merit plus 10,000. The diseases on his body were finally stripped away and absorbed by Song Bing one by one. Among them were not only Amos' own, but naturally also included those third-level diseases that Song Bing had just given him. Although they were all duplicate merit, it didn't matter, given was given. Anyway, these diseases had already been assimilated and could be given repeatedly. But upholding the spirit of not wasting, Song Bing collected them all. After all, it was just a matter of a casual punch. Of course, there was one third-level disease among them that couldn't be recovered, and that was the small bird syndrome. The reason was also very simple. He had crushed the other's little Willie. Song Bing couldn't help feeling a bit annoyed about this. If he had known, he would have collected it first before crushing. TSSSS. Finally, accompanied by the withdrawal of Song Bing's tetanus wings, Amos was also tortured beyond human form. His entire body collapsed limply on the ground like a dead dog. Having lost the fused virus, Amos at this moment was no different from an ordinary person, hanging on by a single breath. He could die at any moment. Flapping the wings behind him, Song Bing's thoughts stirred slightly. The next second, the tetanus wings behind Song Bing began to shed their enchantment, turning white. Then, as if reversing growth, they contracted and shrank bit by bit. In an instant, they were retracted into Song Bing's body. Song Bing's skin also healed perfectly, leaving no trace. It looked as if the entire pair of tetanus wings had vanished into thin air. Song Bing also returned to the appearance of a normal person, without any sense of discord. Sensing the tetanus wings existing within his body, Song Bing couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. He could clearly sense that if needed, he only had to casually mobilize his thoughts, and the tetanus wings would burst out from his body like arms unfolding. Just like a part of his body. Song Bing was quite satisfied with this pair of wings. They could quickly transmit and absorb diseases. They could also serve as sharp weapons for attack. They could also serve as an indestructible shield for defense. The key was they could also fly. More importantly, they could extend and retract freely. They were simply a collection of countless perfect skills in one, specially tailored for him. With the tetanus wings, Song Bing felt his combat power had increased by more than one level. He estimated that even facing a 5th-level opponent, he could fight. He wondered what surprises the next upgrade would bring him. If he could get a Rui Jingu Bang that could grow and shrink, it would be perfect. Direct massacre. Quack quack massacre. Song Bing couldn't help but look forward to it. Smiling with satisfaction in his heart, Song Bing finally looked down at Amos, who was like a dead dog. Then he crouched down and smiled. Now that I've cured your illness, as payment, shouldn't you tell me the location of your emperor and those sleeping organization members you mentioned? Amos struggled to lift his head, looking at the young man before him with undisguised fear. He naturally sensed that Song Bing had actually been able to strip the fused virus from his body. At this moment, he had completely become an ordinary person. This made him feel unprecedented fear. How did Song Bing do it? What exactly was the virus in his body? Smack. Amos still wanted to babble, but Song Bing slapped him flying with a big slap. At the same time, a scalpel appeared in his hand. Will you open up yourself, or shall I open you up? Friendly reminder, I'm quite ruthless when I get started, even I'm afraid of myself. Song Bing walked over with a cruel smile and crouched down again. Amos seemed frightened, lowering his head, his body beginning to tremble. However, as he trembled, he actually began to let out a maniacal laugh with his head lowered, the laughter becoming more and more piercing. Song Bing frowned slightly. He didn't seem to have given the other party mental illness, right? Had he gone mad? Smack. So Song Bing unceremoniously delivered another big slap, sending Amos flying and interrupting his madness. Amos was slapped over, both sides of his face beaten to pulp, yet his face still couldn't suppress the wild laughter. At this moment, there was no longer any fear in his eyes. Instead, there was the sinister smile of a successful conspiracy. Song Bing frowned slightly. To welcome her and your people. Amos stuck out his tongue, licked the blood on his mouth, and finally looked at Song Bing with a slightly crazed expression. He mocked with a smile. This woman is so important. How could the emperor entrust her to me alone? Amos' attitude seemed as if he had long placed life and death beyond consideration. Why would he choose to cooperate with Park Ji-hai a second time? And why would he willingly be played by Park Ji-hai? Park Ji-hai borrowed cooperation and betrayed him at death's door, but didn't he also have his own calculations? And his calculation from beginning to end was not to defeat Song Bing, but to delay time, waiting for the people coming to meet them after the apocalypse. This was everything the emperor had arranged in advance. When that time came, everything would end. This was his plan. He had planned the timing perfectly. It was just a pity that Park Ji-hai's temporary betrayal and Song Bing's strength made him fall so quickly, reduced to his current ghostly appearance. But none of this mattered anymore. The people coming to meet them had arrived. His mission was also complete. Song Bing's brow furrowed tightly. The forbidden pupil opened as he stood up and looked around. Suddenly, Song Bing frowned slightly, his gaze falling on the spot beneath Kanti's feet. There should have been the dying, sleeping Park Ji-hai, but at this moment, she had long since vanished without a trace. Don't curse yet, brothers, it's foreshadowing. It's been hinted at quite obviously already. I can't reveal more. You can guess. It will be revealed later. I definitely won't disappoint you, brothers. Song Bing frowned slightly. Park Ji-hai's aura at that time had been weak to the extreme, already fallen into deep sleep. How could she possibly awaken and run away on her own? Moreover, she hadn't caused the slightest disturbance. This was absolutely impossible. And just as Song Bing was puzzled, movements from 1,000 meters away instantly attracted Song Bing's attention. He sensed it. Several powerful figures were rapidly surrounding this area, as if from all directions, and very fast. Amos' triumphant voice also came at this time. His mission was complete. Looking at Amos' current crazed appearance, Song Bing's expression remained unchanged. His figure flashed, and when he reappeared, Amos had already been lifted up by Song Bing's single hand gripping his neck. Why were they able to awaken so quickly? Song Bing asked curiously. Because they are the third-generation experimental subjects personally cultivated by the Emperor. Before the apocalypse, they had been specifically taking a certain catalytic drug. This drug can accelerate the progress of sleeping fusion, requiring only 1 day to complete fusion and awakening. Although taking this drug to accelerate awakening has a tiny bit of side effects, for the Emperor, for the organization, all of this is worth it. With his life and death controlled by Song Bing, Amos still smiled cruelly, his face showing no fear. However, for the Emperor, I willingly took more catalytic agents and completed my awakening mutation within half an hour. That's why my level fell to only 4. I almost continued to reveal yet another shocking secret. His slumber had actually begun from the moment he appeared. Song Bing's heart stirred involuntarily. He scared? Because I took too many catalysts, my level is only 4, but the other third generations aren't necessarily the same. At least I dare guarantee that the 4 ahead of me are definitely all 5th level existences. So, if you submit obediently now and save my life, there's still time. I can still act as if nothing happened. I almost seized the opportunity to say, being able to say such words, you're actually still afraid of death, aren't you? So, I've decided to let you experience what the most extreme method of death feels like. Song Bing sneered mockingly. Under Aomos's horrified and constricting gaze, his palms suddenly exerted force. Crack! In an instant, countless first-level diseases were sent from Song Bing's palm into Aomos's body. AIDS, rabies, epilepsy. Song Bing poured all of humanity's most extreme ailments into Aomos's body in one go, feeling the various extreme and desperate pains coming from all parts of his body. Aomos's eyes instantly became bloodshot. He wanted to scream, but Song Bing was gripping his throat tightly, preventing him from uttering half a word. He could only endure it silently like this, experiencing all of humanity's terminal diseases one by one, until he lost all vitality. At the moment of death, Song Bing withdrew all these diseases one by one. The entire process was like letting these diseases take a tour through Aomos's body. At the moment of death, Aomos still stared wide-eyed with bloodshot eyes at Song Bing. His eyes were filled with various expressions of despair. During this period, he had regretted, despaired, and wanted to beg Song Bing for death. Unfortunately, Song Bing no longer gave him the chance to speak. Casually discarding Aomos's withered corpse, Song Bing raised his eyes again to look into the distance. The fluctuations around him grew increasingly intense. The accumulated snow on the ground was visibly trembling and collapsing. The next second, a figure wearing white combat gear was the first to descend directly in front of Song Bing. His build was very robust, and his face showed no excess expression. But Song Bing faintly sensed an oppressive feeling far surpassing that of Aomos. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then came the second, third, fourth. Figures continuously arrived from all directions around Song Bing. They all wore the same white combat gear, with similar height, build, and even hairstyles. Their faces all showed no excess expression, like mass-produced robots. Looking around, there were nearly 100 people. Moreover, the aura fluctuations on these people were all about the same. In an instant, they sealed off this entire area of heaven and earth. Song Bing's brows furrowed slightly. He could sense that the strength of these third generations was each no weaker than Aomos. The first few to arrive were even stronger. Just as Aomos had said, these third generations were basically all 4th level, and there were even several terrifying 5th level existences. This was indeed something Song Bing hadn't anticipated. He hadn't expected there would be so many third generations. Even more unexpected was that these third generations would all be this strong, a world of difference from those previous second generations. And if even these third generations were this absurd, what kind of existence would the Emperor that Aomos spoke of be after awakening? Song Bing's heart couldn't help but sink, gaining a new understanding of the Apocalypse Organization's power. At the same time, the awakened and descended third generations first looked toward Candy suspended in the sky. Upon seeing Candy, their gazes all simultaneously revealed fervor, and they breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Finding this woman was the task the Emperor had given them. It was also the sole purpose for which the Emperor had created them. Therefore, upon awakening, They had all instinctively followed Aomos's aura and rushed here. After confirming Candy was still there, the third generation's gazes then looked at the corpses scattered everywhere. Finally, they fell in unison on Aomos's miserably dead body. Their emotions were hard to conceal. Did you kill him? The first arriving third generation number 1 looked at Song Bing and broke the silence. All the third generation's gazes also instantly locked onto Song Bing like robots. They recognized Song Bing. That's right. Song Bing calmly nodded. Kneel down, kowtow to him 3 times, then voluntarily break the ice crystal, and you can avoid death. The first third generation continued speaking, his tone flat, as if bestowing charity. The other third generation's gazes were also ice cold, as if Song Bing would be killed instantly if he didn't comply. No problem. After thinking for a moment, Song Bing nodded and actively walked toward Candy. Seeing Song Bing so obedient, the third generations had no suspicion whatsoever. They assumed Song Bing was afraid. Otherwise, if they took action themselves, it wouldn't be as simple as just kneeling and kowtowing. By the way, can you fly? At this moment, Song Bing had already reached Candy's feet and simultaneously turned back to curiously ask these third generations. The question felt completely natural, but this question instantly stunned all the third generations. What do you mean? They didn't understand why Song Bing was suddenly asking this question. Nothing much. What I'm trying to say is, if you can't fly, I can. I can demonstrate for you. Song Bing smiled slightly. The next second, the tetanus wings behind him suddenly shot out. Boom. Watching the large wings suddenly grow from Song Bing's back, all the third generation's pupils constricted sharply, their brains entering a brief state of confusion. Bastard, you dare. Third generation number 1 was still the first to react, instantly shooting out explosively. The other third generations followed one after another, transforming into 100 afterimages, all rushing to kill Song Bing. Whoosh. But the next second, Song Bing's wings flapped, his figure suddenly shot upward, and holding Candy, he decisively soared into the sky, causing all the third generations to miss completely on the spot. Watching Song Bing soar straight up into the firmament, all the third generations were dumbfounded and completely confused. Song Bing could fly. This wasn't in the data at all. Or was the data wrong? What are you all standing around for? Chase him. If we can't catch that woman, we'll all surely die. Third generation number 1's grim voice broke through everything. Only then did the third generations react, hurriedly continuing to chase in the direction Song Bing was flying. Their speed was very fast, but even if they caught up, with Song Bing flying in the sky, they were helpless. They could only watch helplessly. No need to see me off. This is far enough. Bye-bye. In the sky, Song Bing held the ice crystal in one hand and enthusiastically waved goodbye with the other to the third generations chasing him below. Honestly speaking, regarding these third generations, he really wanted to fight. Even if several of them were 5th level, he wasn't afraid. But unfortunately, there were too many of them. To avoid accidents, he still chose to take Candy and leave first. Song Bing, leave this woman behind and we'll let you go. Otherwise, to the ends of the earth, our apocalypse organization won't let you off. Watching Song Bing fly higher and higher, the third generations on the ground were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, no longer having their earlier confidence. Sorry, this woman is very appealing. I want her too. Song Bing smiled, flapped his wings, and immediately ascended 100 meters, accelerating away. Song Bing, you can't escape. This woman belongs to the Emperor. If you dare touch her, you'll surely die. From below, the angry roars of the third generations could faintly be heard. Along with their anger, they felt even more fear, afraid that Song Bing would really do something to Candy. After all, their Emperor had required that Candy remain pure. Looking up, Song Bing carried Candy away, never to return. It flew straight into an iceberg. The 3 generations on the ground could only watch helplessly. No matter how anxious you are, it's useless because they can't fly. What to do? Number 3's expression stiffened slightly. What else can we do but keep chasing them, or we'll all die? Damn it. I should have acted decisively earlier and crippled this guy. Number 2 gritted his teeth, his tone filled with annoyance and hatred. Don't worry, he can't fly out of Antarctica. His strongest level is only level 4. Even if he mutates and grows wings, he cannot fly at high altitudes continuously. We just need to follow him like hunters. The moment he can no longer fly will be his death day. Number 1 spoke calmly and somberly. These words instantly caused the eyes of the third-generation members to turn fierce, and their original panic turned into anger and resentment. 3 generations of bloodthirsty men even said, "When the time comes, I will personally tear off his wings." Speed up, everyone. This guy is a madman, and it seems he's the only one who can break the ice crystals. If he really takes the opportunity to defile that woman, then we'll still all be doomed. Number 4 then spoke up, expressing his concerns. These words instantly made the hearts of all the third-generation members skip a beat again. The image of Song Bing carrying candy and running unconsciously flashed through their minds. And what Song Bing just said, "This woman is so voluptuous. I want her too, huh?" In an instant, the third-generation members seemed to have been injected with adrenaline, and they all sped up their pace. They were afraid that Song Bing Lai would actually come. Meanwhile, within a complex, snow-covered mountain range, a dark shadow suddenly swooped down from the sky and disappeared into the snow-covered mountains in an instant. In this snow-covered mountain range, Song Bing activated his forbidden eyes and searched for a long time before finally pinpointing a hidden ice cave. He immediately grabbed candy and flew into the ice cave. As the tetanus wings retracted onto his back, Song Bing's breathing became somewhat rapid. He realized that although he had the wings of tetanus, he could not fly continuously. Moreover, such high-altitude flights are very taxing on him. The higher and longer you fly, the more energy you expend. But that's understandable. Even birds have to fly and stop. Airplanes need to be refueled regularly. Not to mention him. Soon, Song Bing carried candy to the depths of the ice cave. After confirming it was safe, Song Bing placed candy in a depression in front of him. It stood up just right. Using the light filtering through the ice, Song Bing was able to examine candy more closely once again. It is indeed very beautiful. It's also very moisturizing, just like a princess in a dream. One look at it is enough to make you want to reach out and touch it. So many people go to great lengths to get you. I wonder what's so special about you. Song was unconsciously talking to himself. Subconsciously, he once again scrutinized candy with his upgraded forbidden eyes. But they found that they still couldn't see through it. Aside from being able to see through her white dress to her body, everything beneath her snow-white skin remains a mystery. Song Bing frowned slightly, and, disbelieving, stretched out his hands and placed them on the ice crystals. "No, I'll just hug the ice crystal and get right up close to it to spy on it." But the result remained the same. It just makes things a little clearer. "Fine, you can just sleep peacefully here. Those people are mine to handle. I hope I can manage." Song Bing finally gave up and sighed. That's why he brought candy here. Compared to being exposed to the outside world, we face the potential unknown dangers. Obviously, hiding candy here would be safer and more secure for him to go out and fight those people. Moreover, the steep terrain of this mountain range is even more advantageous to him. If you can beat him, that's fine. If you can't, you can always escape. And so, having hidden candy, Song Bing left the ice cave. As for Candy, she is a witch who will destroy the world and wreak havoc on humanity after her birth. These are not things that Song Bing hadn't considered. He had even believed in. After all, its mystery remains. But he still didn't have the idea of breaking the ice crystals. Perhaps it was intuition. The snow suddenly started falling heavily. In a cave at the foot of an iceberg deep in the mountains. Just as Song Bingang stepped out of the cave, 4 figures appeared around him outside. This space was completely surrounded. The 4 looked somewhat disheveled, and their breathing was even a little rapid. They were the first 3 generations of the top 4 to arrive. The 4 of them are at the level of level 5, a rarity among the 3rd generation. Where is that woman? The 4 looked at Song Bing, their faces grim as they had all been tricked by him. But their first concern was still Candy's existence. "It's very moisturizing. I like it very much." Song Bing gave his evaluation with a look of unfinished business. Then, not forgetting to kill with his spirit, he laughed and said, "She is now my woman. Don't cry. Everyone, please proceed with caution." Boom. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the 4 of them were completely stunned. The key point is that Song Bing was shirtless at that moment, and just happened to walk out of the cave, making it hard not to have fantasies. They rushed over with almost all their might, but Song Bing acted so quickly that they were still a step too late. The thought of Song Bing breaking the ice crystal and taking candy for himself on the spot filled the four of them with uncontrollable rage. "You bastard! You filthy, lowly dog! What right do you have to lay your hands on the Emperor's woman? I'm going to kill you and break your damned bird wings." Number 4 was enraged and instantly transformed into a violent afterimage, charging towards Song Bing. Although the other 3 were furious, none of them made a move. Instead, they stood on high ground in 3 different directions, guarding against Song Bing's escape. Moreover, they naturally believed that level 5 number 4 could easily control Song Bing. Looking at the 3rd and 4th generation units charging in with overwhelming momentum, Song Bing showed no fear whatsoever. All they had was a burning desire to fight. He immediately transformed into a streak of lightning speed and rushed forward to meet it. In the instant the 2 figures rapidly approached each other, the fist that number 4 threw suddenly turned black. Immediately afterwards, a black bone spur resembling a sharp horn grew out of his fist and stabbed towards Song Bing. At the same time, the tetanus wings behind Song Bing shot out and instantly transformed into a shield, blocking in front of him. Overestimating one's abilities. Seeing this, number 4 grinned maliciously and unleashed black bone spikes that mercilessly pierced Song Bing's tetanus wings. When, in an instant, a sharp collision sound rang out, and the black spikes were forcefully blocked by the wings of tetanus. How is that possible? Number 4's pupils constricted as he stared at the scene in disbelief. His bone spikes were incredibly sharp, capable of piercing even black gold, yet they were now blocked by a pair of wings. However, before he could think, the shield formed by the wings suddenly opened up. At the same time, a fist violently blasted out from it. Number 4 realized what was happening and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Boom! In an instant, level 5 number 4 was sent flying backward, leaving a long scratch on the ground. This scene sent a shiver down the spines of all the 3rd generation members who had rushed to the scene. More and more 3rd generation infected rushed over, appearing at different positions, once again enveloping this area. However, when they looked toward the center of the mountain range at number 4, who had been blasted away by Song Bing, every one of them widened their eyes, losing all control of their expressions, as if they had seen a ghost. A 4th level Song Bing had repelled a 5th level number 4? How could this not shock them? On the snowy ground, at the end of 2 long drag marks, number 4 clutched his chest and stood up. He wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, then looked at the wound on his chest. He himself wore an expression of utter disbelief. He had actually been injured by Song Bing? The tetanus wings spread open, and Song Bing was once again exposed under the shocked gazes of the assembled 3rd generation. 5th level? Nothing special. Looking at these confident 3rd generation, Song Bing sneered coldly. The moment he first saw these 3rd generation, Song Bing had keenly sensed it. Although these 3rd generation gave off a very strong feeling, the viruses they had fused with were extremely unstable. Especially these top 4 who possessed 5th level oppressive presence. They were particularly volatile and unstable. How to describe it? It was like unscrupulous merchants using technology and ruthless methods to grow various oversized fruits. All appearance, strong on the outside but hollow within. So when he first saw these 3rd generation, especially these 4 5th levels, Song Bing vaguely felt that they must have a gap compared to truly naturally awakened 5th levels. At least they definitely weren't as strong as truly naturally awakened 5th levels. Just like naturally grown versus injection-grown fruits of the same variety, the nutritional value and taste are different. And now, testing it personally, it was indeed so. At least Song Bing was confident that in a one-on-one fight, the current him could completely crush this so-called 5th level number 4. If he was given a bit more time to level up a few 4th level diseases, then it would be unimaginable. Damn it. I'm going to tear you to shreds, you bastard. Song Bing's extremely insulting words made number 4 rage and go berserk, flashing toward Song Bing to kill him once more. On his body, several black, tough bone spikes instantly grew out, making him look like a hedgehog. In an instant, the two clashed again. Number 4 was covered in black bone spikes, his entire body a weapon, continuously bombarding Songbing. Every strike was a terrifying killing move, each one lethal. Songbing flexibly used the tetanus wings to phase and defend, perfectly neutralizing all of number 4's terrible attacks. You're tired from attacking. My turn. Until a certain moment, Songbing's eyes turned cold. Seizing the opportunity, he burst forth, his figure flashing as the tetanus wings slashed sharply toward number 4's most vulnerable throat, intending a killing blow. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Watch out. The assembled third generation immediately lost their composure, and numbers 1 through 3 decisively rushed to kill Songbing. At the same time, stimulated by a suddenly descending mental force, number 4 instantly snapped back to his senses and hurriedly raised his hand to block. Screech. Bone spike and wing blade scraped past each other, sparking, and number 4 thus saved his life. At this moment, numbers 1, 2, and 3 had already taken the opportunity to ambush Songbing. Regret flashed through Songbing's eyes. He had gone all in, wanting to kill number 4 at any cost. Unfortunately, he still failed. But sensing the incoming attacks from numbers 1, 2, and 3, Songbing still reacted quickly, bending his knees and launching himself into the air. He narrowly dodged the killing moves of numbers 1, 2, and 3, finally taking one punch before landing on a snowy mountain. This scene once again shocked all the third generation, especially numbers 1 through 4, looking at the youth standing on the snowy peak. Their faces gradually turned iron blue, no longer showing any contempt. Songbing's strength far exceeded their expectations. What kind of monster was this, able to fight 5th levels with 4th level power? He had even nearly killed number 4. Come out. After breaking through the encirclement, Songbing's expression also turned somewhat cold as he looked toward a direction not far away. He clearly sensed that it was that invisible mental force that had just helped number 4. Otherwise, that charged strike would have succeeded. What Songbing hadn't expected was, there was still an expert. Sure enough, not long after Songbing's words fell, from the ice and snow in the distance, a beautiful figure in a red dress walked barefoot, step by step. The woman had a voluptuous figure and a seductive posture. Upon seeing the woman in the red dress, all the third generation's gazes focused slightly, and they hurriedly placed one hand on their chests, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Miss Natasha. That's right. The woman who appeared was none other than Natasha, who had once conveyed the Emperor's orders to Amos and the others. Natasha nodded slightly, then looked at Songbing with great interest. She was the Emperor's woman, also the third trump card arranged by the Emperor. And the last one. She shouldn't have needed to come out, but Songbing's strength made her appear. Ding, high-risk viral entity detected. Please be careful, host. Songbing also frowned as he sized up this woman in red, the system notification sounding immediately, making Songbing's heart sink. This woman was very strong. Number 1 trembled as he reported, but he didn't dare speak the latter words. However, Natasha showed no anger at such an answer. Her soul-stealing eyes continued to size up Songbing, but she shook her head and smiled. No, she's not here. Her ice crystal is still intact. Since you don't want to break the ice crystal, then let me do it. Natasha's first sentence was directed at the assembled third generation, while the latter sentence was clearly directed at Songbing. And these two sentences changed the expressions of both the third generation and Songbing. But Natasha paid no more attention, instead walking with elegant, alluring steps toward a certain direction. Songbing's gaze sharpened, because 1,000 meters away in that direction was precisely the ice cave where he had hidden candy. This place was merely used to mislead these third generation, and Natasha's fox-like eyes seemed to possess X-ray vision like Songbing's, able to clearly see Candy's hiding place. Songbing's heart sank. He immediately stopped hesitating and rushed to kill Natasha. He wanted to intercept this woman. Stop him. But Natasha seemed to already know Songbing's purpose, speaking without turning her head. Attack together. The third generation reacted, and numbers 1 through 4 led the charge towards Songbing, blocking his path. A great battle erupted. Songbing's mind was also thrown into chaos. His original plan was to use the terrain here and his advantage of flight to continuously kite them, killing all these third generation one by one. He had carefully calculated that if he could absorb all these third generation's diseases today, he could directly level up to 5th level. How attractive was that? Just thinking about it was thrilling. And the earlier exchange with number 4 had also given him this confidence. But Natasha's appearance not only shattered his plan, but instantly put him on the defensive. Under the siege of 4 pseudo-5th levels and nearly 100 4th levels, no matter how strong Song Bing was, he couldn't achieve a one-hit kill. He was instantly thrown into a passive position. She looked at the frozen surface of the lake in front of her, and her red lips curled up slightly. The next second, accompanied by a glint of light in her eyes. As if affected by an invisible force, the ice surface began to crack and collapse inch by inch forward. Click, click, click. The ice caves hidden beneath the surface instantly caved in, resembling collapsed underground caves, leading deeper into Candy's hiding place. At the same time, Song Bing, who was being besieged, noticed the constantly collapsing ice cave. Looking towards the direction where Cantai was about to be buried, Song Bing's gaze turned cold, and he sprang up, meeting number 1, who was blocking his way, with an icy demeanor. Get out of here. Song Bing abandoned his defense, letting the knife in number 1's hand pierce through his arm, and then threw a fierce punch at number 1's face. Click. Number 1's pupils widened, and he was instantly blasted into an iceberg by Song Bing's punch. He clearly hadn't expected Song Bing to be so reckless, daring to trade injuries for injuries. Sizzle. After blasting away number 1, Song Bing suddenly took the opportunity to launch a devastating attack towards Natasha. The laceration wings that unfurled behind him transformed into 2 sharp blades that forced the other 3 generations back. This horrific scene left all 3 generations of people speechless. No one expected that the berserk Song Bing would be so crazy and reckless. By the time they realized what was happening, Song Bing had already broken through the encirclement and escaped. I've found you. On this side, looking at the ice cave that was about to collapse to its end, Natasha was about to smile. A figure swept past her head first, and finally landed heavily at the end of the collapsing ice cave. As his foot landed, a horizontal crack in the ice instantly stopped the continuously collapsing ice layer. They saved the last ice cave from collapsing. I'll say it again, she's mine. Anyone who dares to take another step forward today will regret ever being born. Song Bing slowly straightened up, ignoring his blood-stained upper body, and looked indifferently at Natasha. The level 3 genetic defect from Candy, driven by Song's illness, is beginning to absorb Song's vital energy within Song's kidneys, causing an immediate upgrade. Song Bing's tetanus wings are visibly turning dark little by little. As Natasha watched the terrifying young man break through the encirclement and gradually turn dark, her beautiful eyes flickered. I was deeply moved by Song Bing's powerful words. With such terrifying combat power at level 4, it's hard not to be moved by such an extraordinary person. At this time, the entire family of 3 generations arrived. They all looked at Song Bing with embarrassment, especially those who arrived just in time, including number 1, whose face was half blown off, and numbers 2, 3, and 4. My face felt burning hot. Despite having so many people, including 4 level 5 individuals, they still couldn't stop Song Bing. If the Emperor found out, he'd probably have to be sent back to the furnace for a makeshift solution. Miss Natasha, we made a mistake just now. Please give us a little more time. We will definitely kill this person. Number 1 hurriedly made his request. Song Bing, this woman is very beautiful. Perhaps there is no woman in the world more beautiful than her, but she is not someone you are qualified to lay a finger on. In this world, only an emperor could subdue her and bring blessings to this era. So please move aside. Besides her, you can choose any woman in the world you want. However, Natasha offered this advice sincerely. I, Song Bing, have never given away what I set my sights on, not even if it were the Jade Emperor himself. Song Bing grinned maliciously, his teeth clenched tightly. He had already consumed a lot of his energy and was at the most critical moment of upgrading. That's such a pity. Natasha shook her head and sighed. It seemed as if he was sighing at Song Bing's stubbornness. It also seems to lament Song Bing's ignorance. She stopped speaking, but the entire family of 3 generations instantly understood. You foolish thing, daring to offend even the Emperor. If you don't die today, it will be an injustice to heaven. Number 1 was the first to grit his teeth and charge out. The other 3 generations followed closely behind, their eyes filled with hatred. They were even filled with personal emotions. Song Bing's repeated provocations and manipulations made them seem utterly useless. Therefore, only by killing Song Bing can they wash away their humiliation. In an instant, 100 third-generation warriors swarmed towards Song Bing. Numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4 charged ahead, determined to take down Song Bing in one fell swoop and give him no chance to catch his breath. Looking at the 3 generations of warriors approaching with murderous intent, Song Bing's eyes remained indifferent. Ding successfully upgraded to level 4 genetic defect disease, consuming 10,000 merit points. Until a certain moment, the system notification sounded, and Song Bing's forbidden eyes were fully activated. Anyone who dares to set foot in this place, I, in the name of a veterinarian, will send you to hell. In an instant, Song Bing's indifferent voice rang out. Song Bing's eyes suddenly blazed with 2 beams of scorching, heterochromatic light, as if they had been blessed. 2 beams of heterochromatic light, like ghostly light from hell, swept over the approaching 3rd-generation members with a judgmental gaze. At this moment, Song Bing's eyes were brighter and more captivating than ever before. The group of 3rd-generation disciples who had come to attack met Song Bing's eyes and felt their souls tremble. Level 4 genetic defects are like a brand on their souls, imprinted on their brains and impossible to erase. Ding successfully delivered a level 4 genetic defect, merit minus 10,000. Ding successfully delivered a level 4 genetic defect, merit minus 10,000. Ding successfully delivered a level 4 genetic defect, merit minus 10,000. Level 4 diseases are being sent out in a frenzy, and the forbidden eyes of the Song dynasty, now fully activated, are beginning to bleed. In addition, there's the weakness that comes with the recent upgrade. This was the first time Song Bing had so fully opened his forbidden eyes. This is the first time that the forbidden eye has been used to send out so many diseases of the same level. This was the first time he had challenged his limits like this. 2 lines of bloody tears flowed from the burning, eerie forbidden eyes. At this moment, Song Bing's handsome face was extremely pale and terrifying. The effects are obvious. On my skin. It's so hot. So hot. What's wrong with me? In just a moment, the 3rd generation, who was nearby, discovered that his skin, upon contact with the air, began to fester as if it were being burned. My body began to feel a burning and stinging sensation, as if it were infected. The first 4 level 3rd generation beings to approach looked at their own bodies in horror and stopped in their tracks instantly. In contrast, the first 4 who were charging forward also stopped in terror. They also felt a burning and stinging sensation on their skin, especially with the cold wind blowing, which caused waves of itching. Although their symptoms were mild, they watched as the 4th and 3rd generation patients around them screamed and collapsed one after another. They were completely stunned. It's you. What did you do to us? Number 1 stared in shock at Song Bing, whose eyes were now bleeding and whose face looked eerily terrifying. They were truly shocked. He felt fear in Song Bing at that moment. At this moment, Song Bingjin was like a god. Anyone who dared to approach him would inexplicably suffer from skin ulceration and fall to the ground dead. Faced with number 1's fearful questioning, Song Bing met his gaze, looked at the other 3 generations behind him, and spoke coldly. At this moment, 3 generation level 4 zombies were already lying on the ground groaning in pain, their life force slowly fading away due to exposure to the air and infection. A level 4 disease is enough to kill them. Witnessing this sudden and tragic scene and the death-like Song Bing, the 3 generations behind them stopped in their tracks in alarm, not daring to take another step forward. Even those who initially charged to the front, numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4, trembled and retreated in unison. I was terrified that I would actually die. Once again, the entire family of 3 generations was forced to retreat by Song Bing alone. Natasha watched this scene, her beautiful eyes also trembling. Song Bing once again refreshed her understanding. So this is how you poison people. Unfortunately, this is probably your limit. She looked at Song Bing, her emotions barely concealed, and spoke. You can give it a try. Song Bing looked at Natasha and said calmly. In fact, what the other party said was correct. The energy consumed during the upgrade coupled with the more than 10 times of ice strain that led to a level 4 illness. This left him not only very weak, but also nearly exhausted from accumulating merit. It seems I really need to accumulate more good deeds in the future. Why aren't you guys going on? In response to Song Bing's words, Natasha frowned slightly and then looked at the group of third-generation figures who had silently retreated. Miss Natasha, numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4 had ashen faces and truly dared not step forward again. Although they claimed to be wholeheartedly devoted to the organization, they were still afraid when faced with life and death, especially when dealing with a madman like Song Bing who poisons people with his eyes. Whoever you glare at gets poisoned. Go see for yourself. Is this the loyalty of 3 generations of you? Seeing this, Natasha gave a cold, mocking smile. She then took the initiative to step forward and walk towards Song Bing step by step. The entire family, spanning 3 generations, quickly made way for them. Seeing Natasha approach fearlessly, Song Bing's heart sank even further. He intimidated these 3 generations, but he couldn't intimidate this woman. Song Bing, submit. Join me in serving the emperor and together create a better era. Your talent is exceptional. I truly cannot bear to kill you like this. Natasha swayed her hips as she walked towards Song Bing, her voice filled with seductive charm, constantly trying to brainwash him. Song Bing narrowed his eyes slightly, and the wings of the void behind him emitted a sharp, piercing sound. Click, click, click. However, just as Song Bing was about to make a move against Natasha, Song Bing, behind Song Bing, the ice layer that had been blocked began to crack inch by inch. This scene instantly drew everyone's attention. At the end of the crack, the ice crystal that had frozen Candy slowly rose again from beneath the ice. At this moment, unusually, streaks of red light appeared on the originally pristine ice crystals. Looking at the ice crystals that floated up automatically, Song Bing's face showed surprise and confusion. Natasha's beautiful eyes narrowed, gazing at the flawless, alluring girl within the ice crystals. Even someone as beautiful as her is ashamed of herself. No wonder she caught the Emperor's eye. Perhaps only a woman like her is worthy of being by the Emperor's side. Natasha murmured to herself, her eyes filled with both emotion and envy. Candy's body was like a gift from heaven. Every inch of her body was perfect and captivating. The entire 3rd generation breathed a sigh of relief as they watched Candy reappear unharmed. Sure enough, Song Bing had actually lied to them and hidden Candy here. If Natasha hadn't come, they would have truly been tricked by Song Bing again. Can't I? You belong to the Emperor, but it's a pity I can't let you awaken naturally. So let me break the ice crystals for you myself. Natasha's voice rang out, and then she flashed and decisively headed towards the floating Candy. Song Bing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he decisively flapped his wings to grab it. And so, the 2 figures reached out to Candy almost simultaneously. The 3 generations of the Song family saw that Song Bing could no longer poison Natasha and make her collapse instantly, as he had done before. They immediately realized that they had been tricked by Song Bing again. He immediately abandoned his fear of being attacked and wanted to help Natasha. However, the group had not yet gotten close to the ice crystal. A sudden change occurred. Click. The once intact and solid ice crystal suddenly developed a conspicuous crack before it could be broken by anyone else. The sound of the cracking was like a piercing thunderclap, echoing in everyone's ears. Everyone's expression changed, especially Natasha. To break Candy's slumber, the ice crystals must be shattered. Only she knew just how solid and terrifying the sealed ice crystals were. It's so tough that even a black gold sniper rifle would struggle to break through it, let alone a human. That's why they thought of letting Song Bing, who was immune to all poisons, try it. However, at this moment, this seemingly indestructible ice crystal actually cracked on its own. How could this not make her heart flutter and her soul tremble? Click, click, click. However, before she could have much time to think, the cracks in the ice crystals continued to appear. Like shattered glass, it began to spread from all around. Everyone felt a jolt in their hearts and stopped. Is he about to wake up? That was everyone's first thought. But in an instant, Natasha shook her head, rejecting the absurd idea in her mind. The higher the level, the longer the dormant fusion lasts. This is a law. Their emperors, for example, would sleep for at least a year, not to mention Candy right in front of us. Therefore, It could not possibly be a natural awakening. There is only one possibility. All this commotion broke the quiet and disturbed Candy's slumber. This caused the premature termination of the integration process. Isn't this exactly what they want? Thinking of this, Natasha smiled. The entire family, spanning 3 generations, laughed. It came to me without any effort at all. Seeing the excited expressions on these people's faces, Song Bing guessed this possibility, and his heart sank. Candy's slumber was interrupted, and she failed to perfectly integrate with the virus. What will she be like after she is born? What impact will this have? Stop him. Natasha suddenly spoke, then eagerly headed towards the ice crystals that were already covered in cracks. Song Bing's expression hardened slightly. He too intended to compete for it. But the fearless 3rd generation had already attacked him. Left with no other choice, Song Bing could only use the tetanus wings to protect himself first. At this moment, Natasha had already descended to the ice crystal. Click! Just as she was about to shatter the ice crystal, the cracked ice crystal shattered completely on its own. The alluring girl inside the ice crystal was now completely exposed to the air. Her skin was as white as snow. Even her white dress was not as white as it, like a beautiful work of art that had been taken from the heavens. It is breathtakingly beautiful. He gazed at the alluring young woman so close to him. Natasha couldn't hide her excitement and reached out to grab Candy. They seized the alluring young woman's body and couldn't wait to present it to the emperor. But the next second, Candy, who had closed her beautiful eyes like Sleeping Beauty, suddenly opened her devastatingly beautiful violet eyes. He calmly watched as Natasha was captured. Natasha's soul trembled, and her outstretched hand froze in midair. However, before she could react, dark red veins began to appear on Candy's fair neck. These veins extended all the way down to Candy's stunningly beautiful face. Immediately afterwards, Candy's originally bright and charming violet eyes began to become dull and lifeless. Her perfect, delicate body gradually rose from the void, as if unaffected by gravity. The eyes that had been filled with joy now brimmed with endless terror, even her voice trembling. Even Song Bing and the encircling 3rd generation members widened their eyes. They stared in utter shock at this unbelievable scene. Breaking the ice crystal meant breaking the slumber, and breaking the slumber meant interrupting Candy's viral fusion. So theoretically, Candy should still be unconscious, even showing signs of pain, like a silkworm whose cocoon had been stripped away midway. But at this moment, Candy had actually awakened, looking at her snow-white skin, completely devoid of color, and the red blood vessels spreading across her pale neck, along with her hollow, lifeless, beautiful eyes. This didn't look like awakening. It looked more like corpse transformation. Though this kind of corpse transformation seemed to do nothing to diminish Candy's unparalleled, bewitching beauty. Thump! The moment this thought appeared in everyone's minds, all their hearts trembled uncontrollably. A cold wind quietly blew at this moment, stirring up flurries of snow. It lifted Candy's flowing blue hair and her thin white dress. Candy turned her head stiffly and mechanically toward Natasha, like a zombie. Her exquisitely beautiful face showed no expression whatsoever. But this silent gaze made Natasha's soul and body shudder violently, as if locked onto by death itself. She wanted to flee, but in the next second, boom, an invisible, terrifying force suddenly rippled out from Candy's body, like water waves, instantly filling this entire world. Buzz! In an instant, the light in this world seemed to dim, snowflakes stopped falling, time and space seemed to freeze, and everyone's minds rang with a buzzing sound. Natasha, closest to Candy, was the first to react. Under Candy's emotionless gaze, her body actually began to rise into the air bit by bit, as if gripped by an invisible giant hand, lifted into the void. Natasha's pupils dilated instantly, her body trembling even more violently. She exerted all her strength to release her terrifying 5th-level mental power, meeting Candy's lifeless violet eyes, trying to break free and escape. However, in just an instant, blood flowed from her brightened eyes, and the spiritual light in them suddenly dimmed, as if she had seen something terrifying. No. In mere moments, this woman who stood at the pinnacle of power was so terrified she frantically shook her head and wept. Candy also mimicked Natasha, cutely shaking her head. Crack, crack, crack. However, as Candy's small head shook stiffly and slowly, Natasha's limbs suddenly began twisting in midair. Ah! Natasha's limbs twisted first, then her body, and finally her head. The sound of shattering bones accompanied her screams, echoing across this world. Boom! This terrifying, horrifying scene made Song Bing and all the third-generation members on the ground instantly feel their hair stand on end, their scalps tingling. This wasn't a zombie. This was clearly a demon who killed without blinking. Natasha was a true fifth level. The cold wind blew past. The third-generation members who came to their senses had their lips trembling madly. Their fear of the newly emerged Candy instantly maxed out. Their first thought was to flee, escape this terrifying place. But that invisible force from before was like a paralysis spell, fixing them in place, unable to move. Looking at the terrifying Candy now, emotionless, killing without even blinking, Song Bing was completely shaken. His first thought was also to flee. He didn't believe that Candy at this moment would have any feelings for him. But he discovered he seemed to be immobilized as well. The tetanus wings behind him had been pressed back into his body. He couldn't move at all. Perhaps at full strength he could try. Bang! At the same time, Natasha, twisted beyond human recognition, crashed into the snow. Candy's delicate body also slowly descended back to the ground, her pair of pale, delicate bare feet stepping naked onto this frozen wasteland. The cold wind lifted her gradually decaying, tattered white dress, revealing a pair of long, cold white legs like from a manga. She finally turned around blankly, her lifeless violet eyes looking towards Song Bing and the third-generation members. Boom! The third-generation members were instantly frightened pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Natasha's miserable state was right before their eyes. Candy's terror had even overshadowed her nation-toppling, bewitching appearance. Pain, fear, despair, countless emotions instantly filled their hearts. At this moment, they felt only endless dread toward Candy. Then, under everyone's fear, Candy walked toward them step by step through the snow, blank and mechanical, leaving footprints in the snow. Each of her steps was slow and stiff, but each step landed on everyone's hearts. Bang-ah! Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Sure enough, the terrifying scene repeated itself. Wherever Candy passed, the third-generation members exploded one after another like human bombs, turning into pools of blood mist. Looking across the vast, snow-white snowfield, the third-generation members were like celebratory fireworks at a wedding. Wherever Candy passed, they exploded in place. Brilliant blood splattered onto Candy's white dress and exquisite face, adding a touch of alternative, bewitching beauty. The brilliant human-shaped fireworks added a splash of vivid color to this snow-white world. Song Bing's eyes widened, watching this scene in shock. For the first time in his life, he felt fear. How could it be so terrifying? Why was this woman so powerful? Ding! Ultra-high-risk pathogen body detected approaching. Host, please run quickly. The system's voice sounded at this moment, for the first time rarely telling Song Bing to run. Looking at the demon, which Candy walking closer step by step through the blood-stained snow. Song Bing also wanted to run, but having consumed too much energy, he couldn't muster much strength at all. Forget running. Even moving was difficult. Ah! Soon, the third-generation members numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4 near Song Bing also exploded in final despair. Blood mist inevitably drifted on his Song Bing's body. At this moment, Candy had already drawn near. All the surrounding third-generation members exploded like human fireworks, without exception. Brilliant blood flowers drifted across this world. Song Bing even closed his eyes in despair, waiting for death to arrive. However, strangely, even after all the third-generation members had bloomed, Song Bing hadn't exploded. Looking around, in this vast snowfield, only Candy and Song Bing remained standing. The two were separated by several meters, without any sense of discord, like a newlywed couple holding a wedding ceremony. Those third-generation members from before had become brilliant fireworks, contributing themselves, rendering the atmosphere, celebrating only for the two of them. Candy's blank, lifeless, beautiful eyes fell on Song Bing. Her nose twitched, as if smelling something. She walked toward Song Bing step by step, blank and mechanical. The decayed, tattered white dress on her body, blown by the cold wind, gradually slipped from her pale, smooth skin bit by bit, gradually revealing patches of alluring spring scenery. Yet she seemed to pay no attention to any of this. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter, half a meter. Under this frozen wasteland, two figures gradually overlapped. At this moment, Song Bing still had his eyes closed, a smile of indifference to life and death hanging at the corner of his mouth, waiting to explode on the spot. In any case, exploding like this probably wouldn't hurt much. However, after waiting for a long time, there was still no feeling of explosion. Instead, a familiar scent of a young girl entered his nostrils. Song Bing's spirits instantly lifted. Song Bing hesitantly opened his eyes, and what came into view was Candy, close at hand. Between her delicate, pale chin, thin red veins still floated, and her cold white skin had no trace of warmth or color. Perhaps the only color was the blood droplets splattered on her cheeks and skin. She truly resembled a zombie. But this still did not affect in the slightest her devastatingly beautiful face and figure. Even as a zombie, every inch of pale skin exposed beneath her tattered white dress exuded a fatal allure. But at this moment, Song Bing had absolutely no mood to appreciate any of this. Facing Candy, who had suddenly appeared before him, he was nearly scared half to death, his heart seemingly leaping to his throat in an instant. At this moment, Candy's pair of lifeless, adorably dazed violet eyes were likewise examining Song Bing. Her expression and movements were somewhat stiff, but this did not diminish her beauty in the slightest. Seeing this scene, Song Bing was slightly stunned, and a thread of hope suddenly arose in his originally tense and desperate heart. She hadn't made him explode for so long. Could it be that Candy still recognized him? Song Bing's voice was cautious, attempting to use love to awaken a trace of humanity and conscience in Candy. In fact, his heart had many more words he wanted to shout out. "I'm Song Bing. You even said you liked me. You even forced me to sleep with you. This time I came to save you too. Please don't make me explode." As if sensing Song Bing's call of love, Candy, who had been watching for a long time, suddenly stepped forward. The distance between her and Song Bing infinitely narrowed. Immediately after, she bent down bit by bit and sniffed toward Song Bing. Her delicate little nose almost pressed against Song Bing's body, sniffing from Song Bing's chest all the way up to his face. Thump! Song Bing's heart trembled, his heart once again leaping to his throat, afraid that Candy would suddenly take a bite and suck him dry into a mummy. However, this scene did not occur. Candy just sniffed blankly, as if confirming this was the scent she wanted. Her originally dull and lifeless violet eyes rarely showed a momentary ripple. Then she impatiently stepped forward again, her cold, pale skin touching Song Bing's. A chill struck, making Song Bing's body stiffen. In contrast, Candy seemed to have tasted something sweet. Her beautiful eyes trembled again, and not satisfied with this, she continued to reach out toward Song Bing. A pair of slender pale jade hands wrapped around Song Bing's neck. Song Bing only felt even colder, and his body became even more rigid. However, the insatiable Candy continued. Her jade hands tightened around Song Bing. Then those snow-white, exquisite jade feet standing in the snow lifted up, crossed, and clamped around Song Bing's waist. Just like a little koala, she firmly hung on Song Bing's body. Her delicate body pressed tightly against Song Bing. Her little head even peacefully buried itself in Song Bing's broad chest, greedily absorbing the scent and body warmth from Song Bing. In those slightly dull and lifeless beautiful eyes, a trace of morbid greed also emerged. Feeling the coldness and tender smoothness transmitted from the girl's skin, Song Bing opened his mouth wide, his whole person still in a dazed state. His stiff body became even more unsettled. What was Candy trying to do? Why was she hanging on him like this? Song Bing didn't dare move the entire time. He dared not resist in the slightest. He even actively raised his hands to cooperate, letting the girl wantonly occupy and clamp onto him. Afraid the other party would become unhappy and go berserk. Didn't dare move. Simply didn't dare move. Move once and die? Looking across the cold, empty, snowy ground, everywhere were the marks of crimson, human-shaped firework explosions. The brilliant blood flowers gradually faded. Only two figures stood. The girl's legs tightly clamped the young man's waist, her hands tightly wrapped around the young man's neck. Her exquisite, delicate body pressed tightly against the young man. Just like this, like a docile little cat, she docilely hung on the young man's body. The young man also stood dumbly, raising both hands, as if surrendering, letting the girl hug, hang, and press against him. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The two figures looked like a loving newlywed couple embracing. The scene was beautiful and moving. It was just a pity that everyone had exploded, and at this moment there lacked an audience to applaud. And as if from the transmission of Song Bing's body warmth, the blood threads on Candy's jade neck, nestled in Song Bing's embrace, rarely receded bit by bit. That invisible oppressive feeling coming from Candy even disappeared bit by bit from this world as her blood threads faded. But her skin remained cold and white. Song Bing gradually sensed this, but he still didn't dare move. Because Candy was still hanging on him, he was afraid that if he moved, this woman would instantly erupt again. At this time, a weak and terrified voice came. Song Bing immediately looked toward the voice, and it was actually Natasha, whose entire body had been twisted by Candy. At this moment, her neck twisted 180 degrees as she lay in the snow, yet she could still open her eyes, look at Song Bing, and speak. Her gaze fell on Candy hanging on Song Bing's body, her eyes unable to hide shock and fear. Clearly, she hadn't expected that the murderous Candy had actually not killed Song Bing, but instead embraced him like this and quieted down. This wasn't scientific. Although her heart was filled with endless confusion, she still hurriedly took advantage of Candy's docility, using her last bit of life force to speak to Song Bing, hoping to use Song Bing's hand to kill Candy. "So have you always been this brave? Twisted like this, and you still dare say such things?" But at Natasha's sudden voice, Song Bing was startled and gave her an idiotic eye roll, afraid this fool would wake up and anger the Candy in his arms again. "Can't you see I'm scared half to death right now? If you're so brave, you come kill her and see?" Already twisted into this pathetic state and still haven't realized the severity of the situation? However, Natasha still gritted her teeth and kept persuading. Song Bing's brow furrowed slightly. The next second his figure flashed and descended. The tetanus wing behind him burst from his body and pierced through Natasha's brow. "Told you not to keep yapping. You didn't listen? Whether she destroys the world or not, I don't know. But at least right now I know she doesn't want to destroy me." Natasha's eyes widened, clearly not expecting Song Bing would kill her. "Ugh, you can't escape. If you dare take her away, the Apocalypse Organization and the Emperor will hunt you down to the ends of the earth." Natasha's face was filled with agony as she was pierced through, blood flowing from her mouth. "Poochie Poochie." Seeing the woman still making noise, Song Bing mercilessly increased his force. "Ugh. Ding successfully absorbed level 5 succubus mental illness, merit plus 100,000. Accompanied by Natasha's final unwilling gasp, her rare level 5 mental illness was also collected by Song Bing. But Song Bing felt no joy or excitement. Instead, he immediately looked at Candy, who was held in his arms. Seeing that she showed no signs of going berserk and was still clinging tightly to him with an expression of contentment, Song Bing finally breathed a long sigh of relief. At the same time, he had preliminarily confirmed something. Candy, whose slumber had been forcibly broken, was like a butterfly forced out of its cocoon prematurely. She seemed to have truly become a half-human, half-corpse creature that had lost her reason and killed without blinking. Yet she appeared fundamentally different from zombies. Candy possessed an indescribable spirituality and sense of superiority. At least she wasn't like those bloodthirsty zombies like number 5, whose eyes held only slaughter and biting. Moreover, the zombified Candy seemed to have no killing intent toward him. At least that's how it appeared for now. So the virus in your body is a zombie virus? But what kind of zombie virus could make you this terrifying before you've even naturally awakened? Song Bing looked down at Candy clinging tightly in his arms, his heart trembling with complexity. Even with such intimate skin contact, he still couldn't sense any fluctuation of the virus within Candy's body. Looking around at the bloodstains where bodies had been completely obliterated, it was hard to believe that the terrifying scene that had just occurred was caused by Candy in his arms. Which? Source of the disease? Song Bing murmured softly, thinking of Natasha and Amos' desire and fear toward Candy. He recalled again what Candy had once said to him. If one day the blue star is ravaged by a virus, humanity mutates because of the virus, and I become the source of disease in everyone's eyes, would you despise me? Now, everything seemed to be confirming what Candy had said. So what was the relationship between this apocalypse and this terrifying woman in his arms? Also, what had human society become now? What about his parents and Taiju and the others? Thinking of this, Songbing couldn't help but worry. But now, the most urgent matter was obviously to leave this dangerous place first. Find a hidden location and get a good sleep. This extreme battle, extreme leveling up, and the extreme disease transmission using the fully activated forbidden pupil had already consumed too much. Add to that the absorption of Natasha's level 5 disease just now, gaining 100,000 enhancement merit points all at once. He felt even more dizzy now. He clearly needed a good place to rest and recover. Otherwise, if he stayed longer, he feared another batch of awakened apocalypse organization powerhouses might arrive. At that point, in his current state, he would truly be at their mercy. Before leaving, Songbing quickly pulled out a white lab coat from his kidney void and put it on, concealing himself while also covering Candy, who was clinging tightly to him. After all, his upper body was currently bare, and Candy's white dress had long been torn to shreds, with only fragments remaining to cover her. It would tear with just a pull. The two were practically embracing each other naked. It wasn't that Songbing hadn't thought about prying Candy off. After all, this position was somewhat awkward. Even carrying her on his back would be better. But feeling how tightly she was clinging, and recalling that terrifying scene just now, Songbing shuddered and immediately abandoned that thought. He feared Candy would go berserk, so he could only let Candy hang on him like this as he left this dangerous place. Of course, before leaving, Songbing thought for a moment. Adhering to the principle of not wasting and scientific research value, Songbing also collected Natasha's corpse into his kidney void. This was a level 5 and a rare mental illness body at that. It might have great use in the future. Thus, among the complex mountainous terrain, a white figure could be seen accelerating in one direction. In his arms, an alluring young girl clung tightly. She hung on so firmly, he didn't even need to hold her. Under the concealment of the white lab coat, one really couldn't tell without looking carefully. The white figure quickly left the mountains and disappeared into the vast snowy landscape. This area also became completely quiet. As snowflakes and cold wind continued to fall, they gradually buried all traces of the previous battle. Passing through the vast blizzard, Songbing soon left this Antarctic forbidden zone with Candy. Ahead was also shrouded in darkness. Songbing, holding Candy, stepped into the night and finally found an ice cave and crawled inside. Looking at Candy still firmly holding on to him, Songbing couldn't care about anything else and immediately lay down to sleep. He was too tired, more tired than ever before. Kidney deficiency, fatigue, and dizziness. Songbing had pushed everything to the extreme all at once. You can imagine that feeling. As Songbing fell asleep, the wounds on his body scabbed over and healed visibly, falling off. The vital energy consumed by leveling up was also gradually recovering. Songbing's pale complexion was also visibly returning to normal. At this moment, Candy, who had been obediently lying on Songbing, suddenly moved. She blankly raised her head, looking at Songbing's handsome face. She shifted position and lay back in Songbing's embrace, just like a greedy little cat. She also imitated Songbing and peacefully fell asleep. The next day, Songbing opened his eyes from deep sleep. He felt refreshed, and his body had long since healed and recovered. The first thing he saw was the enchanting young girl still lying quietly in his arms. Songbing knew this wasn't a dream. Everything that had happened before was real. Her skin was still ice-cold and smooth, without any warmth. Looking at the tattered hem of Candy's dress, which could be easily torn off with just a light pull, Songbing couldn't help but show a strange expression. His mind involuntarily recalled the several boxes of stockings and dresses Candy had given him as a gift back at the castle. They were still quietly stored in his kidney void. Was it for this moment? That would be too miraculous, wouldn't it? Candy had given him those several large boxes of various styles of clothes, stockings, and shoes in advance just to dress her at this moment. Songbing couldn't help but suspect this. But at this moment, Candy, who had been lying quietly, suddenly sat up from Song Bing's body. Thump! Song Bing was immediately startled, his body stiffening as he hurriedly raised his hands. However, Candy's pair of violet-colored beautiful eyes just stared blankly and lifelessly at Song Bing. On her absolutely beautiful face, there was still no excess expression. She was just like a little zombie without thought. However, having lost the bloodshot eyes, she was less terrifying and more adorably dazed. At least without looking carefully, one wouldn't associate such a beautiful girl with zombies at all. Who had ever seen such a celestially beautiful zombie? Candy, can you speak? Hello? I'm Song Bing. You know me, right? Can you get down? Let's change positions. Seeing Candy like this, Song Bing mustered his courage again to try communicating. Although Candy had become a zombie, judging by her appearance, she was obviously different from other ordinary zombies. Maybe she still had consciousness. Maybe she still remembered him. Maybe she wasn't a zombie. How would he know without trying? Facing Song Bing's various questions and probing, Candy still wore a blank, adorable expression, her little head twisting in confusion. She shifted position and lay down again. Her two slender jade hands tightly wrapped around Song Bing's neck, pressing even closer, as if treating Song Bing as a mattress. Feeling the tender smoothness of the girl's skin and her alluring body fragrance. So soft, so fragrant. Song Bing subconsciously tried to probe again, and a bold idea involuntarily arose in his heart. How about giving it a try? Attempting complete absorption? Just try it anyway. If it doesn't work, forget it. If it succeeds, good for her, good for me too. Ding detected that the host has dangerous thoughts. The current disease body is extremely dangerous and has not yet fully merged. Please exercise restraint, host. Otherwise, there is a 100% probability of crystal depletion and death. Try and you'll die. However, the moment this bold thought arose, the system instantly became more anxious than Song Bing. His rising fighting spirit instantly vanished into nothing. The thought that had just emerged was immediately stillborn. Song Bing smiled awkwardly. The current host is not yet capable. Once the system level upgrades enough to detect this disease body, there will be hope. Please work hard, host. The system voice encouraged. Glancing at Candy in his arms, Song Bing swallowed and still abandoned all distracting thoughts, standing up. This woman was too strong, boundlessly strong. Even the current him found her difficult to detect and didn't dare absorb her. He could only wait until later. Putting on his white coat, Song Bing walked out of the cave. He definitely needed to get her some clothes. But right now, whether it was him or Candy, what they obviously needed most was to leave this uninhabited frozen wasteland. Find a place, take a good bath, and wash off the bloodstains first. The girl's delicate body was very light. Hanging on him, he couldn't feel any weight at all. Never mind one Candy, 10 more would be fine. Looking at the bright sky, Song Bing cut 2 openings in the white coat on his back. Whoosh. The next second, pure white tetanus wings spread open from Song Bing's back. Bending his knees, Song Bing directly embraced Candy and shot into the sky, flying toward the distance. He had walked before because he was too weak then. Walking itself was exhausting, let alone flying. Now that he had recovered, who would walk when they could fly? Wasn't flying more enjoyable? Thus, in the Antarctic sky, Song Bing carried Candy along, flying low and walking alternately. When tired of flying, he would walk. After resting, he would fly again. Alternating like this, his speed directly doubled. It also allowed Song Bing to hone his flying skills. During this time, Song Bing didn't even need to hold her. Candy clung so tightly, as if fused with Song Bing as one. No matter what flying positions Song Bing practiced, whether high-altitude gliding or spinning flight, there was no sense of looseness at all. Just like this, after a day of travel. Following his memory, Song Bing finally brought Candy out of the Antarctic interior and arrived at the International Transit Station where he had once boarded a ship. South Island. Looking from afar, the entire island was separated from the Antarctic edge by only a few thousand meters. But compared to the frozen wasteland of the Antarctic mainland, the entire South Island was surrounded by countless ships, and above were various prosperous buildings, airports, and more. The whole island was like a bustling coastal city. As an international transit station, South Island housed nearly 100,000 people from various countries. Plus, It had to receive scientific expeditions from various nations each year, as well as wealthy tourists from various countries coming to Antarctica, so the actual population was probably even higher. Its brightly lit glow was a guiding beacon and life-saving station for many Antarctic explorers, so you can imagine its prosperity and importance. But at this moment, this prosperous international transit station was deathly silent, no longer possessing its former vitality and prosperity. The ships around the island floated uncertainly like airships. No more vessels traveled to and from Antarctica. Song Bing, carrying candy, soon landed on a shore on the southern coast of South Island. To avoid causing unnecessary trouble, Song Bing retracted his tetanus wings. Although this Antarctic journey had refreshed Song Bing's understanding, like a dreamlike transmigration, he still didn't know what the current human-civilized world had become. Humans with wings were a fantastical existence in today's human-civilized world. Presumably, any normal person who saw it would be shocked speechless. So, before everything was known, Song Bing naturally wouldn't be too ostentatious. Scanning the surrounding shore and seeing no one, only filled with an indescribable aura of death, Song Bing's brow furrowed slightly, and he planned to take candy and walk toward the island's interior to investigate. He had followed his memory to come to South Island. On one hand, he wanted to use this transit station's airport to quickly return to in-country. On the other hand, naturally, he wanted to find a hotel to take a good bath and change clothes. Whether it was him or candy in his arms, both needed it badly. Both of them reeked of blood. Soon, Song Bing brought candy into an urban area. Before even entering, a heavier smell of blood blew toward them. Looking around, Song Bing finally saw countless human figures scattered everywhere among the surrounding buildings and roads. However, looking at these figures, Song Bing's brow furrowed slightly. Some of them walked or crawled aimlessly between buildings and roads, limping, moving strangely, as if searching for something. There were adults, children, men and women, old and young. People of various skin colors were all present. Their eyes were all dull and lifeless. No, they should have no gaze at all, because some of their eyes were all white, some all black, some all red. And not just their eyes, their bodies also had many differences. Some had an extra hand on their belly. Some had their heads blooming into a red man-eating flower full of fangs. Some were covered with spore-like things. Some bore different bite marks. Disemboweled, with only half a head remaining, with only bones left on their feet. All kinds. Perhaps the only common point was that many people were covered in blood, their mouths full of plasma. And on the ground were many skeletons that had been gnawed and couldn't stand up. Looking around, the originally prosperous entire island was now traffic-jammed, a bloody mess. Only these zombies visible everywhere remained. Countless zombies. Song Bing's heart trembled slightly. Under the forbidden pupil, these zombies were all infected with different types of viruses. This world was filled with various viruses. Water sources, food, air, all contaminated. Almost all were various zombie-type viruses. And looking at this apocalyptic zombie scene, he seemed to foresee the current picture of every nation across the entire blue planet. Almost the vast majority of humans infected turned into various zombies. Even those not infected by viruses might be bitten by zombies, equally unable to escape the fate of becoming zombies. Just like the scene before his eyes. Everywhere were those bitten beyond recognition and turned into zombies. One could see their despair before death. So this is your apocalypse plan. This is what you call human immortal civilization. Song Bing murmured in a low voice, thinking of what Amos and the others had said before. Under the forbidden pupil, these people had indeed achieved immortality now. No more pain. No more fear of disease. But this kind of immortality was definitely not what they wanted. His body froze for a moment. Then his entire expression immediately became excited and ferocious, like a bloodthirsty, hungry wolf that had discovered its prey. The next second, he immediately limped towards Song Bing at a quick pace. His blood-filled mouth kept smacking and gnashing, as if he couldn't wait to devour Song Bing. At the same time, the middle-aged male zombie's movements seemed to transmit a signal, rapidly attracting other zombies. They all turned to look at Song Bing. All the zombies immediately stopped their aimless searching, their sinister gazes falling upon Song Bing. The space and time of this world seemed to freeze in an instant. Ah. But in just that instant, all the zombies in this area charged toward Songbing. They all wore ferocious and hungry expressions. Several with intact bodies moved especially fast, nearly reaching the speed of a 100-meter sprint. At a glance, from all directions, there were easily over 1,000 zombies. And most had different kinds of terrifying faces, like terrible monsters mutated from humans. This terrifying and realistic scene was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Any ordinary person here would probably be instantly frightened, weak in the knees. Even an abnormal would likely be the same, because if pounced upon by so many zombies, one would be torn to shreds alive, leaving nothing behind. Even if one miraculously survived but got bitten, life would become worse than death, turning into a zombie. Who wouldn't be afraid? However, Songbing looked at these overwhelming, ferocious zombies. His heart had no ripples whatsoever, let alone fear. Because at this moment, these zombies in his eyes were all diseased bodies. All merit. His body and soul even inexplicably boiled, filled with desire. Desire for disease. These low-level zombies actively rushing at him were not zombies in his eyes. They were more like takeout delivery coming to his door. As for being bitten and infected, that wasn't his concern at all. If he could be infected by the zombie virus, then he wouldn't have the disease source constitution. So, if this so-called apocalypse plan was to turn Blue Star into this apocalyptic zombie scene, then it was undoubtedly creating another environment favorable for Songbing to level up and become invincible. It was undoubtedly throwing the originally parched Songbing into another ocean full of food. Countless various zombies. Countless various advanced viruses. Where was their need to worry about duplicate merit? Where was their need to worry about having no enhancement merit to absorb? He only needed to stand in a zombie city. Without working hard to search, these zombies would actively deliver themselves like takeout, for him to absorb, helping him continuously level up. Calculating carefully, the entire Blue Star, not counting animals, had 7 to 8 billion human population alone. Even if only half were infected, even if all were level 1. For billion, how many levels could he reach? The 3 drawbacks Songbing could think of were: first, he might absorb too much. Second, getting dirty from these low-level zombies. Third, later on there might be difficult high-level zombies emerging, like number 5, inevitably requiring effort to absorb. Besides these, Songbing really couldn't think of anything else unfavorable to him. This apocalypse plan seemed tailor-made for him. But Songbing's mood was very heavy. Because he still had flesh and blood, still had family. South Island had become like this. Then what about in country? What about his parents and Taiju and the others? Were they infected and became abnormals, or parasitized and became zombies? While thinking, countless zombies had already surrounded Songbing. These zombies were all level 1 virus zombies. Among them, only a few moved agilely and fiercely, like abnormals. It should be because the apocalypse just began. The low-level infected awakened and mutated first, while the high-level infected were still sleeping or mutating. Looking at this merit, Songbing's expression was calm. Just some level 1s. How could the current him take them seriously? Just as Songbing was about to slaughter in all directions. The next second, when these zombies charged to within 10 meters of Songbing, they suddenly seemed to smell something. Then all showed intoxicated and devout expressions. Finally, a shocking scene appeared. These overwhelming zombies that originally had fierce, bloodthirsty expressions. When they came before Songbing, they all docilely stopped, no longer showing bloodthirsty, ferocious attacks. Instead, they all stood intoxicated and dazed in place, with fascinated and devout expressions. The scene was spectacular. Unbelievable. This, Songbing, who was originally prepared to act, was even more dumbfounded by this sudden scene. Could it be that these zombies sensed his powerful level 4 combat power and were scared? But soon, Songbing denied this unrealistic idea. He hadn't even released it yet? Since what? Moreover, the expressions of these low-level zombies, where did they look scared? Then there was only one truth. Songbing looked down at Candy, who was sleeping against his left shoulder. Her captivating body fragrance was still as refreshing as ever. Recalling the movements of these zombies charging just now, their intoxication and devotion weren't toward him at all, but clearly toward Candy in his arms. Even several from far away, The instant they smelled the body fragrance emanating from Candy, immediately knelt down. A wisp of body fragrance, like bloodline suppression. And while Song Bing was pondering, Candy in his arms also seemed to be awakened by the surrounding commotion. She raised her head, looked at the surrounding quiet and intoxicated zombies, and those lifeless violet-colored beautiful eyes rarely showed a moment of spirit. Immediately after, as if attracted, she rarely got down from Song Bing's body, walked in front of Song Bing, looked at these zombies with lifeless indifference. TSK, TSK, TSK. The next second, an even more incredible scene unfolded again. The zombies, originally intoxicated by this faint fragrance, the moment they met Candy's gaze, immediately became even more devout and fearful. One by one, they trembled and knelt prostrate on the ground, facing Candy with respectful appearances, like bloodline suppression, more like believers' heartfelt, devout faith toward a deity. And Candy, watching this scene, remained unmoved, as if this was naturally how it should be. She watched all the zombies kneel, then turned around again and clung to Song Bing, then continued to bury her head in Song Bing's neck, peacefully falling asleep, as if nothing had happened. The cold wind mixed with blood blew past. Feeling the enchanting girl return to his embrace, and the large group of zombies kneeling before him, Song Bing opened his mouth, his entire being still in shock. What happened? Was the scene before his eyes real? The various experiences of these days flashed continuously through Song Bing's mind, quickly connecting together, making Song Bing suddenly enlightened. He seemed to know the reason why the entire Apocalypse organization would obtain Candy at any cost. He also seemed to completely understand the true mystery of this Apocalypse plan. However, its unavoidable drawback is that humans are too weak and the types of viral mutations are too diverse. Therefore, coexisting with viruses becomes random. Most people cannot withstand the virus and will be parasitized and controlled by it, turning into mindless zombies or monsters. Therefore, once the apocalypse occurs, almost everyone will turn into zombies, and only a lucky few chosen ones will have the chance to become inhumans. How can these few superhumans fight against so many zombies? Over time, if things get out of control, the future world of Apocalypse will inevitably become a world of zombies. Human civilization will also degenerate into a zombie civilization overrun by zombies. The Apocalypse organization and those family groups must have foreseen this long ago, but they started it anyway without hesitation, so that the few who control 90% of the wealth and power may live forever. The decision-making power is in their hands. As long as one can live forever, what does it matter if this world becomes a zombie apocalypse? Compared to those family groups, the Apocalypse organization also hides another unknown secret. This is probably the main reason why the Apocalypse organization dared to make such a decisive move on the Apocalypse plan. And the biggest secret is Candy. Candy can control zombies. It can suppress the bloodlust of all zombies, making them easily submit. She is like the pathogen of this apocalypse. Therefore, before that so-called emperor initiated the Apocalypse plan, that's why they go to any lengths to get Candy. Because obtaining Candy means being free from the zombie threat after the apocalypse. Even if all humans turn into zombies in the future, the Apocalypse organization will have nothing to fear with Candy by its side. However, if Candy were to awaken naturally, develop her own opinions, and take control of the entire zombie army, she would be in a different situation. Then the entire blue planet will fall into her hands. Destroying humanity, and even the world, is something she can do with a single thought. Who can defeat him? This is why Ormos, Natasha, and others both desired and feared Candy. Furthermore, they were willing to go to any lengths to break the ice crystals and prevent Candy from waking up naturally. Because Candy is like a double-edged sword that can destroy the world. Breaking the ice crystals means smoothing out their sharpness and causing them to lose their autonomy, making them easier to control. Otherwise, if Candy were to awaken naturally, she would be the queen of this era. In the blink of an eye, an army of billions of zombies could be formed. And Candy, who controls the half-human, half-corpse, take control of this pathogenic witch who has the power to control all zombies. It's like holding a powerful weapon. They now possess all the initiative in this apocalyptic era. At that time, the Apocalypse organization will be able to easily dominate this era using Candy. Therefore, acquiring Candy is part of the Apocalypse organization's plan to launch the Apocalypse Project. A crucial step. Unfortunately, Song Bing hijacked this plan. Candy, the treasure that the Emperor of the Apocalypse organization coveted. It fell into Song Bing's hands. No, it should be in his arms. Or perhaps it was the other party who willingly clung to Song Bing. All thoughts and clues flashed through Song Bing's mind like a spring. Finally, all parts are connected. At this point, the earth-shattering secret of Project Apocalypse was fully revealed in Song Bing's mind. Coming to his senses, Song Bing looked again at Candy, who was sleeping in his arms. Song Bing's heart raced, and he swallowed hard. He instinctively hugged it tighter, as if afraid of losing it. Baby, this is absolutely an incredible treasure. It was only at this point that Song Bing truly realized the value of the candy. It seems he unintentionally obtained something amazing. No wonder that damned Emperor of the Apocalypse organization is so eager to obtain it. With Candy, you're practically immune to any zombie attack. Even these inhuman zombies will kneel down and submit to you. Who wouldn't want a treasure like this? So, that's why you asked Iris to send me so many clothes and stockings. Furthermore, Song Bing seemed to understand the purpose behind Candy's sending him those large boxes of clothes and stockings by Iris before he fell into a deep sleep. A mere scent can instantly tame and dull these ferocious, bloodthirsty zombies. You can imagine the effect of those clothes and stockings that are infused with Candy's natural fragrance. You could probably cross a zombie city wearing this, and no zombies would attack you. Hanging it at your front door can serve as a way to ward off corpses and suppress demons. In this post-apocalyptic world overrun by zombies, who wouldn't want that? This is absolutely a doomsday artifact, priceless. You knew this day would turn out this way, didn't you? After the initial surprise, Song Bing turned to look at the stunning profile so close to him, his expression a mixture of complexity and confusion. How many secrets is still hidden in Candy's body? How much of this did she know? And what exactly is the virus in her body? What is the level? Song Bing became even more curious about this woman. But clearly, the only way to uncover these mysteries is for him to upgrade and explore them personally. Go and personally unveil this veil of mystery. Thinking of this, a sharp glint flashed in Song Bing's eyes as he looked again at the zombies still kneeling all over the ground. The tetanus wings unfolded, and it instantly took flight, skimming close to the ground as it hurtled towards the zombies. Under Candy's repression, all of this became much simpler. Song Bing possessed the Candy magic weapon, and no zombie dared to stand up and resist. They lay obediently on the ground, letting Song Bing absorb and heal them. Just like the patients with intractable diseases collected by the AI group. Ding successfully absorbed the level 1 red corpse zombie disease, merit +1. Ding successfully absorbed level 1 spore zombie disease, merit +1. Ding successfully absorbed the level 1 black Kuei zombie disease, merit +1. Ding successfully absorbed the level 1 black Kuei zombie disease, merit +1. The tetanus wings swiftly swept across the zombie's skin, and the level 1 zombie diseases were quickly and easily absorbed by Song Bing. There was no hindrance whatsoever. Although they are all level 1, there are just too many of them. His merits and virtues increased rapidly. As the zombie diseases it absorbs increase, the originally pure white tetanus wings gradually turned black. Gradually, they became a pair of deadly weapons filled with various zombie viruses. Soon, all the kneeling zombies were absorbed by Song Bing at lightning speed. I directly gained over 3,000 merits, and almost all of them were unique. After all, the more types of diseases there are, the more beneficial it is for future upgrades. The zombies that had had their zombie disease absorbed instantly collapsed, as if they had lost their support. Through this absorption, Song Bing also discovered that these zombies carried more than one type of virus. However, only one species has truly achieved parasitic fusion. This is somewhat similar to the union of a tadpole and an egg cell. Under normal circumstances, an egg cell can only hold one tadpole. Whoever seizes the initiative and becomes powerful will be the first to enter the parasitic world. However, other zombie viruses on these zombies, even if they did not successfully parasitize them first. It did not die immediately, but was able to continue to lurk among the teeth and claws of the zombies. The spread was accomplished through zombies. Therefore, when a person is bitten, they are not necessarily infected with the same zombie virus. This may explain why there is such a diverse range of zombies before us. Along with the more than 2,000 zombie diseases on the wings of tetanus, they flowed back to the kidney ruins of Song disease. The tetanus wings, which have been stained black, have been restored to pure white. Finally, it was returned to Song Bing's body. After doing all this, Song Bing did not leave. Instead, he held candy and quietly looked at the zombies lying on the ground below. Faced with these defenseless zombies, the tetanus wings had only lightly grazed their skin, absorbing the disease through contact without being fatal. So, Song Bing wanted to see what would happen after he absorbed the zombie disease into these zombies. This experiment is very important to him. Under Song Bing's quiet gaze, soon, among the zombies that had been absorbed by the zombie disease and collapsed, a few figures finally got up in a daze. Their eyes regained their clarity, and they stared at everything with blank and terrified expressions. Huh? A corpse? Where is this? What happened? What happened? Oh no, what happened to my leg? Gradually, hundreds more people got up one after another. Their bodies regained their vitality, and they returned to normal. But looking at the corpses scattered all over the ground, they all had expressions of terror and confusion, clearly unaware of how they had turned into zombies and what they had done. In the end, out of more than 3,000 zombies, only a few hundred people managed to get up. On the ground, more than 2,000 corpses still lay silently, showing no signs of recovery. They will never recover, because they had become cold corpses. On the high-rise building, Song Bing watched this scene with a slight frown. He figured it out. These are the hundreds of people who survived after he absorbed the zombie disease. Most of them were zombies infected with the virus in the first wave after the outbreak of apocalypse, and none of them had fatal injuries. They either inhaled toxic air currents from the polar regions or ingested contaminated water and food, leading to direct infection. Most of them did not have fatal wounds. They were simply infected with the zombie virus. It's like suddenly falling ill. Therefore, when Song Bing absorbed their zombie disease, it was equivalent to curing their illness. So they awoke. As for those who did not awaken, they remained forever as cold corpses. Almost all of them were infected after being bitten by mutated zombies. Starting with the origin of zombies, they bite and injure each other, causing infection. 1 becomes 2, 2 become 4, 4 become 8, like the collision of chemical atomic nuclei, more and more. Their bodies were almost all fatally injured by bites. Some of them had bloody holes all over their necks. Some had their intestines perforated and their stomachs rotten. Some had half their heads missing. They were bitten to death almost before they were infected by the zombie disease. Therefore, even if Song Bing cured their illness, they still could not wake up, because they were already dead. This result is roughly the same as what Song Bing initially guessed. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Song Bing withdrew his gaze and looked at the zombies that had come running at the sound. Those who had been cured and awakened by Song's illness had already scattered and fled. Song Bing glanced at them, then immediately took candy and, in a blur, carried the others on his back and headed towards the zombies. That's all he can do. As for what will become of these people in the future, it could mean contracting a new virus, becoming an alien, or turning back into a zombie. They were still eaten by zombies and turned into walking corpses. That's none of his business. He's not a saint. He can't care about all that. One by one, zombies arrived amidst the crisscrossing streets and buildings. However, they were greeted by a unique, faint fragrance. The unique fragrance was very faint, almost undetectable to normal people, but the zombies were extremely sensitive to it. Upon smelling this unique fragrance, the zombies were instantly captivated and stood frozen in place. Immediately afterwards, a white shadow swept past their heads, so fast that it was impossible to see the figure clearly. The zombies that were swept past by the white shadow instantly collapsed to the ground. Song Bing used the flapping of the tetanus wings to control the direction in which the fragrance of Candy's body wafted. It captivated the approaching zombies, then swiftly used its tetanus wings to sweep past and absorb them. Looking around, zombies were falling to the ground one after another. Song Bing, following his memories, headed towards the airport where he had arrived earlier. They absorb diseases and accumulate merit along the way. Now that he knows all this, he naturally has no desire to go around looking for zombies to absorb. Instead, he planned to go back to Manhua first to check on the situation. At this moment, Song Bing held a mobile phone and a communicator. The cell phone was specially made for him by the Manhua government. It could even be used for satellite communication. But there was no signal at all. Even if he came to the South Island and stood on this tall building, it wouldn't make a difference. Without a doubt, it was caused by this apocalypse. As for the communicator, it was paired with AI Xiaoxiao. But by this point, the other party's location was no longer available. The only message above was the last one AI Xiaoxiao sent him. Master, I sleep in the deep sea, do not worry. That's right, that was the last message AI Xiaoxiao sent him. It also comes with a cute little animal emoji. If Song Bing's guess is correct, it should have been posted by AI Xiaoxiao before she fell into a deep sleep. And its resting place is this endless ocean right beneath its feet. As for where it is, that remains unknown. But what is certain is that such a sleeping location should be safe and quiet. We'll see when this girl wakes up and comes looking for him. However, given how terrifying the opponent is, especially since they possess the blood and genes of Candy, it will probably take a long time. The level after awakening will probably be terrifyingly high. Therefore, Song Bingkai planned to go to Manhua first. Are his parents and Juzi alright? Could they be infected? He only prayed that Song Shenlong, whom he had trained, and Zhou Xian, the secret weapon who sent him to treat mental illness, would be able to play a role at crucial moments. Along the way, Song Bing encountered only level 1 zombies. There isn't a single level 2. Clearly, this is similar to the slumber and fusion of the Inhumans. The advanced zombies have not yet awakened. Therefore, these level 1 zombies can be called the first wave of zombies after the apocalypse. But as time goes on, higher-level zombies will inevitably continue to emerge. After looting along the way for an unknown period of time, Song Bing's gaze locked onto a huge, large cubic building directly in front of him. Above is a huge sign that reads South Island Shopping and Storage Center. Moreover, the doors and windows of this huge shopping mall were all tightly closed, showing no signs of damage from zombies. After a moment's thought, Song Bing decisively took Candy and landed on the rooftop. The continuous flight and absorption of nutrients had left him somewhat tired, so he naturally needed to rest. I'll also see if I can take a shower and change my clothes here. Whether he washes or not is irrelevant, but the candy in his arms is essential. South Island Shopping and Storage Center. It is the only place in the South Island that combines a shopping mall and a storage warehouse. Due to the South Island's unique geographical advantage as a transit hub, this is not only the largest shopping center in the South Island. It contains various daily necessities such as food, clothing, and tools. Food from research stations across the South Island and even other countries is transferred and stored here. This is also why its buildings are so massive. When passing through the South Island, Xue Ji and the other second-generation heirs brought Song Bing here to purchase supplies for their journey to Antarctica. By physically breaking open the skylight on the roof, Song Bing led Candy into the top floor of this shopping and savings center. What comes into view are shelves and shops everywhere, but the place is a mess. The food section had already been completely ransacked. The only things that can still be collected are some clothes and inedible items. After scanning the area, Song Bing frowned slightly, went to the clothing section, and took off the only white loose sweatshirt that wasn't dirty. Yes, it's a women's style, just right. It's still fur-lined, so it should be very warm and comfortable to wear. After putting the clothes away, Song Bing was in no hurry to take Candy to the bathroom to take a bath. Instead, they walked downstairs. The situation was almost identical on the other floors. All the food and water were looted. There wasn't even a packet of instant noodles left. All other items that could be collected were also taken away. The lights on each floor also became very dim due to the loss of power. Song Bing did not linger any longer, but looked down and walked calmly towards the first floor. When we arrived on the first floor, the light was even dimmer, and the surrounding items had been completely looted. Splash. Hands up. But the next second, a beam of light shone from directly in front of Song Bing. Immediately afterward, two burly men wearing down jackets suddenly appeared from under a pile of miscellaneous items. One black and one white. In their hands were two shotguns. Song Bing looked at the two people. This was the first time he had seen living people since he came to the South Island. So they immediately investigated out of curiosity, and sure enough, the two were not infected with a zombie virus, but with a common level 1 virus. They have almost no combat power. A person? How did you get in? At this moment, under the light, the two burly men also confirmed that Song Bing was not a zombie. While surprised, the two burly men's gazes also fell on Candy's face. What a beautiful woman! The two burly men were instantly captivated by Candy's stunning appearance, and neither of them pulled the trigger. A greedy smile gradually appeared on his face. They never expected that, just when they were short of women, heaven would send them such a beautiful woman. Both of them were so preoccupied with Candy that they forgot to ask Song Bing how he got in. At this moment, a strange light appeared in Song Bing's eyes, and he saw through the two of them to see what was happening behind them. Behind the two was a passageway leading to the basement. At that moment, in a room beneath that passage, were 9 strong men, 4 black and 5 white. On the bed next to her was a woman whose limbs were bound and who had been tortured beyond recognition. In the corner, there was a head with its eyelids pried open. In fact, these people are all employees and shoppers of the shopping center. The head represents the boss, and the woman represents the boss's wife. Yellow Pig, leave this woman here, and you can get lost. Otherwise, I'll throw you to feed the zombies. At this moment, the two burly men, completely captivated by Candy's beauty, immediately grinned wickedly and raised their guns to threaten her. Of course, they wouldn't let Song Bing go. They just wanted to use this method to trick Song Bing into submitting. The strange light in Song Bing's eyes faded, and he looked indifferently at the black and white figures. As for the fact that they were all shot, fuck you. Didn't you understand what I said? You yellow-skinned. The hot-tempered, burly white man was the first to fly into a rage and raise his gun, but he hadn't even finished speaking. The next second, Song Bing appeared in front of him like a ghost, grabbing his face with one hand. The white man's eyes rapidly became bloodshot, and his face finally revealed extreme pain and fear. Uffed. In a second, before he could even raise his gun and finish cursing, Song Bingxing crushed his head. The disease was also absorbed by Song Bing. It's as simple as popping a balloon. Ah! The burly black man next to him squealed in fright, his face splattered with blood. Realizing what had happened, he hurriedly and frantically raised the shotgun in his hand. But the next second, the shotgun that was inexplicably in his hand had appeared in Song Bing's hand, and the muzzle was stuck in his mouth. The burly black man's eyes widened, his face filled with fear and pleading, all traces of his previous sneer and disdain gone. Bang! Before he could beg for mercy, his head exploded like a watermelon. His illness was silently absorbed the moment Song Bing seized the gun. They may never know what kind of being they have provoked until their deaths. Rat-a-tat-tat. Fuck you, Dot. At the same time, in the basement passage behind the two, the 9 employees had already noticed the commotion outside and suddenly launched a sneak attack on Song Bing with their guns. Instantly, the entire first floor was filled with dust as the 9 people swept it. After a ferocious burst of gunfire, the 9 men finally stopped shooting. Where are they? As the dust settled, the 9 people stepped out and looked around. Their expressions changed slightly. I am behind you. Until a ghostly voice sounded from behind. The 9 people trembled, fear gripping their hearts. They turned around abruptly. Song Bingjing was behind them. But the moment I saw Song Bing, especially the pair of wings that spread out behind him, their faces were filled with shock and fear. Whoosh! Before they could despair, a white shadow flashed by, freezing the terrified expressions on the faces of the 9 men. Song Bing retracted his tetanus wings and turned to walk towards the basement. Behind him, the heads of 9 people rolled off smoothly, followed by their bodies spurting blood as they collapsed to the ground. When Song Bing arrived at the basement, the first thing he saw was that hanging head. And there was that female corpse on the bed, tortured beyond recognition. After pausing for a moment, Song Bing continued on his way. The other rooms around were filled with food. It's obvious that those people just looted from other floors. They have all kinds of food, including meat, seafood, and snacks. They've organized everything perfectly. Song Bing started eating right away. Although he is an extraordinary person, he can go for days without eating and be fine. But he is still a human being and needs to eat. And the quantity is very large. As Song Bing ate, he casually put all the food into his kidneys. After this floor is cleared, there's more underground. The entire shopping and storage center has 10 floors above ground and 5 floors underground. The above is used for shopping. The following sections are naturally used for storage. The space on all 5 floors is very large and ample. They resemble large warehouses. The stored food is enough to feed the entire South Island and various countries' Antarctic research stations for several years. I might as well take all of Song Bing's works. They're all convenient anyway. Keeping it will only lead to it gradually becoming polluted and wasted. Candy finally woke up during this time. It seems that Song Bing's actions were too exaggerated. I woke her up. Hey, do you want some? Seeing this, Song Bing naturally took out a top-quality sausage without hesitation, peeled it, and fed it to the other person. Candy stared blankly at Song Bing with her big, violet eyes, and actually opened her cherry-like mouth to take the sausage that Song Bing offered her. Song Bing couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. It's really edible. A rare look of disgust quickly appeared on Candy's pretty face. He immediately and intuitively turned his head away. The stringy bits between her cherry lips broke off from the sausage, and she leaned back on Song Bing's shoulder, no longer trying. Seeing this, Song Bing's smile became awkward as he ate the sausage in one bite. Then I continued to give it several different kinds of food. Lobster, abalone, chocolate, cake. Even the little beast's favorite chicken soup was brought out. But this time, Candy learned her lesson and only smelled the food before rejecting it. In the end, I simply couldn't be bothered to smell it anymore. Instead, he stared blankly at Song Bing's chest. Song Bing noticed this scene and immediately fell silent. Could this woman be planning to eat raw meat and human blood? Logically speaking, zombies should indeed eat these things. Thinking of this, Song Bing's gaze fell on the corpses in the stairwell whose heads he had chopped off. Blood was still oozing out at that moment. Song Bing tried dipping his finger in the mixture and bringing it to Candy's lips. Candy, who had initially lost interest, surprisingly leaned forward and took a sniff. However, after just one sniff, Candy moved away. And this time, the disdain on her stunningly beautiful face was even more pronounced. Seeing this, Song Bing remained calm, having already anticipated it. If Candy is truly interested in any kind of raw flesh and blood, those 3 generations back then were probably drained dry by it long ago. But Song Bing's probing did not stop. Instead, he bit his other finger, letting his own blood flow out. Then it was handed to Candy. A woo. In an instant, Candy's violet eyes lit up, as if she had smelled something incredibly tempting. She became excited immediately, and, without giving Song Bing any chance to react, she opened her cherry-like mouth and took Song Bing's entire finger into her mouth. Immediately afterwards, a tight suction force came from Candy's small mouth. Hiss! Song Bing gasped in shock, feeling as if his blood was being sucked away by Candy's mouth. After tasting Song Bing's blood, a rare look of morbid greed and enjoyment appeared on Candy's beautiful face. Her delicate body trembled, as if she were experiencing the most wonderful pleasure in the world, and every cell in her body was excited. Hiss, let go, stop sucking. Upon seeing this, Song Bing immediately lost his composure and hurriedly tried to pull out his finger. But they found that the other party was sucking very tightly, and they couldn't pull out at all. Instead, it was Song Bing's movements and his panicked state of mind that disrupted Candy's composure. This will help the latter recover quickly from their morbid greed. When she noticed Song Bing's bewildered expression, she actually let go of his mouth. Song Bing hurriedly withdrew his hand, looking at his fingers covered in saliva, and his heart was filled with unease for a long time. The thought that the other party might have the nature of a zombie. So he wanted to test the waters. To everyone's surprise, the experimental results were unexpected. Candy does indeed have the nature of a zombie. She likes to drink blood. But not everyone. It was targeted only at him. Perhaps this is the truth behind Candy's greed for Song disease. Seemingly sensing Song Bing's unusual mood, Candy surprisingly showed a slightly guilty expression. He immediately became cute and docile again. This is a stark contrast to her previous Yandra demeanor. Upon seeing this, Song Bing also came to his senses, and many surprises flashed through his mind. Given how terrifying he was, she could have easily tackled him and drained him dry. But the other party did not. On the contrary, they are very docile and obedient to me. Even her previously listless and expressionless face showed an unusually wide range of emotions in just a few minutes. You want to drink my blood and breath, but from now on you have to listen to me. I'll let you suck, and I'll let you stop. You have to stop, understand? Song Bing then tentatively issued a serious warning. In fact, with his incredible regenerative abilities, losing several hundred cc a day is no problem for him. But he must establish his prestige in Candy's mind. Faced with Song Bing's serious expression, Candy looked blank, as if she understood, yet also as if she didn't. She licked the blood from her lips, then hugged Song Bing's neck tightly again and rested her head on Song Bing's shoulder. It seems to have had its fill and is ready to go back to sleep. Seeing this, Song Bing-Quan assumed the other party understood. Don't sleep yet. Let me take you to take a shower and change your clothes before you sleep. But seeing that he wanted to sleep, Song Bing didn't give him the chance and first lifted his little head that was about to lean down. Then, with a quick stride, he carried the other person, shaking his head as they rushed upstairs. They eventually arrived at a fairly nice luxury bathroom. This was the one Song Bing had chosen before he came. Come down first. How about taking a shower? Arriving at the bathroom, Song Bing smiled as she looked at Candy in her arms. To keep her from falling asleep, he held her pretty face in his hands the whole time. So much so that Candy's blue hair became messy. That stunningly beautiful face appeared even more exquisite and alluring under Song Bing's hands. But when faced with Song Bing's words, Candy, whose pretty face was being cupped, was filled with confusion. They didn't seem to understand what Song Bing meant. There was no intention of getting off Song Bing's back. It's very simple, just like this, and then like that. Seeing that the other party seemed to not understand, Song Bing simply taught them step by step. He went up and opened the bathroom door. He then reached out and turned on the shower. Instantly, water droplets poured down. Candy was immediately drawn to the rushing water and even turned her head to look. Seeing this, Song Bing was secretly delighted and quickly continued to coax. Yes, look, it's a lot of fun. Just stand inside and take a shower, then put on these clothes. As she spoke, Song Bing carefully pried open Candy's tightly clasped hands, and those two fair, jade-like feet, firmly held between her waist. Try to get the other person off you so you can take a shower alone. However, the next second, Candy seemed startled. She was afraid that Song Bing would abandon her. Suddenly, she tightened her legs and threw herself into Song Bing's arms, burying her head in his chest and holding him tightly. I can't bend it no matter what I try. Song Bing. At that moment, he felt that all his patient teaching had been for nothing. Although the other person seems to have become a zombie, I still feel a bit awkward because they are being too honest. After all, the other person was awake the whole time. Moreover, he was afraid that he was too hot-blooded and wouldn't be able to control himself. So, he planned to let Candy wash herself first, and then he would wash himself. But now it seems impossible. Then there's nothing we can do. Song Bing looked helpless. He tried his best. If the other person doesn't wash it, then he'll have to wash it for them by hand. Song Bing immediately disregarded everything, gritted his teeth, and resolutely walked into the bathroom, closing the door behind him. It's just taking a shower anyway. Splash, splash, splash. Soon, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. The heat also rose up. Gradually, everything became blurry. Song Bing also became busy. 10,000 words omitted here. Please fill in the blanks yourself. The water in the storage tank was clean, but being exposed to the air inevitably led to contamination by the apocalypse virus. It would certainly be fatal to others, and they would not dare to drink it. That's why these people turned it into a bathing facility. But for Song Bing and Candy, it seems like there's not much of a problem. Forget bathwater, even drinking water wouldn't be a problem. Even contaminated food tastes better to Song Bing. This bathing ordeal was truly torturous. Fortunately, Song Bing was resolute enough. Facing certain fatal temptations, his expression remained unchanged throughout, unwavering and steadfast. Soon enough, Song Bing finally finished bathing her. Having worn his clothes throughout, he had indirectly bathed himself as well. After the bath, naturally it was time to get dressed. But looking at the several large trunks of Candy's clothing in the kidney ruins, Song Bing fell into contemplation once more. There were indeed many garments, in all sorts of styles. But after Song Bing carefully searched through them, he discovered Almost all of them were various styles of costume uniforms with stockings. Teachers, mature women, Lolas, nurses. This made Song Bing fall into deep thought. He had to reassess this woman once again. Just how much did she love cosplay? After searching for ages, Song Bing finally selected a black stockinged maid outfit. Let it be stated up front, this absolutely wasn't because Song Bing liked it. Mainly after comparing everything, this set was the most form-fitting and warm. After considerable effort, Song Bing finally got her dressed. Moments later, the bathroom door opened. Song Bing finally emerged with Candy. Song Bing himself had changed into a brand new white lab coat, while Candy, wearing the black stocking maid outfit, still clung to Song Bing, having already fallen asleep. After the bath and rinse, her skin had become even more fair and lustrous. Her entire being was like a lotus emerging from water, appearing even more alluringly beautiful. Seeing this, Song Bing proceeded to take out that white oversized hoodie he'd picked up at the very beginning and put it on her. Instantly, Candy's delicate figure was almost entirely hidden beneath this loose hoodie. With the hood up, it became even harder for people to notice her stunning beauty. Her body fragrance could also be better concealed. This was the reason Song Bing wanted to bathe her and change her clothes. On one hand, to wash off the bloodstains on her body. On the other hand, to hide her better. To conceal her zombie-confusing constitution. Otherwise, whether it was her stunning beauty or her ability to attract and suppress zombies. In this apocalypse, she would absolutely be a fatal existence. Such a treasure. Forget the apocalypse organization's people. Anyone who knew would risk their life for her. Who could resist such greed? Therefore, only by hiding her could many troubles be avoided. Having resolved all concerns, Song Bing immediately left the shopping center through a window with Candy. He continued plundering Merit all the way, heading toward Nandao Airport. Along the way, even without Candy's fragrance to confuse them, these level 1 zombies had no power to resist before Song Bing. Nandao Airport. As the only airport on Nandao, it was practically the final landing point for all countries coming to Antarctica, so its scale was no less than any international airport. But at this moment, this massive airport was filled with zombies everywhere. One could even see zombies wearing pilot and flight attendant uniforms. This was because at the moment the apocalypse broke out, most people had fled here, so this also became the largest-scale zombie outbreak site. However, on a plane inside the airport, 3 survivors were still hiding at this moment. All 3 were young, 2 males and 1 female, around 18 or 19 years old. 2 had Asian features, 1 had Caucasian features, but all 3 wore matching elite school uniforms. Clearly they were students. The girl had dyed long pink hair, tender skin, and a pure appearance. One glance gave the feeling of a wealthy young lady. The Caucasian youth wore glasses, had defined features, was tall and thin, quite handsome. In comparison, the other Asian youth leaned against a chair, his face pale, seemingly ill. From their attire and appearance, one could tell all 3 had definitely grown up pampered. Their family backgrounds were either wealthy or noble. Of course, that was all before the apocalypse. In fact, they had come to Antarctica because their international elite school had organized an inspection tour. It was both a geography field trip and tourism. To personally experience Antarctica's environment, what auroras were, what Antarctic glaciers were. This was the teaching method of elite schools, emphasizing balanced development of both learning and relaxation modes. Yet who would have thought this supposedly unforgettable and wonderful Antarctic journey would turn out like this? The atmosphere inside the plane was somewhat oppressive. The 3 had been trapped here for 7 days. In the end, it was the pink-haired girl who, as the female, had her spirit collapse first, holding her head and crying. Her voice was very coquettish. Even her crying was stimulating. Whether deliberately affected or natural was unclear. Jiao Jiao, don't be afraid. I haven't contacted my family for 7 days. My father must have already sent the military to rescue us. The Caucasian youth stepped forward to comfort her. However, at this mention, Chu Jiaojiao cried even harder, also thinking of her wealthy father who doted on her like a princess. Seeing this, the Asian youth in the chair also forced himself through his physical discomfort to step forward, embracing Chu Jiaojiao with heartache and promising. Jiaojiao will definitely be fine, don't worry. Even if we have to die, I'll protect you with my life. Fine. The food's all gone now, how are we fine? If this drags on, even if we're not eaten by those monsters outside, we'll starve to death. Chu Jiaojiao lifted her head to look at the sickly Chun Mingxian, full of disdain, then as if finding an outlet, blamed him instead. And look at you now, all sickly like this, needing us to take care of you. What are you going to protect me with? Chun Mingxian froze. He wanted to say something more, but Chu Jiaojiao pushed him away with a disgusted expression. Don't touch me. I want to be alone. The weakened Chun Mingxian stumbled and fell to the ground on the spot. Chu Jiaojiao, who had just said she wanted to be alone, stood up and actively threw herself into the Caucasian youth's embrace, crying, "Woo woo woo. Jones, I'm scared. I really don't want to die. I still have so many dreams unrealized, so many beautiful places I haven't been to." This scene made Chun Mingxuan's face, having been pushed away and fallen, even paler. In fact, both he and Jones had been pursuing Chu Jiaojiao. Chu Jiaojiao had also been wavering between the two, never giving an answer. Yet who would have thought this apocalypse would make Chu Jiaojiao quickly give her answer? Feeling Chu Jiaojiao's sudden embrace, Jones felt inexplicably delighted, hurriedly holding Chu Jiaojiao tighter as well, saying solemnly, "Jiaojiao, don't worry. My father is a minister of Namba country. He'll definitely send people to rescue us. In the meantime, let me protect you. I definitely won't let you get hurt." I believe you. We'll definitely be fine. Under Jones's comfort, Chu Jiaojiao soon stopped crying. The same words, with Chun Mingxuan's even more sincere, yet the results were vastly different. Who knows which part went wrong? When she noticed the pale Chun Mingxian on the ground, not only did Chu Jiaojiao's face show no shame, but she cried and blamed him even more disgustedly. "Chun Mingxian, this is all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on bringing us to escape here, we wouldn't have gotten separated from the school group, and we wouldn't be trapped here. If anything really happens to us, it's all your fault. I'll never forgive you in this lifetime." "That's right, Mingxian. I have to say, if you hadn't made that stupid decision to drive us here in the first place, we'd already be lying on a warm, comfortable luxury cruise ship right now, eating delicious food, and on our way home." Jones chimed in with dissatisfaction as well. Chun Mingxuan's face turned even paler. He clearly hadn't expected the two of them to suddenly shift all the blame onto him. Back then, it was clearly Chu Jiaojiao who found following the group teacher on the tour boring and secretly left the group. She had dragged him along too, to see the prime aurora viewing spot that Jones had spent a fortune to acquire. As a result, when the three of them arrived at the location, what they witnessed wasn't the aurora. Instead, it was a terrifying cold wave surging toward them from the direction of Antarctica. This cold wave, like the aftermath of an explosion, swept toward the southern island. Everything in its path seemed to be engulfed. Everyone was terrified at the time, but they all knew to run and find shelter. Yet Chu Jiaojiao just kept screaming. She only screamed, refusing to run or hide, as if she could drive back the cold wave through her shrieks. It was he who, at the critical moment, threw himself forward to tackle Chu Jiaojiao, saving her life. And because of this, he was struck by a chunk of ice, which was why he was now inexplicably weak. After the cold wave storm, people began mutating into zombies, attacking others everywhere. The entire southern island descended into chaos. Chu Jiaojiao and Jones were both scared senseless at the time. It was he who reacted first, quickly leading the two of them to commandeer a vehicle and head toward the southern island airport. As for why they went to the southern island airport instead of the cruise ship the school had rented at the coast, it was because the cruise ship was on the north shore, too far away, and the entire southern island was becoming increasingly chaotic. If they kept going, they'd probably be eaten by zombies before they arrived. So he proposed going to the airport instead. Both of them nodded in agreement at the time, and Chu Jiaojiao even praised him. Who would have thought that now, when things went wrong, the two of them would pin all the blame on him? "I led you here to escape because it was close to us and we could fly away. Our cruise ship was too far from us. I was afraid." Facing their dissatisfied gazes, Chun Mingxian still wanted to explain. And the result? But before he could finish, Chu Jiaojiao immediately interrupted him, saying angrily, "The result? All the planes that could fly were taken by others, leaving only this junk. We're trapped here because of you. Tell me, Isn't all of this your fault for making that blind decision? Tell me, didn't you harm us? And now at this critical moment, you've become a sickly burden, constantly dragging Jones and me down. The more Chu Jiaojiao spoke, the more agitated she became. Soon she threw herself into Jones's arms, crying as if she were a princess who had suffered a great injustice. Seeing this, Jones's expression hardened. He glared at Chun Mingxian with displeasure and threatened. Chun Mingxian, look at what you're doing. It's bad enough that you're dragging us down, but now you're making Jiao Jiao angry too. Apologize to Jiao Jiao right now, or don't blame me for being rude. Chun Mingxuan's face turned ashen, but seeing their serious expressions, he finally gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and said, I'm sorry, Jiao Jiao. It's true that I've been dragging you down. I shouldn't have made you angry. After you apologize, will these zombies go away? Will we be saved? However, faced with Chun Mingxuan's submission, Chu Jiaojiao became even more aggressive, her voice growing louder. She just felt that Chun Mingxian, this burden, was becoming more and more annoying, more and more unpleasant to look at. He had wasted so much food. She wished she could throw him out to feed the zombies and be done with it. Jiao Jiao, keep your voice down. If you're too loud, you'll attract those zombies. We were lucky enough to hide here, but if those zombies discover us, we'll be in danger. Seeing Chu Jiaojiao's voice getting louder, Chun Mingxian hurried to remind her. However, this reminder only made things worse. It made Chu Jiaojiao feel that Chun Mingxian was unhappy and deliberately finding reasons to criticize her. What's wrong with my loud voice? What's wrong with my loud voice? At least I'm more useful than a burden like you. What right do you have to criticize me? What gives you the right to criticize me? Chu Jiaojiao's voice instantly grew even louder, as if she had found another outlet. The evil in her heart began to rise, and she no longer concealed her disgust for Chun Mingxian. Human nature is like this. When the weak offer suggestions to the strong, no matter how reasonable, it's seen as an offense. That's not what I meant. Chun Mingxian hadn't expected her to be dissatisfied even about this. At this moment, Chu Jiaojiao seemed like a completely different person in his eyes. Then what do you mean? You want to push all the blame onto me, right? Fine. The way we are now, we might as well let those zombies bite us to death. I don't want to live anymore either. The more Chu Jiaojiao spoke, the more agitated she became, as if only this could soothe her aggrieved emotions. Little did she know that her shrill, harsh voice had indeed already attracted countless zombies. Rumble, rumble. Zombies were drawn by Chu Jiaojiao's voice. Having found their target, they surrounded the plane and began pounding on it. Some were even climbing up in an eerily human-like manner. Zombies. The zombies are really here. We've been discovered. Jones was the first to notice the zombies surrounding the plane. He panicked immediately. Chu Jiaojiao, who had been acting strong and angry just moments ago, couldn't make a sound when she saw the ferocious, bloodthirsty zombies outside the window. Her delicate body trembled with fear, her face turning pale. They really are zombies. So terrifying. I don't want to die. Chun Mingxian, it's all your fault. You attracted the zombies. It's all your fault. Chu Jiaojiao immediately started crying again, pushing all the blame onto Chun Mingxian. Like a pitiful princess, she quickly hid in Jones's arms. Bang, bang, bang. Just as he was speaking, zombie roars and pounding sounds suddenly came from behind them. The three turned to look and discovered that on a window damaged by the cold wave, a ferocious zombie had somehow climbed up and was frantically pounding on the glass. Chu Jiaojiao immediately screamed in terror. Jones was equally frightened. Roar, roar, roar. However, upon hearing Chu Jiaojiao's screams, the zombie became even more excited and pounded even more violently. The originally resilient airplane window, after being ravaged by the cold wave, quickly began to show cracks. Stop shouting. Quick, hide, get to the cockpit. Don't let him see you, or he'll only get more excited. Chun Mingxian hurriedly spoke up. At the same time, he forced himself through the discomfort to get up, wanting to lead the two of them to find a hiding place. At this moment, in the eyes of these zombies, they were like 3 fragrant pieces of meat. If this temptation continued, they would be overrun sooner or later. However, Chu Jiaojiao did the opposite. In her panic, she forcefully pushed Chun Mingxian forward as he approached. Jiaojiao, This unexpected maneuver left Chen Mingxian completely stunned. Didn't you say you'd protect me with your life? Hurry up, go let them eat you quickly. Then I'll love you. But Chu Jiaojiao was even more anxious than Chen Mingxian. After briefly finishing her words, she swiftly pulled Jones into the cockpit. She could have said it more tactfully, like a manipulative person stringing along a simp, but unfortunately time was pressing, so she could only compress it like this. Crack, crack. The cracks in the surrounding windows grew more numerous. Staring at the closed cockpit door with bloodshot eyes, Chen Mingxian gritted his teeth, his fists clenching with audible cracks. In the end, he still unwillingly closed his eyes, waiting for death to arrive. Just as these zombies were about to break through the windows, the next second, a white shadow flashed by, and the zombies fell one after another. Jones, I'm so scared. Inside the cockpit, after closing the doors and windows, Chu Jiaojiao weakly nestled in Jones's arms. The two of them waited together, and they were also anticipating that these zombies would hurry up and leave after finishing eating Chen Mingxian. That way they would be safe. However, after waiting for a long time, Chen Mingxian's screams still hadn't come. The noisy zombies around them were even gradually quieting down. What's going on? Is it over? The two looked through the door crack toward the outside in confusion. They discovered Chen Mingxian was still lying there, with no signs of being bitten. The surrounding windows were still intact. Those zombies that had been climbing on the windows had all vanished without a trace. Chen Mingxian, what happened? Where are those zombies? The two mustered their courage and opened the door to come out. I don't know. Chen Mingxian forced himself up despite his weakness, his face full of gloom as he looked at the two of them. But he was equally puzzled as he came to the window and looked down. His expression immediately changed slightly. What's wrong? The two also hurried over to look, and were immediately frightened into screaming. Below the window, those originally ferocious zombies that had been swarming toward them were now all lying on the ground, having become corpses. Not just below the plane. Looking through the window into the distance, the entire perimeter of the airport was similarly covered with zombie corpses lying everywhere. They weren't moving at all, as if they had become corpses in an instant. Why would this happen? Chen Mingxian frowned slightly. Could it be that someone came to rescue us? Chu Jiaojiao and Jones thought in a more positive direction. Bang! And just as the three were surprised and delighted, the tightly closed cabin door was suddenly pulled open easily by a great force. The sudden sound made all three of their faces change, and Chu Jiaojiao even let out a scream. At the same time, the two instinctively hid behind Chen Mingxian, using him as a shield. The next second, a white-clothed figure walked up from the cabin entrance. In his arms, he quietly held a graceful silhouette. The silhouette was completely covered by a loose white fluffy hoodie, her face unclear. The newcomer was none other than Song Bing, who had rushed here all the way. What Song Bing hadn't expected was that in this airport that had long been overrun and filled with zombies, there were actually 3 survivors. And they were students wearing school uniforms. They were quite lucky. The 3 who had originally been terrified saw Song Bing and were instantly overjoyed. Because they discovered the newcomer wasn't a zombie, and judging by his clothing, he even looked like a doctor. This made them not only surprised and delighted, but also unable to hide their excitement. Looking at the handsome Song Bing, Chu Jiaojiao excitedly smiled and spoke up. Her delicate, coquettish voice gave people goosebumps all over. At this moment, all she could think about was that Song Bing had come specifically to rescue them. They had been trapped here for a full 7 days, with zombies visible everywhere outside. Now seeing a living person, and a handsome young doctor in a white coat at that, one could see her happiness. So at this moment, Song Bing in her heart was simply like a deity descending, illuminating her dark life. Jones and Chen Mingxian on the side also had eyes full of anticipation. However, facing the three's enthusiasm and joy, Song Bing only glanced at them indifferently before withdrawing his gaze. Then he went to the cockpit of this plane and began inspecting it. He had rushed here all this way not to rescue the 3 of them, but to take a plane back to in-country. This was undoubtedly the fastest method. So he had come here immediately. But the result left Song Bing somewhat disappointed. All along the way, there were indeed still several planes parked at the entire airport, but they were all severely damaged. The only one that looked relatively intact was this one. So Song Bing had come. But he hadn't expected it to still be broken. This plane is broken, otherwise we would have flown away long ago. The other good planes have already been taken by survivors. Now the only way to leave South Island is by boat. At this time, Chen Mingxuan's voice came from behind, revealing the truth. Song Bing turned back to look at the three again, finally settling on Chen Mingxian, who had spoken. A trace of unusual color couldn't help but flash through his eyes, because he discovered that the other party was actually in the fusion stage with some kind of enhancement virus. And it seemed this virus's level wasn't low either. It was just a pity it was in the fusion stage, not yet fully fused, so he wasn't yet a variant human, much less a disease. For this kind of situation, Song Bing could unilaterally extract the virus and cure the other party. But there would be no merit. So naturally, Song Bing wouldn't do this kind of thankless task. After all, for the other party, this was also an opportunity. And in the current environment, even if he cleared it for him, he would quickly be infected with others. After just a glance, Song Bing withdrew his gaze and decisively left. As the other had said, since taking a plane wouldn't work, he could only take a boat. Song Bing only hoped there were still good boats available. Seeing Song Bing just leave directly without saying a word, just like that, so abruptly, the three who had originally been happy thinking they were saved were suddenly stunned. Their excited expressions froze in place. Especially Chu Jiaojiao. This was completely different from the plot she had imagined. Wasn't Song Bing supposed to rescue them? And seeing how pretty and cute she was, shouldn't he take the initiative to come forward and talk to her to curry favor? How could he not even have the interest to look at her once? Wait, Dr. Gidge, where are you going? What about us? Seeing Song Bing was really leaving, Chu Jiaojiao snapped back to her senses and hurriedly chased out first to block Song Bing's path. This hard-won savior, she naturally wouldn't let him go. He said coldly, "I'm not some rescue worker. I'm a fugitive myself. Move aside." These words were like a basin of cold water, instantly extinguishing the joy in the three people's hearts. But looking at Song Bing's powerful aura and everything that had just happened, Chu Jiaojiao immediately concluded that Song Bing must be very strong. So she bit her lip lightly, tugged at the hem of her school uniform skirt, put on a pitiful and delicately alluring appearance, and looked at Song Bing pleadingly. "Dr. Gidge, we're all students. Could you please be kind and save us? We haven't eaten for many days. I can tell you're very kind-hearted. You surely can't bear to watch us die, right? Move aside. I don't want to say the same thing twice." Song Bing remained cold. For Song Bing, who had already experienced one betrayal of human nature, all of this could no longer shake his heart. Taking on three people would be no different from taking on three burdens, especially this woman before him. A huge burden. When she sees you're strong, she flatters you. When she sees someone stronger than you someday, she'll definitely go flatter them instead. She might even turn on you. Moreover, along his journey, he had seen and treated countless survivors. There was simply no saving them all. Chu Jiaojiao's pretty face changed slightly, touched by Song Bing's cold tone. She clearly hadn't expected that Song Bing would be completely unmoved by her beauty and cute appearance. She was the top beauty of their elite school. How many boys wanted to be captivated by her cuteness and beauty, regarding her as their moonlight goddess? Why wasn't this guy moved? Slap. However, before she could finish her act, a big slap had already landed on her face. Before Chu Jiaojiao could react, she had already flown out. She fell at the feet of Jones and Chun Mingxian, completely stunned. This was even with Song Bing holding back his strength. This sudden scene equally shocked Jones and Chun Mingxian. Jiaojiao, are you alright?" Jones hurriedly stepped forward, frantically picking up Chu Jiaojiao to check on her. Looking at the obvious handprint on Chu Jiaojiao's cheek, Jones immediately looked angrily at Song Bing. "How can you hit a woman? Are you even a man? Do you know who we are? Aren't you afraid I'll—" However, when he met Song Bing's calm gaze, the originally aggressive Jones instantly cowered. The anger at his lips was forcibly swallowed back. Song Bing withdrew his gaze and calmly got off the plane and left. Looking at Song Bing's departing back, Jones bit his teeth unwillingly and shouted, "Her father is the richest man in Canada. My father is a minister and high official in South America. We're all children of wealthy officials." Afraid the price was too low to show their status, Jones gritted his teeth and directly offered the astronomical price of 10 million. hoping to make Song Bing bow his head in shock through monetary temptation and their upper-class social status. Hearing that the other party was actually trying to tempt him with money and offering the high price of 10 million, Song Bing couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Money was the thing he was least interested in. 20 million, we mean what we say? As long as you save us, we'll definitely give it to you. Seeing Song Bing still unmoved, with no intention of turning back, Jones assumed Song Bing thought it was too little, so he gritted his teeth and continued raising the price. However, he didn't know that this white-clothed young man before him was once the world's richest person. His wealth was dozens of times higher than the entire South American country combined. However much you want, name your price, we'll give it all. Seeing Song Bing walking farther and farther away, Jones completely panicked and completely surrendered the initiative. Chu Jiaojiao, awakening in his arms, also panicked. The ships that can leave now are either broken or the good ones have almost all been taken by survivors. Even if there are any left, they're not enough to support leaving here for a long voyage. But we know of a place that has a cruise ship that can take us away from here, back to a safe place. At this moment, Chun Mingxian, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. What surprised Jones and Chu Jiaojiao was that Song Bing, whom they had tried every means to retain, miraculously stopped in his tracks at this moment, and turned his head back, looking toward them. No, to be precise, looking at Chun Mingxian. How can you guarantee it hasn't been taken? Song Bing questioned. That cruise ship brought us here for tourism. It was rented by our school. After this disaster occurred, our teachers used the equipped communicator to send us a gathering message. They used their influence to persuade the captain to let the cruise ship wait for a maximum of 7 days, letting us reach the cruise ship within 7 days. Otherwise, the cruise ship will set sail. Today happens to be the last day of the 7 days. Chun Mingxian looked directly at Song Bing. Then, as if afraid Song Bing wouldn't believe him, he proactively threw the communication watch equipped by the school towards Song Bing. This was a communicator specially equipped by the school for each person. It was to prevent getting lost in special environments like Antarctica where signals are poor. Song Bing looked at the message on the watch. It was indeed a warning about reaching the cruise ship after 7 days. Clearly, those guardian teachers knew the identities of these wealthy children and didn't dare offend them. That's why they won these 7 days of waiting. But if they knew that this disaster affected not just the southern island, but the entire globe, they probably wouldn't have waited. But in that case, this cruise ship was indeed the best way to leave now. So Song Bing looked at Chun Mingxian and said, "Location." Seeing Song Bing finally interested, Jones and Chu Jiaojiao seemed to grasp the key. Immediately acting as if they had Song Bing's weakness, they became arrogant. That cruise ship belongs to the school, and to us. You safely bring us there, then we'll let you board. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Song Bing merely glanced indifferently at the two, his gaze still resting on Chun Mingxian. Chun Mingxian also gritted his teeth and spoke. As an exchange, I'll tell you the location. Can you take us along? This is an equal exchange. Taking you all along is impossible. I don't like burdens, especially these two idiots beside you. But I can give you a way to survive. Whether you can keep up and survive depends on you. Song Bing's expression was calm. Then he smiled and said, Of course, you can also choose to have me personally make you talk. North Shore. Chun Mingxian immediately felt intimidated and hurriedly blurted it out. Chu Jiaojiao and Jones beside him were even more frightened into silence. Having gotten what he wanted, Song Bing wasted no more words and decisively left. However, he kept holding that communication watch in his hand. The other party was sensible, so naturally he would also keep his promise. As for whether they could keep up, whether one person kept up or 3 people kept up would depend on Chun Mingxian's choice. Chun Mingxian, what are you doing? Now that you've told him the location, what are we supposed to do? However, as soon as Song Bing left, the clueless Chu Jiaojiao immediately shifted the blame onto Chun Mingxian. Oh, that's right, Chun Mingxian, how can you be so stupid? Having a pig teammate like you is really too much. Do you know you've doomed us all? Jones also complained along with her. However, Chun Mingxian only glanced at the two of them without much explanation. Instead, he snatched the communication watch from Jones's hand and quickly connected it to his own bracelet. On the watch, a route soon appeared. However, the route quickly extended. Oh, why are you grabbing my watch? Seeing Chun Mingxuan's actions, the two who didn't understand the situation became even angrier. Just as they were about to continue complaining, Chun Mingxian interrupted them. Hurry and follow. If we follow him, we can reach the North Shore. This is our only chance. Chun Mingxian showed the watch to the two of them. Immediately suppressing his physical discomfort, he took the lead and followed Song Bing's footsteps. This was Song Bing's promise, and their only hope of survival. Chu Jiaojiao and Jones were stunned. Then the two thought of something and suddenly understood. They immediately hurried to follow as well. The three followed the route displayed on the watch, all the way out of the airport. At first, all three were quite afraid and vigilant, fearing zombies would rush out. Jones and Chu Jiaojiao even kept hiding behind Chun Mingxian. But gradually, they discovered, as long as they followed the route, everywhere they passed, zombie after zombie had become corpses, completely safe. It must be him. Chun Mingxuan's eyes gleamed sharply, instantly realizing that Song Bing had done all this. Although he was shocked at how Song Bing managed it. But clearly, at this moment, all of this was exceptionally advantageous for them. Great, with that guy clearing the way ahead, we're safe. As long as we keep following him like this, we can reach the cruise ship. Jones and Chu Jiaojiao were also overjoyed, quickly gaining a sense of security. Thinking that they would soon reach the cruise ship and escape this hellish place full of zombies, they were extremely excited. Give it to me, this is my watch. That's right, you're so slow, let us do it. Having confirmed there was no danger, the two immediately snatched Chun Mingxuan's watch and took the lead, running very fast. Seeing this, Chun Mingxian didn't say much, but instead clutched his chest and looked at the many vehicles by the roadside. Because through the watch, he discovered that Song Bing's speed was really too fast, as if he were flying. It would be very difficult for them to catch up. Moreover, it was getting dark soon, and today was the last day. It would be even harder for them to run to the North Shore before dark. Unless, Chun Mingxian began searching. Up ahead, after confirming safety, Jones and Chu Jiaojiao happily chased along, not caring whether Chun Mingxian behind them could keep up. Jiaojiao, should we wait for Mingxian? Forget him, he's just a burden. Today is the last day. If we wait, the cruise ship might leave. Don't let him drag us down. The two were very excited, already fantasizing about the beautiful life after escaping this hellish place. They had even decided to abandon Chun Mingxian. But gradually, after running for a long time, they naturally began to tire. Especially Chu Jiaojiao, who had been pampered since childhood, was already clutching her chest and panting delicately. Jones himself was also very tired at the moment, but seeing Chu Jiaojiao's pitiful appearance, he immediately agreed. However, the imagined prince carrying the princess didn't happen. After carrying Chu Jiaojiao for just a few steps, Jones collapsed from exhaustion. A flash of disdain crossed Chu Jiaojiao's face, but she still continued to encourage him in a sweet voice. But the already tall and thin Jones really couldn't do it. Virum. Just as the two were helpless, behind them, a car came speeding. They even saw Chun Mingxian sitting in the driver's seat. The two were instantly dumbfounded. Only then did they think. With so many cars around, why couldn't they find one? Why did they have to run? A car. Great. Stop the car, stop quickly, I want to get in. Not caring about anything else, the two hurried forward to intercept. However, the vehicle showed no sign of slowing down. It charged straight toward the two of them. The two were so frightened they closed their eyes on the spot. Fortunately, at the last moment, the car stopped just before hitting them. The two came to their senses and hurriedly climbed in. Chun Mingxian, did you do that on purpose? If you had a car, why didn't you drive it earlier? Making us run for so long. As soon as she got in the car, Chu Jiaojiao started complaining again. That's right, you made me hurt myself carrying Jiaojiao. Jones also followed with displeasure. Sorry, Jiaojiao, it's all my fault. Give me the watch. Let's hurry and set off. However, surprisingly, Chun Mingxian still looked at Chu Jiaojiao, bowing his head apologetically with deep affection. That's more like it. Satisfied, Chu Jiaojiao handed the watch to Chun Mingxian. At the same time, she warned proudly, drive faster. If anything goes wrong this time, I definitely won't forgive you again. The vehicle immediately launched forward, closely following Song Bing's footsteps, speeding toward the North Shore. Help, please take us with you. We're human. My child is dying. Please save us." Along the way, the three actually saw quite a few survivors around calling out for help. "Ew, drive faster, don't stop, these people are so dirty." Seeing this scene, Chu Jiaojiao immediately showed a disgusted expression and quickly told Chen Mingxian to speed up, completely forgetting her own posture when begging Song Bing earlier. Jones also chimed in. Regarding this, Chen Mingxian didn't say much and followed their words, speeding up all the way. He didn't stop the car. Even when he saw people kneeling and begging to stop the car, he stepped on the gas and hit them. This immediately made Chu Jiaojiao and Jones, who had been commanding forcefully, scream again. At the same time, Song Bing, holding Candy, flew and absorbed all the way, finally reaching the North Shore dock of South Island. All the surrounding vessels had either crashed or been destroyed. Yet only in the center of the dock, there was still a huge cruise ship intact. The cruise ship was 100 meters long, 5 stories in total, and looked very luxurious and sturdy overall. This should be the main reason it was able to be preserved in this cold wave. On the side of the cruise ship was written its name, Tiny. Through the eye of Taboo, Song Bing looked and saw that 1,000 survivors had already boarded the cruise ship. On the deck, there were even dozens of armed personnel standing guard. They could be roughly divided into 2 groups. One group wore uniform crew uniforms, the crew members. The other group appeared to wear uniform aristocratic school teacher uniforms, the teachers. There were even quite a few survivors who had attracted zombies. These survivors were not uninfected, but rather had contracted the level 1 asymptomatic virus, which is why they hadn't turned into zombies. Meanwhile, the people on the cruise ship were actively shooting down zombies, rescuing the survivors who had fled here. And this situation had already continued for 7 days. The 1,000+ survivors on the cruise ship had all come this way. Song Bing looked at this scene and rarely showed surprise. This was indeed a rare glimmer of humanity. So Song Bing retracted his wings and approached the cruise ship as a survivor. He didn't want to be too conspicuous, partly for the sake of Candy in his arms. On the other hand, he feared making too much commotion and leaving too many traces, which might attract people from the Apocalypse organization. At this moment, on the highest deck of the cruise ship, 2 middle-aged figures were staring intently at the situation below. One was a white man in a sailor's uniform with a stern appearance. He was the captain of this ship, the Tiny Smith. The other was dressed in noble school attire, the head teacher responsible for leading the students on this trip, Jean Doshuan. But at this moment, watching the increasing number of survivors and zombies, both their faces were filled with gravity and alarm. Finally, Smith could no longer hold back and turned to Jean Doshuan beside him. "But we still have 7 students who haven't arrived. Each of their family backgrounds is beyond what we can afford to offend. Moreover, we rented this cruise ship." Jean Taishun looked directly at Smith, his expression equally grim. He was the teacher in charge of this trip, specifically responsible for protecting the safety of these noble students. If it were 1 or 2, that would be fine, but 7 noble students lost. How could he explain that when he returned? "But if we continue like this, our bullets will also be exhausted. More and more survivors are coming, and we won't have enough food." Smith continued to explain the severity of the problem. Jean Doshuan clenched his fists, looking at those survivors still continuously arriving below, and immediately showed a ruthless expression. "Then stop accepting them. Anyone who dares approach will be shot on sight. Today is the last day of our agreement. Before dark, regardless of whether those students arrive or not. For the safety of the entire cruise ship, I must set sail." Smith also left his final words. "That's right, support the captain. This place is too terrifying. There are so many people we can't possibly save them all, and other ships have already left. Why should we risk saving them? Right, we must leave quickly. Why should we risk our lives? We want to go home. Don't let these people come up anymore." Smith's words quickly gained unanimous agreement from the survivors on the cruise ship, but they forgot that they too had once been rescued. Seeing this, although Jean Doshuan's expression wasn't good, he said nothing more. Having waited 7 days was indeed long enough. At the same time, at the cruise ship's boarding entrance, the crew members who had been welcoming and inspecting quickly changed shifts. They were replaced by more crew members equipped with guns, and they also closed the boarding entrance. At the same time, they coldly announced, "We're sorry, but this cruise ship is severely overloaded. Please seek other vessels to escape, or find a place to hide and wait for us to spread the news before we come back to rescue you." Hearing this, the survivors' expressions immediately changed. Why won't you let us on? How could such a large cruise ship be overloaded? And at a time like this, what's wrong with everyone squeezing together? Right now, the entire island is full of man-eating zombies. By the time you call for rescue, we'll already be dead. The survivors immediately began complaining excitedly. However, what greeted them was the cold deterrent of bullets. A burst of gunfire immediately scared these people away. At this time, Song Bing had just arrived, but he had heard these people's words from far away. Just a second ago, he had been praising this cruise ship's glimmer of humanity. He didn't expect it to change so quickly. "Hey you, don't come closer. This cruise ship is already overloaded. Go find another ship to escape. If you come any closer, we'll open fire." At the same time, the crew member doing the deterring also spotted Song Bing and immediately raised his gun to drive him away. Song Bing frowned slightly, just as he was considering whether to use another, more gentle method to persuade these people. A voice rang out first. The speaker was none other than Captain Smith on the deck, who had just given the order. When he saw the white coat Song Bing was wearing, he immediately became extremely excited, shouting while rushing down the stairs. In the apocalypse, what profession is most popular? Without a doubt, it's doctors. Even more coincidentally, the cruise ship had originally been equipped with dedicated doctors, but unfortunately they had all turned into zombies and died in this apocalypse. And throughout this journey of accepting survivors, there hadn't been a single doctor. In other words, at this moment, on the cruise ship with over 1,000 people, there wasn't a single doctor. So you can imagine Smith's excitement upon seeing Song Bing in his white coat. Doctors were too precious. Not just Smith. Seeing Song Bing in his white coat, many people on the cruise ship who realized what this meant were also extremely excited. In this apocalypse rife with viruses, having a doctor along was undoubtedly an additional guarantee of life. Who would refuse? At this time, Smith personally disembarked and came to the entrance, looking at Song Bing and asking excitedly, "Are you a doctor?" Song Bing nodded. "Oh, thank God. He's here, finally here. My cruise ship has finally welcomed a doctor." Getting Song Bing's confirmation, Smith was almost beside himself with excitement. He immediately glared angrily at the several crew members standing guard. "You idiots, were your brains kicked by a donkey? Refusing a doctor?" The crew members' faces turned ashen, but they didn't dare talk back. Only then did Smith turn back to Song Bing, inviting him very respectfully. "Respected doctor, please come in. We very much welcome your arrival. We need you so much." Song Bing. But he still carried candy aboard the cruise ship. Several crew members began inspecting Song Bing's face and body according to regulations, naturally checking whether Song Bing had been bitten or injured by zombies. Otherwise, he might turn into a zombie. Song Bing cooperated with them in this. But when a crew member's hand was about to lift the hat of candy in Song Bing's arms, Song Bing grabbed it. "Respected doctor, who is this?" The crew member was startled by Song Bing's hand speed, but still asked respectfully. "This is my wife. She just fell asleep frightened by the terrifying scenes along the way. I don't want anyone disturbing her," Song Bing said, cooperatively tightening his embrace of candy a few degrees with affection. The picture of a loving couple. "All right, since she's the gentleman's wife, let it be." Surely the doctor wouldn't be holding a zombie in his arms. Jean Doshuin had arrived at some point and spoke up to interrupt the inspection, proactively showing goodwill towards Song Bing. Hearing this, the others also laughed. They believed Song Bing. Zombies, those things were ugly and terrifying. Everyone had seen them. Violent and bloodthirsty. How could they possibly be so docile? Just getting close would scare you half to death, let alone holding one so lovingly. However, what they didn't know was that what Song Bing held in his arms really was a zombie. And quite a remarkable female zombie at that. Song Bing couldn't help but look with surprise at this middle-aged man with an Appa country accent. He actually guessed correctly? Many of the surrounding survivors also cast friendly and expectant gazes towards Song Bing. In this apocalypse, such kindness was truly rare. "My surname is Song. I used to run a medical clinic. I'm just a humble doctor." Song Bing smiled modestly. Hearing this, everyone nodded with satisfaction. Running a medical clinic was good enough. As long as he had some medical skills, that would be sufficient. Perhaps because Song Bing's hair had grown longer and covered his forehead, not a single person recognized that the Song Bing before them was the world's #1 divine physician, Divine Dr. Song. Of course, it was also possible that no one would imagine the world-renowned Divine Dr. Song would appear here, holding a woman in his arms. It's like this, Dr. Song. Right now on our cruise ship, we happen to have many injured and sick patients who have all been quarantined together, especially several students. Could you please take the trouble to go examine them now? Jin Doshuan seized this opportunity to state his purpose. He had taken the initiative to help Song Bing out of the situation naturally for the sake of several wealthy students from their aristocratic school who had abnormal infections. That's right. The cruise ship has medicine and equipment. I wonder if Dr. Song is available now. Smith also chimed in. Words alone weren't enough. Naturally, they needed to personally verify Song Bing's medical skills. Moreover, the medical bay on the cruise ship currently held nearly 100 injured and infected patients. Among them were several aristocratic students on this trip. Fearing they might turn into corpses, they had locked them up. Because there was no doctor, they could only perform simple bandaging or inject some antibiotics. As for anything else, no one knew how. I can. Hearing this, Song Bing's eyes brightened slightly. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse. With merit to be earned, why would he refuse? He even hoped for more opportunities. That's excellent. Quickly take Dr. Song there. Smith immediately ordered the first mate beside him. Yes, Divine Dr. Song, please follow me. The first mate immediately and respectfully led Song Bing toward the third level of the cruise ship. This was also the middle level of the entire cruise ship. The cruise ship's medical bay was located there. The others watched Song Bing leave, immediately filled with anticipation. Captain, Teacher Jean, when are we setting sail? This place is too terrifying. I want to go home. That's right. Who knows? Maybe Chu Jiao and the others have already turned into zombies. Let's stop waiting. Who told them to sneak out and play? They deserve it. My father is a school director. If you don't set sail soon, I'll complain to my father when we get back. Me too. After seeing Song Bing off, at the gold-trimmed railing on the top level, over 20 students wearing aristocratic school uniforms spoke loudly. They were Chu Jiao's classmates, each one from an equally prominent family background. At first, they had supported waiting. After all, they were classmates. But after waiting for 7 full days, their patience had worn thin. Looking at those zombies made them even more afraid. Therefore, they only wanted to go home and didn't want to see these disgusting zombies anymore. Watching these aristocratic students suddenly go back on their word and complain, Jin Doshuan's face couldn't help but turn iron blue, especially hearing about complaints. For the sake of his job, he could only hurriedly smile apologetically and promise, "Students, please rest assured. The teachers will protect you all. At nightfall, we'll set sail at nightfall." Seeing this, Smith smiled and immediately took out his walkie-talkie, ordering, "Everyone prepare. Set sail at nightfall. Set sail at nightfall." Yes. The order was quickly acknowledged. On the cruise ship, crew members immediately began preparations. The crew members at the boarding entrance were ready to board at any moment and close this only gateway to survival. Only Jin Doshuan and the group of protective teachers stood at the railing. As the sky gradually darkened, their hearts grew heavier. Naturally, they weren't concerned about the safety of Chu Jiao and the others. Rather, they worried about their own jobs. Failing to bring all these students back on this trip, one could imagine what kind of punishment they would face. Especially Chu Jiao, whose father was the richest man in Canada and one of the largest school directors of their institution. The sky grew darker and darker. Jin Doshuan and the others had given up hope. But just as the boarding entrance was about to be closed, a vehicle came speeding rapidly toward them. Everyone immediately became alert. However, when they clearly saw 3 figures wearing aristocratic school uniforms descend from the vehicle, the group of aristocratic teachers on deck were immediately overjoyed. Chu Jiao, Chen Mingxian, Jones, wonderful. Don't shoot. There are students. Jin Doshuan even hurriedly ran down from the deck with the other teachers to greet them. At the same time, upon seeing the cruise ship before them, the 3 who had just arrived, Chu Jiao and her companions, also ran over excitedly. Chu Jiaojiao's tears streamed down her face as she pretended to faint on the spot. Thus, under the gaze of many survivors and a group of aristocratic students on the 5th floor, Chu Jiaojiao and her 2 companions were quickly welcomed aboard the cruise ship by Jean Doshuan and the others. They even went directly to the most luxurious 5th floor, without even needing inspection. And with that, the entire cruise ship closed its doors and set sail. Under the cover of night, it gradually moved away from this zombie-filled island, sailing toward the vast, unknown sea in the distance. Wonderful. We can finally leave this godforsaken place. Ugly zombies, come bite your grandfather. Damn it. We'll notify all countries later and use nuclear bombs to level this place. The survivors on the cruise ship shouted in celebration, cursing and venting at the distant zombies. The entire cruise ship had 5 levels in total. The lower 3 levels housed nearly 800 survivors. Naturally, there weren't enough rooms. Everyone was crammed together. Each room housed as many as a dozen people. The 4th level housed the crew members and the aristocratic teachers who had come to provide protection. As for the 5th level, it was exclusively enjoyed by the 30-plus aristocratic students. After all, they had rented this cruise ship, so naturally they had the right to allocate everything. But invisibly, this luxury cruise ship had already established a class hierarchy. Among them, the 3rd level had the fewest rooms. This was because much of the space was used for public facilities, such as the dining hall and, most importantly, the medical bay. And at this moment, Song Bing was being led by the 1st mate to the medical bay on the 3rd level. Under his forbidden pupil, Song Bing also happened to see Chun Mingxian and his 2 companions arriving at the last moment. Seeing that Chun Mingxian had actually brought 2 people with him, Song Bing couldn't help but show a strange expression. Could it be that the other party had obtained rare high-level bootlicker syndrome patients? Dr. Song, we've arrived. At this moment, the 1st mate's voice came through. Song Bing looked over and realized they had already reached a door at the end of the corridor. Beside the door, there were even 2 armed crew members standing guard. On the door, the words Medical Bay were clearly written. The 1st mate took out a keycard and opened the door. What came into view was a very spacious and luxurious clinic. Behind it was a pharmacy. On the left and right sides were patient rooms. Worthy of being a luxury cruise ship, at a glance, the facilities appeared very complete. Opening the door, what came into view was an extremely clean and tidy interior. On intelligent hospital beds separated by curtains lay 8 students wearing Noble Academy uniforms. Respirators, air conditioning, various monitoring instruments, all were in use. Each of them was attended to by a female crew member providing meticulous care. But under the forbidden pupil, Song Bing looked toward the tightly closed ward on the right side. The rather ordinary ward had even had its only bed removed, leaving just an empty space. Inside were crammed nearly 100 patients. Like penning pigs and dogs. Forget beds, they couldn't even lie straight on the floor. Dr. Song, please come quickly and examine these students. The 1st mate called out anxiously. Shouldn't we check on the patients in the right ward first? From the sounds, they seem to be in more pain. Song Bing asked with feigned confusion. The 1st mate was slightly stunned, clearly not expecting Song Bing to suddenly ask this, but still explained with a smile. They're not urgent. They're hardy. They can endure it. These students are what's most important. As he spoke, he leaned close to Song Bing's ear and said in a low voice, Dr. Song, I'll be honest with you. Every one of these students has a distinguished background. They're all descendants of wealthy tycoons and high officials. Their lives are worth their weight in gold. You're a doctor? Please, I beg you to save me. I feel terrible. As soon as the 1st mate finished speaking, the students on the beds also noticed Song Bing in his white coat and immediately began crying and pleading. Every haggard face was filled with fear and pitifulness. Dr. Song, the instruments and medicines are all in the pharmacy. Use whatever you need. As long as you can cure these students, you'll be the great benefactor of the entire cruise ship. The 1st mate also hurriedly opened the pharmacy, allowing Song Bing to take what he needed. They only have minor ailments. No need for medicine. I'll just give them a couple of needle treatments. To this, Song Bing spoke calmly. Holding candy in one arm and silver needles in the other hand, he stepped forward to begin treatment. Seeing this scene, the 1st mate suddenly realized that Song Bing was still holding his wife in his arms. So he hurriedly said, "Look at my brain. Dr. Song, let a crew member take your wife to a room to rest." "No need. My wife is shy around strangers. Without me, she can't sleep. These minor ailments. One hand is enough for me." Song Bing acted aloof and refused the approaching female crew member. He actually did want to find a place for the beauty in his arms to sleep first, but that was clearly impossible. This woman wouldn't even separate when bathing, let alone now. Treating them while holding her? The first mate's expression turned strange. He hadn't expected Song Bing to be so devoted to the wife in his arms that he wouldn't put her down even while treating patients. Just as he was about to say something more, the silver needle in Song Bing's hand had already inserted into a student's buttocks. The student immediately cried out in pain, clearly not expecting to still get shots in the buttocks at this age. But Song Bing paid no mind, pulling out the needle and continuing to the next one. Extremely efficient. During the treatment process, Song Bing also absorbed the illnesses from their bodies. In fact, whether these students or the patients in the right ward, the various symptoms of weakness they exhibited had three main causes. First was disease caused by infection after injury. Second was constitutions too weak to withstand the infected virus. Third was like that Chun Mingxian, infected with a high-grade virus of level 1 or above, still in the fusion stage. So they would feel various discomforts and pain. Among these, the first two were most common, while the last type was relatively rare, just a few people. Ugh. Soon, Song Bing had given each student a treatment. Several students were made to cry out by Song Bing's needles. The first mate and crew members on the side were all dumbfounded. What was this? Randomly poking with a needle? Playing around? They suddenly felt Song Bing was a complete fraud. Huh? I'm better. I'm not tired anymore. Just as the first mate's expression darkened and he prepared to explode in anger, several of the treated students actually got down from their beds, clutching their buttocks in pain. Each one's expression changed from initial suffering to amazement. The first mate and several crew members who had been about to step forward were instantly dumbfounded. They were cured just like that? But seeing the originally pale faces of the students visibly turn rosy, they had no choice but to believe it. "Dr. Song, what about this female student?" The first mate's gaze then turned to a short-haired female student who hadn't woken up after being treated. "Her infection is too severe. She needs continued treatment." Song Bing gave a casual reason. In fact, she was infected with a high-grade virus and was still in the fusion stage. To avoid waste, Song Bing simply let her fall into sleep to continue fusing. See if he could absorb it after the fusion was complete? "I see. Dr. Song, I didn't expect your medical skills to be so brilliant. This is the famous traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture technique, isn't it?" The first mate had no doubts whatsoever. Instead, after seeing Song Bing easily cure several students, he became even more respectful toward Song Bing. He even had some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine's silver needles. Don't waste time. Let's continue to see the other patients." Song Bing couldn't be bothered with the others' flattery and walked directly toward the right ward. He only wanted to earn merit. After the first mate signaled several female crew members to take the recovered students out first, he hurriedly followed Song Bing and proactively opened the door to the right ward. Immediately, in the crowded ward, nearly 100 patients appeared clustered before them. "A doctor! It's a doctor, really a doctor. Let me out. I only got injured falling while trying to escape. I'm really fine." Upon seeing Song Bing in his white coat, all the patients immediately became excited and hurriedly tried to rush out for help. "Don't move around. Stay in line one by one. Dr. Song will examine and treat you. Anyone who dares move around, don't blame us for being impolite." The first mate spoke with a disgusted expression, no longer showing the respectful attitude he had toward those noble students earlier. The armed crew members behind him immediately stepped forward to intimidate. They all wore masks, clearly afraid of being infected. The chaotic patients were quickly suppressed by force. "Dr. Song, here, for safety, you should wear one too." The first mate even thoughtfully offered Song Bing a mask. "No need. If you're afraid, you can wait outside." Song Bing didn't take it. "Then we'll trouble you." Hearing this, the first mate breathed a sigh of relief. Before leaving, he didn't forget to lean close to Song Bing's ear and whisper, "Dr. Song, if you really can't cure them, you don't need to force it. Just notify us to come in and take them away." With that, he quickly led the crew members and fled to wait at the doorway. Song Bing, holding Candy, went to the pharmacy and casually took some medicine, then sat at the consultation desk before finally looking at these patients. He said calmly, "Don't rush. Line up properly. Come one by one." The patients hurriedly formed a disorderly queue, coming to the desk one by one, to deliver merit to Song Bing. Just like that, Song Bing began absorbing and curing them one by one. For the 3 people infected with high-grade viruses still in the fusion stage, he sent them to bed to continue sleeping under the pretext that they still needed treatment. And the infected, after being absorbed by Song Bing, quickly recovered. After the crew members at the door checked and found nothing abnormal, they were finally able to return to the 1st and 2nd floors. Before leaving, each one expressed endless gratitude to Song Bing. To this, Song Bing had long been numb and smiled it off. Soon, all the patients in the medical room were cured of Song's illness. In the end, only 4 patients remained who were infected with the advanced virus and fell into a deep sleep. In fact, according to the Forbidden Eyes, there were quite a few people on the entire cruise ship infected with advanced viruses. They probably didn't show it, but silently endured it, fearing they would be treated as monsters and locked up here. Song Bing did not actively seek to expose or reveal anything about this. In retrospect, this seems to be a natural trend of development after the apocalypse. Over time, advanced viral infections will gradually emerge. He couldn't stop it at all, nor could he expose it all. Witnessing Song Bing cure a number of patients in such a short period of time, the first mate had long admired Song Bing's medical skills to the point of complete awe. "I thought to myself that I had really struck gold on this cruise." Therefore, he not only entrusted the entire medical room to Song Bing with peace of mind, but also made Song Bing the doctor of the cruise ship. He even personally cleaned up Song Bing's former cruise ship doctor's living quarters. His living quarters were located behind the pharmacy and also within the entire medical facility. "Dr. Song, the sheets and bedding have been changed for you. You and your wife must be tired after a long day. You should get some rest." The first mate led Song Bing to the living quarters, his gaze involuntarily falling on the beautiful figure in Song Bing's arms. Good heavens! He personally witnessed Song Bing hugging him for a whole day. "I hug you while you're standing. I hug you while you're sitting. I hug you wherever we go. I don't want to put you down for even a second." They didn't even change their posture. That waste is amazing. Ordinary people really can't handle it. True love, undeniably true love. If they hadn't realized it was human-shaped, they would have seriously suspected that Song Bing was holding some kind of rare treasure. You truly love your wife. Before leaving, the first mate expressed his heartfelt feelings. Then he went to report to Smith and the others. Song Bing's lips twitched slightly, but he still looked away from the room. This is a luxurious living room that is at least 50 square meters. They have all kinds of furniture. The view of the sea outside the cruise ship is right through the window. In the dead of night, Song Bing closed the door and went to the bedroom. After sitting on the bed, he carefully lifted the hood of his sweatshirt. Suddenly, Candy's stunningly beautiful face came into view. At this moment, she was lying quietly in his arms, sleeping soundly. However, he still held Song Bing tightly with his hands and feet, showing no sign of loosening his grip. Oh no, is this going to continue forever? Patient Song felt a bit numb. How long will it take to stop me from holding him? Although he didn't care, he felt okay. But holding on like this is not a solution at all. It's okay when I sleep at night. I can just hug you. But during the day, it would seem too eccentric to face the world. Just like today, he held Candy the whole time. It has all changed in everyone's eyes. Of course, he could completely ignore these strangers. But what if we go back to Manhua? What if you see your parents or other acquaintances? When everyone noticed that she had been holding Candy the whole time. He hugs you while you sleep, while you walk, while you eat, even when you go to the toilet, and even while you take a bath. That would be terrible. No. Thinking of this, Song Bing immediately shuddered. In any case, he must get rid of Candy's greed for him. The other party still seems to listen to him, and although he seems to have lost his mind, he is still like a child. He should be able to succeed if he is trained slowly and patiently. It's the same principle as weaning a baby. He must break Candy's embrace. Thinking of this, Song Bing looked at the stunningly beautiful and alluring Candy in his arms and removed the hoodie that was covering her, revealing a white and alluring maid outfit with black stockings. Candy's perfect and exquisite figure was perfectly highlighted by this uniform. Song Bing decided that there was no better day than the appointed one. Let's start tonight. Swallowing hard, Song Bing immediately mustered his courage, gritted his teeth, and bit his finger until it bled. Fresh blood quickly flowed from Song Bing's fingertips. Candy's delicate little nose twitched slightly, and she instantly caught the scent. The next second, Candy, who was still fast asleep, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, her violet eyes staring blankly at Song Bing's bleeding fingers. It seemed as if it could be held in one's mouth at any moment. Don't move, or I'll get really fierce. Even I'm scared of myself. Song Bingshin trembled and quickly raised his hand to a height that the other person could not reach. At the same time, put on a very serious expression to suppress the other party. But in reality, Song Bing was extremely panicked at that moment. When this woman gets angry, she can drain him dry in an instant. Fortunately, Song Bing's serious expression seemed to have the desired effect. Candy glanced at Song Bing and surprisingly didn't do anything reckless. Seeing this, Song Bing swallowed hard before tentatively asking, "Do you want it?" Candy's large, violet eyes remained fixed on Song Bing's fingers, her face filled with longing. Then, she stuck out her tongue, licked her cherry lips, and looked at Song Bing, nodding her head in a human-like manner. It means they really want it. That adorable and stunning appearance is absolutely irresistible. It really works. Song Bingshin was overjoyed. It was a pleasant surprise that he could understand it. Song Bing then immediately continued, "I'll let you suckle. After you're full, you have to go to sleep by yourself. You can't keep hugging me, okay?" To Song Bing's even greater surprise, Candy nodded obediently once again. At that moment, her beautiful eyes seemed to hold only Song Bing's blood. As long as Song Bing let her suckle, she would agree to do whatever he asked. It's a deal then, no cheating. Otherwise, you can forget about smoking next time. As Song Bing spoke, he carefully extended his finger toward the other person's cherry-like lips. A woo. Before it was even brought to her lips, Candy pounced on it excitedly, like a little kitten. He precisely took Song Bing's finger into his mouth and began to greedily absorb it. The sudden outburst caused Song Bing, who was off balance, to be forcefully thrown onto the bed. But Candy didn't care. Her beautiful face once again revealed that sickly expression, and she began to exert force in her hands and feet. That domineering possessiveness seemed to want to merge with Song Bing as one. Song Bingxiang tried to get up, but found that the other person was surprisingly strong, pressing his chest tightly against hers. He was having trouble breathing, let alone getting up. Left with no other choice, Song Bing had to give up the struggle. She just let him press her down and suck her. To his surprise, Candy was very obedient during this first training session. Next, he only hoped that after Candy had had her fill, she would keep her promise and stop holding him all the time. The bedroom fell silent, except for Candy, who was dressed in a close-fitting maid outfit, moving on the bed. Song Bing lay quietly, neither stopping nor stopping the other, letting him drink his fill. Time passed by, second by second, until one point, the yearning Candy finally stopped sucking. She opened her cherry-like mouth and released Song Bing's fingers, which had turned white from being sucked. Then she propped herself up, looking at Song Bing beneath her with a sickly, seductive expression, her greedy eyes seeming to be looking at some priceless treasure. Perhaps because she had drunk Song Bing's blood, a rare blush appeared on her stunningly beautiful face. Her originally cold and soft body gained a little more warmth. A cascade of long, blue hair fell down onto Song Bing's face. Song Bing swallowed hard, his eyes filled with anticipation. She hoped he would get up so she could lie down on the bed and fall asleep without holding him anymore. However, the next second, Candy did lift her feet and get up, but she didn't leave. Instead, he turned his back and pounced on her. This created a situation of 96 with Song Bing. Holy crap. No way. Song Bing's pupils widened instantly, her face paling with shock. Song Bing felt as if he were in a river. He was instantly flustered and quickly got up to stop her. But Candy moved too quickly. It was all too late. He didn't expect this woman to suddenly pull such a move. Well, he did get up, but not completely. It was just a change of perspective, a different kind of knowledge. Is it that it's not satisfied with sucking blood and wants to suck something else? Song Bing felt his clothes being pulled open and a cool breeze blowing in. Just when Song Bing thought this woman was really going to do something reckless. A tearing pain suddenly came from my kidneys. At this moment, Song Binji finally sat up, and from this angle, he saw the most blood-spitting. No, it should be the most terrifying scene of his life. A spatial rift, resembling a kidney, had appeared at his kidney area at some unknown time. Even more terrifyingly, Candy, who was now upside down, actually crawled inside little by little on her own. Looking around, it was as if Candy was slowly burrowing into Song Bing's body. Song Bing's pupils widened as he stared at the scene in disbelief. Little did anyone expect that this was Candy's real purpose in hanging upside down. He could clearly sense that Candy wasn't trying to penetrate his body, but rather was entering his kidney space. But isn't his kidney space incapable of storing living things? Also, if he didn't actively open the kidney ruined space, how did this woman open it? The incredible scene before his eyes, along with several shocking questions, assaulted Song Bing's mind. In that brief moment, Candy's alluring and exquisite body had already penetrated most of the way in. Only those delicate jade feet clad in black stockings remained moving. Song Bing realized what was happening and tried to reach out to grab him and stop him. But the pain of the tearing space was like extreme kidney deficiency, assaulting him. He was drenched in sweat and couldn't exert any strength at all. In the end, Song Bing's hands only managed to pull off one of Candy's stockings before collapsing weakly back onto the bed and completely fainting. He looked completely drained. His face was pale. As the last foot of Candy's, from which her stockings were torn off, penetrated deeper, the kidney-ruined space closed. Candy finally entered Song Bing's kidney void space. In an instant, only Song Bing remained on the bed. Candy was nowhere to be seen. It was as if Candy had simply vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of the cruise ship, Wah, Jiao Jiao, I'm so glad you're all right. We were so worried about you. That's right. Thankfully, we insisted that the cruise ship wait for you. Otherwise, we really wouldn't have seen you again. Sob sob. Jiao Jiao, I haven't been able to eat anything these past few days since I heard from you. Inside the luxurious entertainment room, a group of girls hugged Chu Jiao Jiao, who had just returned, and they all cried their hearts out, their tears flowing freely. Jones also boasted among the group of boys. He boasted about how bravely he hacked and slashed through a path of zombies. He led Chu Jiao Jiao and the ailing Chun Mingxian to break through the encirclement. We eventually returned to the cruise ship. Jones sang with great enthusiasm, his head held high and chest puffed out. He took all the credit for himself. The key is that one person dares to boast, and a group of people dare to believe it. Jones, you're amazing. I didn't know you were this strong. It's a pity I didn't get the chance, otherwise I would have liked to go and chop down those zombies too. One punch, one kill. That should be a lot of fun. The students all looked at Jones with admiration, their confidence soaring instantly, and they all expressed their desire to experience it for themselves. They thought killing zombies was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. As a result, Jones and Chu Jiao Jiao quickly became the envy of all the students. Chun Mingxian, shouldn't you express your gratitude to Jones and Jiao Jiao? Those two have stayed by your side the whole time. They practically saved you. At this moment, a slightly chubby girl with 2 pigtails suddenly looked at Chun Mingxian, who was pale in the corner, and gave him a mocking smile. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned to him, but they were filled with sneers as they looked at Chun Mingxian, who looked weak. At the same time, they believed even more strongly what Chu Jiao Jiao and Jones had said. Hey Chun Mingxian, are you still scared? Look how pale you are. You're already on the cruise ship. Exactly, look how brave Jones is. A grown man, and he's so scared. If it were us, we would have wiped out all those zombies by now. You truly live up to your reputation as the school's loser. Your family background is the worst, and your abilities are the worst too, huh? Several tall boys stepped forward and slapped Chun Mingxuan's head hard, hurling insults at him without any restraint. I'm a little tired. I'm going to rest first. You guys have fun. Chun Mingxian glanced at his classmates, especially at Chu Jiao Jiao. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, and then he lowered his head and walked away. TCH, what a piece of trash. It's a disgrace to be classmates with someone like that. We should get him expelled when we get back to school. No way. If we open it, we won't have anything to do. Leaving it open will give us amusement. Watching Chun Mingxuan's departing figure, the students sneered with disdain, because Chun Mingxuan's family background was the worst among them. In addition, Chun Mingxian is short in stature and has a very weak personality and always likes to please others. So over time, Chun Mingxian became the target of their bullying and manipulation. All right, everyone, let's not talk about Mingxian anymore. Although he's weak, we're all classmates, and it's only right that Jones and I helped him along the way. At this moment, Chu Jiaojiao suddenly spoke in a kind voice. Jiaojiao, you are so kind, but this kind of coward doesn't deserve any sympathy. As expected, Chu Jiaojiao instantly became the center of attention after this incident. Many male students couldn't hide their admiration for the beautiful and kind-hearted Chu Jiaojiao. The white moonlight. This is definitely the white moonlight. I love it. Just then, Jindo arrived with several teachers and the captain. They were there to check on the situation of Chu Jiaojiao and the other two. Chu Jiaojiao, are you all right? Jin Doshuan asked with concern. We're all fine. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Jin. Chu Jiaojiao smiled politely, looking every bit the model student. Well, it's good that you're all right. You guys are really amazing for being able to cleverly escape from those zombies. Even if we were in their shoes, we might not be able to do it. Jin Doshuan was genuinely impressed and particularly liked Chu Jiaojiao's politeness. That's right, Jiaojiao and Jones even brought Chun Mingxian, that burden, along with them. That's really amazing. Immediately, the students echoed his sentiments excitedly, as if he were the main character. By the way, where is Chun Mingxian? This reminder made Jin Doshuan and the others remember Chun Mingxian, whose family background wasn't very good. That good-for-nothing is just scared out of his wits and is crying in bed right now. Ha ha, the tall students from before mocked. This caused a burst of laughter. Upon hearing this, Jin Doshuan smiled, not caring much about Chun Mingxian, whose family background wasn't particularly good. So they continued with concern, asking, by the way, Jiaojiao, Jones, how did you escape back? Can you tell us? Of course, no problem. Seeing a second chance to show off, Jones once again began boasting proudly. He directly swapped his role with Chun Mingxuan's. Not only did he give Chun Mingxian no credit whatsoever, but to highlight himself, he even portrayed Chun Mingxian as a burden who had been scared silly the entire time. Especially when we passed by the airport and encountered a doctor wearing a white coat. He was being surrounded by zombies at the time and nearly bitten to death. When he saw us, he immediately begged us humbly for help. Jiaojiao and I are kind-hearted, so without any hesitation, we immediately went forward to help him. But that despicable, shameless, foul bastard actually took the opportunity to run away. Fortunately, Jiaojiao and I were brave enough to fight our way out with Chun Mingxian. When mentioning Song Bing, who had actually carved out a bloody path for them, the outrageous Jones performed an even more incredible reversal of facts. If Song Bing were present, he'd probably be dumbfounded. Damn it, I can't believe there are such despicable people. How hateful. The chaotic world is like this. You can't be merciful. I can only say Jiaojiao and Jones are too kind. Good thing Jiaojiao and Jones are capable. The students were filled with righteous indignation and immediately condemned Song Bing verbally. However, Jin Doshuan, Smith, and the others showed strange expressions. Hearing Jones's description, they inexplicably thought of Song Bing. And not just them. Chu Jiaojiao, who had originally been enjoying the attention with a shy expression, the moment Jones mentioned Song Bing, instantly recalled that white-clad figure. That figure who ignored her coquettish pleas, ignored her beauty and charm. That white-clad figure who mercilessly gave her a hard slap. Where was he now? He had also headed in this direction at the time, and had even cleared the path for them. So he must have also boarded their cruise ship. At this thought, Chu Jiaojiao's delicate body trembled. In her originally shy, beautiful eyes, a flash of anger and venom quickly passed. So she immediately looked toward Jin Doshuan and the others, interrupting Jones's endless chatter, and asked, by the way, Teacher Jin, that despicable doctor also ran in this direction. He was wearing a white coat and holding a woman in his arms. So before us, did he board the cruise ship? As soon as these words came out, the scene fell silent. Smith and the others, who had still held on to a sliver of hope, all confirmed that the despicable Dr. Jones and Chu Jiaojiao spoke of was the Dr. Song they had just welcomed aboard the cruise ship. The characteristics were too obvious. Just as the two were about to say something, the other students also instantly reacted and spoke first. I remember now. Today there really was a doctor who boarded our cruise ship, and he was indeed holding a woman in his arms. Captain Smith personally welcomed him aboard. How dare he? We welcomed him so warmly, and it turns out this guy is so despicable. The students immediately became indignant. Confirming that Song Bing had indeed boarded the cruise ship, Chu Jiaojiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold laugh arose in her heart. Back then, when she begged Song Bing to take her along, he wouldn't. He even gave her a hard slap. Now that they were on the cruise ship, how could she easily let Song Bing off? This was their rented cruise ship, after all. So Chu Jiaojiao's eyes immediately reddened, and she looked pitifully toward Jean Doshuan and the others, saying, "Teacher Jean, can I ask you to kick him off? That guy is an animal. Not only did he take the opportunity to escape, but before leaving, coveting my beauty, he even tried to abduct me. If you don't believe me, you can ask Jones." Jones caught on and quickly added, "That's right. That guy is a total pervert." When Jiao Jiao resisted and refused, he slapped Jiao Jiao across the face. If you don't believe it, look, there's still a mark now. Everyone looked carefully at Chu Jiaojiao's face and indeed could still faintly see a handprint. At first they thought it was from the escape, but it turned out to be a slap mark. Immediately, the scene exploded. Damn it, how hateful. We welcomed him so warmly, and he turns out to be a demon. Maybe the woman in his arms was also abducted by him. We must throw this beast into the sea to feed the fish. Feeding fish isn't enough? Daring to have improper thoughts about our campus beauty Jiao Jiao. Castrate him first, then dismember him. The students were the most agitated, unconditionally believing the two's words. Their hatred for Song Bing had reached its peak. Jean Doshuan and the other teachers' faces also darkened, as if they might rush to settle accounts with Song Bing at any moment. Fortunately, at this moment, the relatively rational Captain Smith spoke up. "Students, don't get excited. Although that guy might be a bastard, he's currently the only doctor on our cruise ship. If we really kick him off or kill him, what will we do if we get sick in the future?" As soon as these words came out, the scene immediately quieted down. The students who had been excitedly calling for violence immediately fell silent. When it might involve their own safety, they naturally needed to consider it. Seeing that Song Bing might be able to continue staying on the cruise ship because of his doctor status, Chu Jiaojiao was displeased and immediately continued lying with reddened eyes. "No, he's not a doctor. He's just a fraud. That white coat was something he picked up. He has no medical skills at all. Everyone, don't be deceived by him." "That's right, I can testify. That guy has been using that white coat to deceive people all along." Jones chimed in. Everyone's expressions changed again. "But we just took him to the medical room to treat Shirhan and the others." Jean Doshuan's face darkened even more upon hearing this. "He's not even a doctor, so what value does he have? You're the ones who brought him on board. If anything happens to Shirhan and the others, it's all your fault." The students became agitated again, now without any reservations. "Everyone, don't worry. We'll go stop him right now. If it's really as Jiao Jiao said, we definitely won't let this guy off." Jean Doshuan and Smith said with icy expressions, immediately getting up to go arrest Song Bing. "Let's go together. We want to personally deal with this despicable bastard." The students followed with righteous indignation, unprecedentedly united. Seeing their scheme succeed, Chu Jiaojiao and Jones exchanged smiles in the crowd and followed along. Naturally, they wanted to personally witness Song Bing being tortured to death. "Oomph, who told you to dare hit this young lady? This is what you get." Chu Jiaojiao thought coldly in her heart, already looking forward to seeing Song Bing kneeling before her. However, just as they reached the door, they ran into the 6 students who had just returned from the medical room, cured by Song Bing. Leading these students back was the cruise ship's first mate. The students preparing to settle accounts with Song Bing were stunned. The first mate, unaware of the situation, seeing Smith and the others happen to be there, immediately reported excitedly, "Captain, all 6 students were cured by Dr. Song. Not only that, in just one day, Dr. Song has cured all the patients in the entire medical room. I have to say, Dr. Song's medical skills are truly superb. He's proficient in both Chinese and Western medicine. He can find the cause of illness with just a glance. This time our cruise ship has really found a treasure. With Dr. Song here, for the rest of the voyage, we don't need to worry about illness or infection at all. The first mate reported excitedly, full of praise for Song Bing. But every word, falling on Jean Doshuan and the students' ears, was particularly grating and bewildering. Especially Chu Jiaojiao and Jones. Both their expressions changed slightly. He probed cautiously. Captain, what's wrong with you all? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? If you're not feeling well, you can go find Dr. Song for acupuncture. Dr. Song's acupuncture skills are amazing. Smith came to his senses, glanced at the students who had indeed been cured, and still asked seriously, "Are you certain they were all cured by Dr. Song?" "Oh, of course. I saw it with my own eyes." Dr. Song said these were all minor ailments and treated them all with just one hand. It was simply incredible. The first mate immediately expressed his excitement. It really was that doctor who cured us, but he had to needle our buttocks. It hurt a bit. Several of the cured students also complained and admitted. Having received confirmation, everyone's gazes unanimously turned toward Chu Jiaojiao and Jones. What happened to doesn't know medicine? What happened to Big Fraud? You call this not knowing medicine? Facing everyone's suspicious looks, Jones's face immediately showed guilt. After all, strictly speaking, Song Bing was their lifesaver. Chu Jiaojiao's pretty face also paled. She had originally wanted to use this to deal with Song Bing, but she hadn't expected Song Bing's medical skills to be so advanced. He had exposed her with practical demonstration in one stroke. Feeling everyone's suspicious gazes upon her, Chu Jiaojiao only felt her face burning with pain. She lowered her head, her delicate fists involuntarily clenching, and in her heart, she quickly attributed all the blame to Song Bing. So tears soon flowed from the corners of her eyes, and she looked at everyone pitifully. Even if he has medical skills, it doesn't change the fact that he's a despicable lecher. It doesn't change the fact that he slapped me and tried to molest me. With Chu Jiaojiao's tears, she instantly transformed from slanderer to victim. That's right, we support Jiaojiao. Jiaojiao, don't cry. We support you. So what if he knows some medicine? We're so beautiful, and we're students. If this demon stays on the cruise ship, who knows when he'll come to molest us? We must drive him off the cruise ship. We rented this cruise ship, so we have the final say. Many students immediately voiced their support, even looking at Jean Doshuan, Smith, and the others with threatening gazes. Students, please calm down. You've also seen that his medical skills are very good. If we just drive him away like this, there won't be any doctor on our cruise ship. What will you do if you get sick or infected? Jean Doshuan and Smith's expressions changed slightly, and they could only hurriedly and patiently analyze the pros and cons. By now, how could they not see it? This Chu Jiaojiao, who appeared delicate and polite, was probably lying. But they couldn't expose her, much less offend her, because they couldn't afford to offend her. Humph, then just chop off his legs, imprison him, and have him treat our illnesses. A student immediately suggested. Jean Doshuan and Smith were helpless and could only continue to plead carefully. Chop off his legs. Could he even survive? Would Song Bing still earnestly treat their illnesses? But no matter how much they tried to persuade them, the students refused to agree and insisted on putting Song Bing to death. Humph. Then have him come kneel before me, kowtow to admit his mistake, and slap himself 1,000 times. Then I'll reluctantly forgive him. At this moment, Chu Jiaojiao finally relented, putting on a magnanimous appearance, though a cold smile flashed in her eyes. Just kneeling to admit his mistake? That's letting him off too easy. Jiaojiao, you're too kind. Several students immediately expressed their surprise. For everyone's sake, it's fine if I suffer a little grievance. Chu Jiaojiao once again resumed her beautiful and kind-hearted appearance. All right, please give us some time. We'll go take a look. Faced with such a demand, Jean Doshuan and Smith also felt it was acceptable and agreed. As long as Song Bing didn't die, it would be fine. After appeasing these little ancestors, the group finally left the 5th floor, exhausted in body and mind. Meanwhile, the noble students upstairs resumed their playful banter. On the entire 5th floor, there were only about 30 of them. They ate the finest food and had various entertainment facilities, such as a freshwater swimming pool. They were like princesses and princes living in a magic castle. So what do you say? Will you send someone, or shall I? After returning to the fourth floor, Jean Doshuan asked. Naturally, they were going to capture Songbing. You go? But I must mention that we should delay as long as possible. After all, he's the only doctor on the cruise ship. If something really goes wrong, it has nothing to do with me. Leaving those words behind, Smith decisively walked away, leaving Jean Doshuan standing alone with an ugly expression. But he didn't immediately go find Songbing. Instead, as Smith had said, he would delay as long as possible. He only hoped that Miss Chu Jiaojiao would forget about this matter. They're really hard to serve. If only the whole world could become like South Island, that would be great. Jean Doshuan looked toward South Island, his haggard face flashing with endless gloom. He was clearly a teacher, but in front of these noble students, he was worth less than pigs and dogs. Anyone could threaten him, anyone could order him around. So at times he even pathologically longed for the whole world to become like South Island. Without their background advantages, what would these so-called rich kids amount to? Why would he need to serve them? He wanted these rich kids to know what human suffering meant. The next day, Songbing woke from his drowsy sleep. Instinctively raising his hand to rub his face, a strand of soft black immediately covered his face, accompanied by a familiar fragrance. Looking down, he discovered that hanging on his hand was a semi-transparent black stocking. Songbing was slightly stunned, then suddenly remembered the shocking scene from last night. This black stocking was exactly what he had pulled off from Candy's foot. His pupils widened, and Songbing sat up abruptly. He looked at himself and around him. Sure enough, Candy was nowhere to be seen. Without the slightest hesitation, Songbing hurriedly closed his eyes, his consciousness invading the kidney void. In that vast, starry expanse of the kidney void space, Candy's delicate body in her maid outfit was like a perfect, flawless angel sprite. She was curled up among a pile of snacks, sleeping peacefully like Sleeping Beauty. One of her jade feet wore a black stocking, while the other small foot was bare. It was the one from which Songbing had torn off the stocking. Seeing this scene, Songbing was stunned. None of this was a dream. Candy had really entered his kidney void, and she had entered voluntarily? But this was clearly his kidney void. Why could this woman open it? Songbing was unsettled. His mind flashed back to when Candy had sent him those several large boxes of clothes and stockings. This woman had also sent word through Iris that he must carry them with him at all times. At the time he had wondered, how could he carry so many with him? He had even briefly thought, does Candy know about the existence of his kidney void space? And now, seeing this scene, that earlier thought might be true. Candy really did know about the existence of his kidney void space. No, not just knew. She could even freely open his kidney void and enter it. Songbing's brow furrowed slightly as he tried using his will to move her out. However, shockingly, no matter how hard Songbing tried, he couldn't move Candy out of the kidney void. It was as if, although she was in his space, she was completely beyond his control. This made Songbing unsettled once again. How was this possible? He finally accepted this shocking fact. Candy could open his kidney void space and enter and exit freely, and it was beyond his control. Who exactly are you? Gazing at this sleeping, alluring young girl, Songbing's heart could not calm down for a long time. But after pondering for a moment, Songbing still used his thoughts to put the black stocking he had pulled off back onto her delicate little foot. In the outside world, Songbing on the bed opened his eyes, a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. Although it was hard to accept this reality, it was ultimately a good thing. At least he didn't have to keep holding her while doing everything. But feeling his empty embrace, Songbing inexplicably felt a sense of emptiness. Could it be he'd gotten used to holding her? Damn, what was he thinking? Songbing shuddered and quickly shook his head to cast aside this strange feeling. Ridiculous. Getting up from the bed, Songbing moved his body again, confirming that Candy staying in his kidney void showed no abnormalities. Only then did he completely relax. So a new question arose. How would she come out? Would he tear open the kidney void space again and have her crawl out from inside his body? It seemed that was the only possibility, as long as she didn't suddenly come out at some inappropriate moment, like when he was in the middle of a battle, or when he was bathing or using the toilet. Just then, urgent knocking came from outside the door. Opening the door, outside stood a female crew member. Because Song Bing had kept a short-haired female student who was a high-level virus carrier, she had also stayed behind to care for her. As expected, following the female crew member to the sick room, the one having the episode was precisely the short-haired girl he had kept behind. The girl looked very pure, and with the school uniform on her body, she had that youthful, innocent student aura. At least she looked more like a student than that just-turned-18 Xu Jiaojiao. But at this moment, her lips were constantly chattering from the cold, as if she were very cold. Her skin was exceptionally pale, and her petite body was trembling continuously. Under the forbidden eye, he could clearly see streams of cold air constantly emanating from her body, lowering the surrounding temperature by several degrees. Seeing this, Song Bing's heart stirred slightly. He stepped forward and reached out his hand, placing it on her forehead. Immediately, a wave of cold hit him. It was like touching a block of ice. "How do you feel?" Song Bing continued to inquire. Xia Shirhan looked at Song Bing, her face pitiful. Yes, her body is so cold, like a block of ice, and she's emitting cold air. I was frozen awake. I gave her hot water to drink, and the water froze into ice. The female crew member beside them echoed in terror, not daring to approach at all. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she wouldn't dare believe someone could be this cold. Song Bing's eyes narrowed slightly. Naturally, he sensed this was a manifestation triggered during the fusion process. And judging by her appearance, this virus seemed quite extraordinary. Thinking of something, Song Bing activated the forbidden eye again, looking toward the several infected people in another sick room, as well as the other infected people throughout the entire cruise ship, such as Chun Mingxian. At this moment, these deeply hidden high-level infected people were laid bare under Song Bing's forbidden eye. Song Bing also discovered that these people's bodies, like the girl before him, were all gradually beginning to show different symptoms. Some were starting to run fevers. Some were becoming sensitive. Some were beginning to mutate physically. Song Bing raised his head to look at the ceiling. His gaze was ultimately drawn to a room on the 5th floor. At this moment, Chun Mingxian was hiding under his blanket, trembling all over, his face full of pain. The muscles in his body were visibly twisting. But he clenched his teeth, forcing himself not to make a sound. "It's nothing, just a simple little cold. 2 needles, and you'll be fine." The strange color in his eyes faded. Song Bing withdrew his gaze and looked at the girl again. "A little cold." The female crew member beside them was dumbfounded. Even water was freezing into ice, and you call this a little cold? But while she was questioning reality, Song Bing had already taken out silver needles and began treating her, absorbing the manifesting symptoms as if they were diseases. Gradually, Xia Shirhan's skin, originally ice-cold all over, bit by bit returned to normal. Accompanying this was wave after wave of drowsiness. "All right, you can go back now. Go back and sleep well and rest. You'll be better soon." After absorbing it, Song Bing also withdrew the silver needles and said calmly. He thought about it and decided to let these people go back and develop on their own. Keeping them here with too much interference from him didn't seem like a good thing. Song Bing didn't have these diseases, so naturally, he couldn't help them catalyze the fusion. In other words, successful fusion could only depend entirely on these people themselves. Anyway, they were all on this cruise ship. Song Bing only needed to wait for the final results. The female crew member beside them watched this scene, already dumbfounded. "That's it. She's cured?" As if having walked through the gates of hell, before leaving, Xia Shirhan bowed deeply to Song Bing, her eyes full of sincere gratitude. Looking at this polite girl, Song Bing was rather surprised. You should know, those students he saved yesterday had left directly. Forget bowing, they didn't even say thank you. Song Bing even vaguely heard them complaining that the needles hurt too much. Could this be the legendary mandate of heaven? But Song Bing didn't pay it much mind. Words of thanks, he'd heard too many. He'd long since become numb to them. Song Bing then went to another sick room. On the bed were those survivors infected with high-level viruses from yesterday. Since he'd decided not to interfere, naturally he wouldn't keep any of them. So Song Bing, just as with Xia Shirhan, helped them absorb the manifesting symptoms, then let them all leave. The entire medical room suddenly became much quieter. This should be quite a spectacular show, shouldn't it? Watching these departing high-level infected people, Song Bing murmured, his eyes gleaming with an unusual light, demonic and mysterious. At this moment, Song Bing in his white coat was like an experimental observer, and all the people on this cruise ship seemed to have become the lab rats he was observing. Of course, none of this was caused by him. He too was merely forced to become one of them. However, Song Bing preferred to be a low-key bystander, the prerequisite being that no idiot came to provoke him. However, what Song Bing didn't know was that trouble was coming soon. Rumble, rumble. While he was thinking, violent smashing sounds came from next door. Curious, Song Bing came to the large cafeteria on the third floor. What met his eyes was a crowd of survivors from the first, second, and third floors arguing with the crew. Why? Just one piece of bread and half a cup of water a day. Who can eat their fill on that? The bread is even spoiled. Are you treating us like dogs? You're too inhumane. The first mate who had previously shown Song Bing the way also rushed over at this time. Looking at the destroyed restaurant, his expression changed slightly, but he still said coldly, "Right now the cruise ship has rescued over 1,000 people. There isn't enough food to begin with. Everyone bear with it for now. It'll be fine once we reach shore." However, as soon as the first mate finished speaking, someone in the crowd immediately refuted him. "Bullshit, not enough food? Then how come we saw you eating meat? And you send all kinds of fish and meat to the 5th floor every day for those students to eat. Why do you get to eat so well while we have to endure?" "That's right. We're all human. Why the difference? We want to eat meat too." 7 days of suppression made the crowd agitated again, each angrily throwing the bread and water in their hands on the ground in protest. The first mate's face darkened as he said angrily, "On what grounds?" "On the grounds that we rescued you. On the grounds that this cruise ship is ours. Naturally, we have the right to distribute everything. Now we've not only saved you, but we've also shared our food with you. And you're still not satisfied? If it weren't for us, you would have been eaten by those zombies long ago. You don't show gratitude. And now on what grounds do you demand that we starve together with you?" As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell briefly silent. Many people, upon hearing this, felt it did make sense. But driven by hunger and dissatisfaction, survivors quickly continued to argue back. "So what if it's yours? In this situation, shouldn't everyone help each other? Why are you so selfish? You eat lavish meals, and those students have luxurious feasts every meal, wasting what they can't finish. Yet we only get one piece of bread a day. You don't treat us like human beings." "That's right. We're all in the same boat now. If you help, help all the way. At worst, we'll pay you back after we reach shore. Don't you understand equality? Hurry up and bring out the food, or don't blame us for being rude." Incited by many survivors, the crowd rioted again, beginning to break windows and rush into the cafeteria to seize food. Of course, a small number of survivors remained rational, taking only their own food and quietly leaving the dining hall. If it weren't for the people on this cruise ship rescuing them, they would have died long ago. How could they have today? Watching these survivors begin to fight and destroy, the first mate's face darkened. He immediately ordered suppression. If reason wouldn't work, then they could only be persuaded by force. Soon, a group of crew members armed with guns rushed in. Rat-tat-tat. Under force, at the cost of 5 instigators being subdued and several followers being beaten, the riot was quickly suppressed. Song Bing watched quietly from a distance, his eyes showing no ripples. Under the forbidden pupil, the cruise ship's food was stored in the storage room on the 4th floor. There was plenty of food and water inside, with many premium ingredients. If distributed equally, it would be enough for everyone to eat their fill for a month. But obviously, that was impossible. Alas, it seems the outcome may be even more cruel than he imagined. However, there should be more merit. Shaking his head helplessly, Song Bing was about to return to the medical room to wait and collect merit. A voice reached him first. "Dr. Song, please wait." Song Bing looked toward the voice and saw 3 male teachers wearing noble school uniforms walking toward him. All 3 had robust builds. Just from their bearing and physique, one could tell they had definitely trained. Each even had a gun at his waist. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been sent to protect these noble students. "What is it?" Song Bing stopped and looked at the 3 curiously. "Dr. Song, thank you for curing our students. You haven't eaten yet, have you? It's too chaotic here. We've prepared food for you separately. Please come upstairs with us to dine." The 3 stepped forward, smiling as they extended the invitation. I've already eaten something. No need. Thank you. Thinking this was just an ordinary invitation, Song Bing decisively declined. He had no interest in dealing with these matters. However, just as Song Bing was about to leave, the three teachers raised their hands to block his path. They continued to invite. Dr. Song, please come with us anyway. We really want to thank you properly. Looking at the slightly threatening eyes of the three, Song Bing's eyes narrowed slightly. At first, he thought they were simply inviting him to dinner, wanting to thank him for saving those 6 students. But now it seemed he had been thinking too optimistically, and he suddenly remembered that before coming, he seemed to have refused 3 students. So, was that the 3 men's real purpose? That was truly something he found hard to imagine. Since you're inviting me so sincerely, if I refuse again, that would really be inconsiderate. Let's go. Song Bing accepted the invitation with a smile. There was no choice. The 3 had invited him to this extent, and he was also curious whether it was really as he thought. What did they want him to do? Just like that, Song Bing followed the 3 to the 4th floor. Time returned to 3 hours earlier. 5th floor of the cruise ship. In the resplendent dining hall, long jade dining tables were laden with various premium delicacies, like a top-tier buffet restaurant. Lobster, abalone, caviar, beef, fruits, fine wines, all kinds of ingredients were available. This was a simple, unpretentious meal. When all the food was served, the noble students happily arrived. Why is there less and less to eat? However, looking at the food, many students complained. But complaints aside, they dispersed and began sampling their favorites. However, after just a few bites, students immediately showed expressions of difficulty. That's right. How long has this lobster been frozen? Is this fit for humans? Bacchiaro. And this Wagyu beef. This isn't the Kobe beef I wanted to eat. We eat this stuff every day, and it keeps getting worse. Smash it all. If we don't lose our temper, they'll really think we're easy to bully. The students immediately became angry and started smashing things. But as they smashed, it turned into play. They casually threw the food on the tables back and forth, even stepping on it. The female crew members on the side couldn't stop them and could only hurry to report. Soon, Smith and Jean Doshuan rushed over. Looking at the dining hall in complete disarray, both men's faces changed. The playing students, seeing the 2 arrive, immediately put away their smiles and said angrily, "You're finally here. Look at what you're feeding us. Is this fit for human consumption?" Smith hurriedly explained, "Students, listen to me. Because we took on many survivors, there isn't enough food on the cruise ship now, and there are no fresh ingredients to replenish. So please bear with it for now. When we reach the supply station, we'll definitely replenish fresh ingredients for everyone, okay?" Hearing this, all the students immediately became unhappy. "So you really are feeding us stale food? I don't care. You must cook for us according to the previous standards, make the best, or we'll starve ourselves to death and scare you. Those filthy people were rescued by you too. It has nothing to do with us. If there isn't enough food, just throw them overboard. This is the cruise ship we rented." As they spoke, they finally looked at the 2 and played their trump card. 3 hours. If within 3 hours you don't prepare the food we like again, we'll tell our parents and make sure you can't survive in this industry. Smith and Jean Doshuan's faces instantly changed. They didn't doubt at all the capabilities of the forces behind these students. Okay, students, don't be angry. We'll go prepare it for you right away." So the 2 didn't dare say anything more and could only nod hurriedly in agreement. "Wait, the water in our swimming pool is also dirty. While you're at it, replace it with clean fresh water for us. We want to swim." Just as Smith and Jean Doshuan were about to go down and make arrangements, a male student with a center-parted hairstyle spoke up again. "But the cruise ship's desalination system is broken. Right now, the ship's freshwater reserves aren't even enough for everyone to drink. Could the swimming matter wait for a bit? I don't care. If there's no fresh water, use mineral water. Or just take that dirty water from the pool and give it to those people to drink. Then refill it with mineral water for us. We only drink clean, sparkling water," a female student said coquettishly. Smith and Jean Doshuan's expressions changed slightly, clearly not expecting them to make such demands. But seeing the threatening looks in the students' eyes, the 2 could only smile apologetically and nod, going down to make arrangements. "Teacher Jean, please wait a moment. Just then, a delicate, smiling voice called out to Jean Doshuan again. Jean Doshuan's heart sank. He knew who owned that voice and why she was calling him. Sure enough, when he turned around, he saw Chu Jiaojiao emerge from among the students, smiling as she jogged toward him. Teacher Jean, you promised me last night that you'd catch that big pervert who molested me and make him kneel and apologize. When are you going to bring him? Chu Jiaojiao asked with a smile on her face, looking expectant. Hearing this, Jean Doshuan's expression changed. He had originally thought Chu Jiaojiao was just an innocent rich girl who would quickly forget about it on her own. He hadn't expected that not only did she remember, but she seemed to remember it very clearly. After hesitating for a moment, Jean Doshuan still said, Jiaojiao, teacher knows you're a good child. That person saved several of your classmates last night, and now he's the only doctor on the cruise ship. Why don't we just let this matter go? Or wait until we reach land, then settle accounts with him. Wouldn't that work too? So Teacher Jean hasn't actually helped me catch him at all, have you? The smile on Chu Jiaojiao's face quickly disappeared, replaced by anger and resentment. Jiaojiao, you. Looking at Chu Jiaojiao's sudden change of expression, Jean Doshuan wondered where the good student from just moments ago had gone. It seems Teacher Jean still prefers to be threatened, so I'll give you a little motivation, shall I? Chu Jiaojiao showed a cold smile, then continued. Before we finish our meal, if you still haven't brought that bastard to kneel and admit his mistake to me, and slap himself 1,000 times, I will definitely have my daddy fire you. I mean what I say, Teacher Jean. You'd better work hard. Giving Jean Doshuan an encouraging look, Chu Jiaojiao put her hands behind her back and returned to her cute, innocent appearance, bouncing back to join the other students in their play. Jean Doshuan's expression was gloomy, but he could only go make preparations. Watching Jean Doshuan's hurried departing figure, the smile on Chu Jiaojiao's face grew even brighter and more expectant. Jiaojiao, what are you smiling about? Several female students came forward. Nothing much. Teacher Jean said he's already caught that big pervert who molested me, and he'll bring him over shortly to kneel and apologize to me. Chu Jiaojiao said with a smile, deliberately raising her voice. Wow, really? That's great. Just kneeling and apologizing isn't enough. Later, everyone join in and beat up this bastard to avenge Jiaojiao. Yes, I support that. I'm going to kick his balls. As a protector of flowers, Jones immediately chimed in, quickly gaining the support of all the students. Everyone was filled with anticipation for this unique dining experience. Fourth floor. Song Bing was brought by 3 teachers to a private room. The table was already filled with food, and Jean Doshuan, seated at the head, had been waiting for some time. Dr. Song, please sit. Seeing Song Bing, Jean Doshuan stood up proactively. The 3 teachers behind him closed the door. Song Bing sat down without concern and began eating. Seeing this, Jean Doshuan continued with a smile. Dr. Song, first of all, thank you for curing my 6 students. You're welcome. In my eyes, as long as they're patients, I treat them all. Song Bing smiled meaningfully. But Jean Doshuan, who didn't understand, went straight to the point. Also, there's another matter I need to verify with Dr. Song. Before you fled here, did you encounter 3 students? As expected, Song Bing instantly confirmed the other party's purpose. So he became even more curious about what they planned to do. With considerable interest, he nodded and frankly admitted, That's right, I think I did encounter them. Jean Doshuan's eyes narrowed slightly. But my 3 students said that when they saw you surrounded by zombies, they kindly saved you. Yet you took the opportunity to escape, and before escaping, seeing that one of the female students was beautiful, you even tried to abduct her. After failing, you became angry from embarrassment and slapped her. Cough, cough, cough. Song Bing was instantly choked by this completely reversed story. Then he looked at Jean Doshuan in surprise and asked with curious amusement, Who told you this? You don't need to know who, but you bullied my student. Shouldn't you give an explanation? Jean Doshuan's voice grew colder, completely revealing his true face. Although Chu Jiaojiao and Jones might be lying, it didn't matter anymore. So, how do you want me to give an explanation? Seeing the other party's attitude, Song Bing became interested and asked with a smile. He was very curious about which oddball had made up such a story. Chen Mingxian? Probably not. Then it must be that girl who just turned 18 and that white youth. He had thought they were unusual at first glance. He hadn't expected them to be this unusual. Each of my students is the descendant of high officials and wealthy magnates with noble status. This cruise ship was even rented by them. You've offended them, and by rights, you would die miserably. At this point, Jean Doshuan's gaze grew colder, a well-trained look. Then he restrained his coldness and continued to reveal his true purpose. But considering that you're a doctor and just cured several of my students, I pleaded with them on your behalf. In the end, the female student you bullied also agreed, as long as you go. While waiting for the new food to be served, the bored students went to the empty recreation area to play. Some were swinging on swings, some were going down slides, and some were getting deep massages from female crew members. At this moment, several male students pulled a few female students and secretly went to the swimming pool. Hey, Wu Kuan, the water in this swimming pool hasn't been changed yet. It's filthy. We're not going to wash in it. The girls looked disgusted. Hee hee, who said we were going swimming? We're here to use the restroom. The middle-parted guy, known as Wu Kuan, grinned mischievously and exchanged glances with the other boys. With wicked grins on their faces, the group immediately went to the swimming pool, took out their tools, and urinated into the pool. Hey, what are you doing? I'm so embarrassed. The sudden scene made the girls blush with embarrassment. Anyway, this bathwater is going to be given to those beggars to drink. So what's the big deal? Who told them to share our food? We're just giving them more water so they won't waste any. Come on, you guys add some too, so we can save more water. After Wu Kuan and his group finished releasing the girls, they went up to the girls and started to incite them in a perverted manner. Ugh, no way, that's disgusting. Several girls looked resistant and were about to leave. But Wu Kuan stopped him and continued to tempt him. You guys should try it. It's really exciting. Think about it. This is meant for those people to drink. It's a small punishment for them. Then you're not allowed to peek. After being persuaded and lured by Wu Kuan and his accomplices, a sickly look appeared in the eyes of the girls. But she still pretended to be shy. Don't worry, I promise I won't watch it. Wu Kuan smiled wickedly and raised his hand to swear. The girls laughed and immediately went to the edge of the pool, unbuttoning their skirts. He did the same thing as Wu Kuan and others. Half an hour later, several people happily skipped and jumped out of the swimming pool area. Watching the crew members change the water in the swimming pool and learning that the water would indeed be stored and given to the people on the first and second floors to drink later. Their faces were etched with a wicked sense of humor, especially the girls, who seemed to be experiencing an unprecedented sense of excitement. Just then, news came that new food was being served. They then happily ran towards the restaurant to play, under the coercion and enticement of a group of students. The restaurant had been cleaned and, in just over an hour, replaced with a whole new spread of delicious food. This nearly depleted all the top-quality ingredients stored on the cruise ship. A group of playful students also arrived at this time. Only when he saw a table full of even more sumptuous top-quality food did he show a satisfied expression. Not bad, much better this time. Yoshi, finally, I can have my favorite Kobe beef. Why didn't you do this earlier? You had to make us angry, humph. Seeing that his little darlings were finally satisfied, Captain Smith breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Jiaojiao and Joan stayed in the restaurant the whole time, not going anywhere, naturally waiting for Song Bing to arrive. Just as the students, tired from playing, were about to have their meal, the white-clad figure they had been longing for finally arrived, led by Kim Do-soon and the others. Here he comes, classmates. This is the doctor who tried to molest Jiao Jiao. Jones immediately shouted excitedly, instantly attracting the attention of all the students. Upon seeing Song Bing, Chu Jiaojiao revealed a cold smile on her lips, which were adorned with lipstick. She sat down in the armchair and crossed her legs. He was already fantasizing about how to humiliate Song Bing later. Is this the guy? Should I say or not? He's actually quite handsome. So what if he's handsome? He's still a monster in human form. The students instantly lost their appetite, rubbing their hands together and grinning mischievously. On the other side, Song Byung reluctantly arrived after being repeatedly invited by Kim Do-soon and others. This was his first time coming to the 5th floor. Bright natural light, luxurious design, and a wide variety of entertainment facilities are all available. It's like a princess castle full of entertainment. It's a world apart from the crowded and chaotic third floor below. Especially inside the restaurant in front, there is a dazzling array of top-quality delicacies that smell wonderful. Before they even arrived, Song Bing could already smell the fragrance. This is worlds apart from the cafeteria downstairs. What an idyllic life. Even in the apocalypse, they can still be this extravagant? Song Bingdu was surprised. But it quickly dawned on them that these people seemed unaware of the apocalypse and only believed that the South Island had changed. At this moment, a group of aristocratic students also came out of the restaurant. The plan is to torment Song Bing before indulging in a delicious meal. Song Bing's gaze finally fell on Jones and Chu Jiaojiao, whom he had seen before. Especially Chu Jiaojiao, who no longer looked as delicate and pitiful as she had on that day. At this moment, they all displayed an arrogant and smug attitude, like petty people who have achieved their goals. The way she looked at Song Bing was full of arrogance, like a pink-haired delinquent girl about to bully others. Soon, Song Bing finally arrived in front of Chu Jiaojiao and the others. The various wicked smiles on the faces of these so-called students became even clearer. But the scene fell silent. The students seemed to be led by Chu Jiaojiao, waiting for her to take the lead in judging Song Bing and venting her anger. Wait a minute. You'd better do whatever they tell you to do, or I'm not sure I can guarantee you'll leave alive. Kim Do-soon's threatening voice also rang in my ears. Captain Smith, standing to the side, also wore a helpless expression. Based on the first mate's account, he greatly appreciated Song Bing's medical skills and was very happy to have such a doctor on the cruise ship. But if anyone is to blame, it's Song Bingxian who shouldn't have offended these wealthy and high-ranking officials. I told you, we chartered this cruise ship. Didn't you believe me? Weren't you very aloof before? Why aren't you aloof now? Chu Jiaojiao spoke, her first words a condescending and sarcastic remark. Song Bing looked puzzled and asked curiously, "So, what do you plan to do?" A flash of resentment crossed Chu Jiaojiao's eyes. She stood up and arrogantly pointed to her feet, saying, "Kneel down and slap yourself 1,000 times. Each one has to be louder than the one you slapped me with, or I'll have someone throw you into the water to feed the fish. That's all." Song Bing smiled and continued to ask. However, to everyone else, this was a pleasant surprise for Song Bing, who was able to obtain forgiveness with such a light punishment. This immediately made the students very unhappy. Of course not. You filthy, lowly person, how dare you molest Jiao Jiao? We won't let you off so easily. Yes, after slapping her, make her kowtow 10,000 times, then bark like a dog, and then let each of us beat her up. After you're done beating me, you can castrate your filthy tool of the crime yourself. Cut off the hand that you used to molest Jiao Jiao. I'll slash your face again. I really want to learn to bark like a dog. Immediately, a group of students stood up righteously, each of them transforming into a minister of justice, arrogantly proclaiming their own criminal laws. Song Bing had an excellent memory and wrote down all the students' requests. Is there anything else? After taking notes, Song Bing thoughtfully looked at the students who hadn't spoken yet and asked them questions. Seeing this, Smith and the others looked strange. Clearly, they couldn't understand why Song Bing was so foolish. Instead of immediately kneeling down, slapping himself, and admitting his mistake, he kept asking questions. Is the punishment not enough? Self-deprecating tendencies? Enough. Hurry up and kneel down to apologize. Fearing that Song Bing would be beaten to death, Kim Do-soon whispered coldly, I completely don't understand Song Bing's self-destructive behavior. That's so stupid. You trashy beast dared to hit Jiao Jiao. Since you think these punishments aren't enough, then there's no need for further trouble. I'll just chop you into 8 pieces and throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Just then, Jones stepped forward with a vengeful expression and spoke with an overbearing tone. He looked at Song Bing with extreme displeasure. With so many people backing him up, he no longer feared Song Bing. Song Binji finally looked at this guy with a surprised expression. He didn't expect there to be other experts. Cut it into 8 pieces to feed the fish. This is a really harsh demand. It leaves absolutely no room for maneuver. It might be a bit difficult to satisfy them, but he will definitely try his best. Now you're finally scared? You bastard, get down on your knees. Seeing Song Bing's pale face, the students assumed he was frightened and their smiles widened. All right, I've noted down all your requests. Now, let me properly fulfill them for you. Song Bing put his hands in his pockets and said helplessly. The students wore forced smiles, clearly not expecting Song Bing to be so frightened that he would have to fulfill each of their requests. This is going to be fun. They wanted to see how Song Bing could satisfy them. Should I kneel down and slap myself first, or kowtow and apologize first? Or perhaps they'll beat you up and then castrate you? In any case, if they are not satisfied, they will not let Song Bing off easily until you are satisfied with the torture. Stop. You can't do this. Just as Song Bing was about to satisfy these people one by one, a weak female voice came. Everyone looked over at the sound, and to Song Bing's surprise, the person who came was none other than Xia Shihan, the short-haired girl he had just treated. However, Xia Shihan was still weak and pale at this moment, and she was unsteady on her feet. It seems like she forced herself to come out. Xia Shihan, what do you mean? This big bad guy molested Jiao Jiao, and we're not allowed to get revenge. Or do you think our Jiao Jiao is lying and wrongly accusing him? The girls next to Chu Jiao Jiao looked at Xia Shihan and asked her questions in return. Chu Jiao Jiao looked at Xia Shihan with a hint of displeasure and resentment in her eyes. Because Xia Shihan is the only one whose family background and beauty are no less than hers. Seemingly aware of these people's character, Xia Shihan did not argue with them, but instead looked pleadingly at Jin Doshuan and the others. He pleaded, Teacher Jin, Teacher Song is a very good person, and he even saved our lives. He's definitely not that kind of person. We can't repay kindness with enmity. Faced with Xia Shihan's desperate pleas, Jin Doshuan and the others chose to remain silent. How could they not know? However, fairness is always maintained by those in power, and what is right and wrong is naturally up to them to decide. You despicable and shameless bastard, I didn't give you a chance to escape back then. But today I'm going to cripple you for Jiao Jiao's sake. Jones suddenly roared, his face turning ferocious. He wasted no more time and decisively charged towards Song Bingyin. He was certain that Song Bing would not dare to resist in front of Jin Doshuan and the others, and would only stand obediently and let him beat him. Therefore, he had to be the first to hit. This will make you look more imposing, domineering, and incredibly handsome. This would be even more likely to win Chu Jiaojiao's favor. Everyone watched this scene with sneers and did not stop it. No, Xia Shihan shouted, trying to stop them, but she collapsed to the ground due to her weakness. Jones, who thought he was throwing a cool punch, quickly slammed it into Song Bing's face. However, the next second, Song Bing easily grabbed him with one hand. No one saw Song Bing make a move. Jones's previously sneer froze. He instinctively tried to break free forcefully, but found that Song Bing's strength was astonishing, and he couldn't budge an inch. He then angrily ordered, You let go. I order you to let go. Let me hit you. With so many people around, if you dare to fight back, you're dead. Seeing Jones offer himself up, Song Bing's lips curled into a wicked smile. Since you're in such a hurry, I'll let you cut in line. Kim Do-soon frowned slightly, then immediately raised his hand to grab Song Bing, threatening, Let go. Do you want to die? Snap crack. However, before he could finish speaking, he was sent flying by Song Bing's powerful slap without even turning his head. Time slowed down by 40 times. Kim Do-soon is a top-notch bodyguard and a highly skilled professional mixed martial arts fighter. Faced with Song Bing's slap, he was completely caught off guard, let alone able to dodge. His blood splattered immediately, half of his face bone caved in and deformed, and he flew several meters away, losing consciousness on the spot. But for Song Bing, it was just like casually swatting a fly off his body. Everything happened in an instant. All the people saw was that Kim Do-soon had just touched Song Bing when he was inexplicably sent flying. They didn't even see Song Bing's backhand sinus strike clearly. Teacher Jin. The three teachers reacted quickly and immediately drew their guns, aiming them at Song Bing's head. Bang, bang, bang. The same scene played out again. This time, however, they weren't slapped away. Instead, the three men's heads exploded one after another the instant they drew their guns and pointed them at Song Bing. This time, Song Bing only used one sinus. It's just that the power is slightly greater. But in everyone's eyes, this scene was still the moment the three of them touched Song Bing, followed by a strange and terrifying explosion. The three headless corpses collapsed to the ground with a thud, never knowing what kind of being they had provoked. Boom! Time seemed to stand still at that moment, and blood, like watermelon juice, splattered on the faces of everyone who was still alive. The students who had been shouting immediately fell silent, standing there as if struck by lightning, their pupils shrinking slightly. The ferocity and sneer of the previous second were gone from their faces, replaced by a gradually spreading fear and trembling. Xia Shihan, who was already worried, covered her mouth in horror. Jones, in particular, whose wrist was being held by Song Bing. After witnessing this headshot spectacle up close, pride and courage were ruthlessly destroyed. At that moment, all he could see was fear. My father is a minister in the kingdom of Namba. Ew. Jones's legs went weak instantly. Urine flowed uncontrollably, and he could no longer speak clearly. Looking at the white-clad youth before him again, he felt as if he were facing a demon. This was not human. He didn't understand why he dared to throw that punch. I don't understand why I was so brave just now. Cut it into 8 pieces, then throw it into the sea to feed the fish. If I remember correctly, this was your request just now, right? The patient, Song, asked with a harmless smile. It's the kind of thoughtful thing to do. Jones's vision blurred, and his whole body went limp. He hurriedly shook his head, tears streaming down his face. No, it's not like that. I was just joking. I don't want to be torn to pieces. Let me explain. Oh, but before he could finish speaking, Song Bing had already torn off one of his hands on the spot. Jones screamed in pain, his eyes instantly turning bloodshot. I'm sorry, your request is a bit too much, and I don't have any suitable tools, so I can only satisfy you with my hands. However, I am very gentle. Okay, just bear with it, it'll be over soon. This is the first one. Song Bing smiled and continued talking. He didn't know how to divide the 8 pieces. Sizzle. This is the second piece. Sizzle. This is the third piece. Sizzle. This is the fourth piece. Oh, stop pulling. Oh. Jones could clearly feel his limbs being torn apart piece by Song Bing. The excruciating pain assaulted his nerves and brain, causing him unbearable agony in an instant. He clearly hadn't expected that being dismembered would be so painful. If I had thought about it, I probably wouldn't have been so ruthless as to make such a demanding request of dying a mangled corpse. But this is only 4 pieces. It's still a long way from him being torn to pieces. So Song Bing continued to tear off pieces, throwing each piece into the sea to feed the fish. It's as easy as taking apart a puppet. It feels perfectly natural. After all, this is what the other party requested. He naturally wanted to do everything he could to satisfy them. They even thoughtfully asked the other person if they enjoyed it after each piece was removed. Jones's response was looks like it's great. This satisfied Song Bing's desire to help others. In the end, Jones was torn to pieces by Song Bingda in despair and agony. Then they were all thrown into the sea. His eyes remained wide open until his death, filled with pain and fear. I truly experienced the exhilarating feeling of being dismembered into 8 pieces. But if he could have come, he probably wouldn't have made this request. Song Bing broke off his head into the last 2 pieces and threw them into the sea. The students present witnessed this bloody scene and were so terrified that their minds went blank. As students, they take advantage of their parents' indulgence and their status as minors, and enjoy the thrill of bullying the weak. They often use various cruel and humiliating methods to bully classmates who are weaker and more introverted than themselves. Just like Qin Mingxian. The more humiliated and pained these students were, the more pitiful and begging for mercy they became. They can come up with more and more ways to bully, endlessly, until they torture someone to death. This makes them feel superior and gives them endless pleasure and enjoyment. But the bloody and terrifying scene before them was like a dimensional attack, making their legs go weak instantly. They no longer felt joy and contentment. There was only fear and helplessness, because the roles have been reversed. Jones, in particular, has personally experienced the pain of being dismembered. After satisfying the eager child who wanted to cut in line, Song Bing turned around. He continued to smile as he looked at the other good students who were making requests. Thump! When they were greeted by Song Bing's handsome, smiling face once again, all the students trembled in fear. Some were stunned with fear. Some screamed in terror. Some were even so frightened that they fainted on the spot. Clearly, no one expected Song Bing to be so terrible. They will inflict all of this on them. This is not human. This is a demon far more terrifying than them. Why did they capture such a demon? This is not what they want. Come on. You pampered princesses and princes, it's your turn now. Anyone else want to cut in line? Song Bing wiped his hands and asked gently, just like a neighbor asking a big question. No, no, no. You are the devil. You are the devil. Get away from me. Get away from me now. Several tall male students were the first to react and tried to run, but they collapsed on the spot and retreated in terror. He was nowhere to be seen as the wicked seed he had just been. This is what you yourselves asked for. How can you refuse it? Since there aren't any, then come in line. I've remembered all your requests, and I'll definitely fulfill them all. Song Binghan smiled as he looked at the students, resembling a teacher at that moment, and began to recall them one by one. If I remember correctly, your dream was to lose an arm. Yours will be disfigured. You want to be castrated. You need to have all your little teeth pulled. Song Bing pointed to the students who had previously made resentful demands and recounted their dreams one by one. Instantly, the students who had just made their demands with smirks were drenched in sweat. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, recalling the scene of Jones being torn to pieces, their minds filled with nothing but fear. Only now did they finally understand the deeper meaning behind Song Bing's questions to them. That's definitely not enough, because that question was directed at them. Whatever punishment they demanded, Song Bing would certainly comply with them. However, it is the satisfaction they find in it. No, no, my dad is Director XX. If you dare touch me, he'll kill you. Wah! Those students who had just been bitterly demanding punishment were instantly terrified and started crying, trying to run away in a panic. But they were all so scared that they lay on the ground like limp shrimps, moving incredibly slowly. They had bullied and tormented many vulnerable people, but they never imagined that one day they would become the victims of bullying themselves. They didn't want to experience that feeling for even a second longer. Come on. Today I'm Santa Claus. Song Bing smiled and stepped forward, first approaching the man named Wu Kuan. His only requirement is castration to satisfy you. Wah! I don't want to be castrated. My dad's the bureau chief. You can't castrate me. I was wrong. I was just joking. Wu Kuan was so scared he wet himself and cried his heart out. Sweetie, don't cry. You won't be handsome if you cry. It'll be over soon. A scalpel appeared in Song Bing's hand. While gently comforting him, she swiftly and decisively castrated him. Seeing that the castration was not clean enough, Song Bing castrated himself again. Whoa! Wu Kuan let out a desperate scream. His body convulsed, and he fainted on the spot. Having satisfied Wu Kuan, Song Bing continued his journey toward other princes and princesses with dreams. No, I didn't mean to satisfy my desires. So, that means you're satisfied with me? Yes, yes. Oh, you actually matched up? Hiss, 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 hiss. Ah. Severed hands, disfigured faces, cut off ears, pulled teeth, chrysanthemums blooming all over the mountain. At this moment, Song Bing transforms into a loving veterinarian, fulfilling their requests one by one. Suddenly, screams like pigs being slaughtered echoed throughout the land. The scene looked cruel, but Song Bing had no choice. These people chose them themselves. Naturally, they should experience this thrill for themselves. Smith and the others watched, trembling. Some of them even had guns on them. But when they thought about the headshot they had just witnessed, they didn't even have the courage to draw their guns, let alone stop it. Not far away, Xia Shihan had already turned pale. She was just trying to save Song Bing. At this point, Song Bing, having satisfied his desires all the way, finally arrived in front of Chu Jiaojiao and the others. At this moment, Chu Jiaojiao and a dozen other students were standing together. They remained in the same positions where they had just arrogantly mocked Song Bing and demanded that he kneel down and admit his mistakes. However, at this moment, they were all as pale and colorless as little quails. With the onset of Song's illness, his body trembled even more violently. Looking at Song Bing, who came to her with a smile, Chu Jiaojiao dared not call out. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed, ruining her makeup. Song Bing picked up the blood-stained scalpel and wiped it clean on Chu Jiaojiao's face, asking with a curious smile, "Do I have to kneel down and apologize, you pampered little princess?" Chu Jiaojiao's body trembled violently, and she almost fell over. Liquid even flowed out from between her thighs. But she still mustered her courage and spoke, her voice trembling. This cruise ship is rented. We have the right to. We have the police. Really? Song Bing smiled, never expecting there to be such an innocent child. So he turned to Smith and asked directly, I said this cruise ship is mine now. Do you have a problem with that? Chu Jiaojiao and the dozen or so students behind her all looked at Smith, their eyes filled with fear and pleading. They desperately wanted Smith and the others to come and save them. They were scared. Thump. However, the next second, upon meeting Song Bing's gaze, Smith's legs involuntarily buckled, and he hurriedly shook his head, pale and weak. No objection. It's all yours. He felt as if he would die instantly if he dared to say no or hesitate for even half a second. His first mate and crew members beside him also trembled and knelt on the ground. He buried his head tightly. They didn't even glance at Chu Jiaojiao and the others, afraid of being tainted by their bad luck. Having received a response that the other party was willing to transfer the shares, Song Bing looked at Chu Jiao again. He said nothing, yet he said everything. You said you rented this cruise ship, but now the whole cruise ship belongs to me. They might even ask you, your life is mine now. Do you have a problem with that? Do you dare have a problem with this? Upon seeing Smith and the others, they immediately knelt down. Chu Jiaojiao and the others were even more desperate. Their last hope vanished. Her body trembled even more violently, and more tears welled up in her eyes. They suddenly realized that the identity and rights they were so proud of were suddenly no longer valid. No, to be precise, it was in front of this terrifying young man in a white coat. That won't work. Wah, we were wrong. We're still students. Please forgive us. I'm still a minor. I'm just a child. I don't know any better, sob. Finally, one of the students couldn't hold back anymore and begged for mercy. But such pleas for mercy are all too familiar. Upon closer reflection, isn't it the same kind of plea they once bullied from the weak? However, back then, when faced with such a plea for mercy, they seemed to be laughing even more happily. They became even more unrestrained. Song Bing also smiled brightly. That's wonderful. I love children the most. The students. Please don't kill me. I can give you my body. Enveloped in fear, Chu Jiaojiao, the instigator, also struggled to raise her head, her face streaked with tears as she looked at Song Bing, her lips trembling as she spoke. This is all she can think of right now. At that moment, besides fear, she also felt endless regret. She could have easily continued living the life of a princess after escaping back to the cruise ship. Why did she keep pressuring Kim Do-soon to bring Song Byung-sung here? They've brought in such a terrifying demon. At that moment, she desperately wanted to pray that it was all a dream. Pray that Song Bing will leave soon. But Song Bing's voice and the cold, blood-stained scalpel pulled him back from his reverie. Your body. Oh, by the way, you seem to be telling them I'm a pervert? They thought I was trying to molest you because you're so beautiful, right? Song Bing sneered, only then remembering the other party's outrageous lie. No, it was my fault. You didn't molest me. I was the one who kept bothering you, so you hit me. You even led the way for us and saved us. I lied. I was confused and said the wrong thing. Chu Jiaojiao shook her head in alarm and hurriedly tried to clarify everything, fearing that Song Bing would get angry and kill her on the spot. Oh, Chu Jiaojiao, so you were the one who lied to us. Dr. Song is a good person. You've ruined us, Wah. Upon hearing this, the students immediately panicked and seized the opportunity to turn against him and condemn him. But when they met Song Bing's gaze, they were immediately frightened into shutting their mouths, because they no longer felt guilty for wrongly accusing Song Bing. Rather, they were so terrified by Song Bing's terrible condition that they wanted to survive in this way. So, I'm innocent, and I don't need to kneel down and admit my mistake, right? Song Bing continued to ask with a smile. Thinking that Song Bing was going to forgive her, Chu Jiaojiao quickly shook her head. No need. Then you can kneel down. Song Bing still spoke in a very kind tone, but Chu Jiaojiao and the others were instantly so frightened that they knelt down on the ground. They dared not hesitate for a moment. My hands are a little tired now that I've fulfilled so many people's dreams. So the rest of your dreams are up to you to realize. Song Bing put his hands back in his pockets and smiled innocently. Just do as you just asked. Those who should kneel should kneel. Those who should be slapped should be slapped. And those who should kowtow should kowtow. Those who need to lick the floor should lick the floor. Those who need to pluck their hair should do so. Eat until you drop dead. The dog's barking. Follow the standards you just mentioned, understand? Chu Jiao Jiao and the others trembled violently once again. Especially those few who said they would kowtow 10,000 times, lick this floor, and eat 10 pounds of dead meat. I almost fainted. But none of them dared to faint, because one of them who had fainted had his head crushed by Song Bing and thrown into the sea. They nodded in terror and tears, saying, "We understand, we understand." Then what are we waiting for? Let's begin. Or do you want me to make it happen for you personally? Song Bing smiled. Chu Jiao Jiao was so frightened that she immediately knelt down and started slapping herself. Other students also joined in, some fanning, some licking, some pulling, and some eating. Each one of them used great force and was extremely serious, counting as they fanned, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Otherwise, let Song Bing take action. Jones, along with Wu Kuan who was castrated, are role models. At that moment, they even felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, it was just about kneeling and kowtowing. Unlike Wu Kuan and Jones, they weren't subjected to castration and dismemberment. Clap, clap, clap. Knock, knock, knock. Woof, woof, woof. He, he, he. Soon, cheers filled the entire fifth floor. Chu Jiao Jiao and the others were fanning themselves wildly. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were performing some kind of musical symphony. How should I put it? Their initial arrogant demands have indeed been met at this moment, but the roles have been reversed. Song Bing's washed his hands at the sink, took off his blood-stained white coat after treating the animals, and then leisurely entered the restaurant to eat. These good students are quite thoughtful. They asked him to realize his dream and even prepared so many delicious dishes for him, all of them top-notch cuisine. There's also chicken, which the little animals love to eat. Xia Shihan, who was not far away, was completely dumbfounded as she watched this dramatic scene unfold. She had heard that Chu Jiao Jiao and the others were going to torture Song Bing, so she endured her physical discomfort and wanted to come and save her savior. She knew all about Chu Jiao Jiao and the others' methods. They enjoyed bullying the weak. But to her surprise, things developed in a way that she never expected. Chu Jiao Jiao and the others have run into a brick wall. No, this isn't an iron plate. It's a titanium alloy steel plate. Hey! Just then, Xia Shihan suddenly noticed Song Bing looking at her and calling out. This startled Xia Shihan badly on the spot, terrified that Song Bing was about to extend his demonic hand toward her. Have you eaten? But the next second, Song Bing asked. Then come over and eat something. Once you're full, your illness will recover faster. Song Bing said naturally. Xia Shihan froze again, but with Song Bing putting it that way, she did indeed feel very hungry. Moreover, this was Song Bing's invitation. Did she dare refuse? If she refused, would Song Bing get angry? Would he do that to her too? Countless thoughts flashed through Xia Shihan's mind, ultimately fearing Song Bing would explode in rage. She still forced her body to move, trembling as she walked into the dining hall, found a corner, picked up a small piece of bread, and carefully began eating. Song Bing paid no mind to this, enjoying his meal while watching the scene before him. This situation could only be described with two words: appetite-enhancing. Thus, a peculiar scene appeared on the entire fifth floor. Song Bing and Xia Shihan dining in the restaurant. Smith and the others trembling and kneeling on the ground. Chu Jiao Jiao and the others self-harming over there. And of course Wu Kuan and a few others, who had already fainted on the ground due to minor injuries to certain body parts. At this moment, Jin Doshuan, who had been sent flying by Song Bing's initial slap, groggily climbed up. Half his face was already fractured and caved in. Of course, this was the result of Song Bing holding back, dazed but not brain damaged. As for why he didn't kill him, it was simply because he still had use for him. Looking at the horrifying scene before him, Jin Doshuan was about to make a move when Smith immediately pressed him down to the ground. At the same time, he whispered something in his ear. Who knows what was said? But after hearing it, Jin Doshuan's body trembled. Recalling something, he hastily knelt prostrate on the ground, his body shaking uncontrollably. As time passed, Chu Jiaojiao and the others' faces had swollen into pig heads, but they still didn't dare stop. Meanwhile, in the dining hall, the table full of food, enough to feed over 100 people, quickly disappeared under Song Bing's consumption. This scene once again shocked Xia Shirhan into a meme-worthy expression. Is this human? Can eat this much? Are you full? After drinking the last glass of wine, well-fed and satisfied, Song Bing looked towards Xia Shirhan in the corner and asked with a smile. Xia Shirhan hastily put down the bread in her hand, nodding repeatedly like a little chick pecking at rice. She wasn't as afraid anymore, because she suddenly felt that Song Bing treated her differently from these people. Toward these people, Song Bing was brutal and crude, like a veterinarian treating livestock. But toward her, Song Bing still seemed to be that kind Dr. Song, as if looking at a patient. Then go get some good sleep. This place isn't suitable for you. Song Bing indicated. Xia Shirhan wanted to say something, but facing Song Bing, she didn't dare. In the end, she could only hurry away. Watching Xia Shirhan's unharmed departing figure, not only unpunished, but even invited by Song Bing to eat. The hearts of the students were filled with regret and envy. How they wished they were Xia Shirhan at this moment. Letting out a satisfied burp, Song Bing also got up and walked out of the dining hall, coming before Chu Jiaojiao and the others. Chu Jiaojiao and the others, who had already become pig-headed, were immediately frightened into increasing their efforts. How does it feel to personally experience the demands you proposed? Song Bing asked with caring smile. After all, these were what they had chosen themselves at the start. He was just using them unchanged on these people, letting them experience it. Chu Jiaojiao and the others wanted to cry, but didn't dare. They could only forcibly hold back tears and nod, saying it felt good, while slapping even harder. I can see that. You're indeed very happy. Seeing you also happy makes me feel good too. Song Bing also felt quite satisfied and nodded, then continued to ask with concern. So do you have any other requests? Speak boldly. I'll fulfill them all for you right now. Chu Jiaojiao and the others were immediately frightened into shaking their heads. How would they dare have more? Suddenly, Song Bing's peripheral vision caught a figure under a door crack in the distance. None other than Chun Mingxian. At this moment, his face was equally pale to the extreme, but he stared fixedly at Chu Jiaojiao, his eyes containing only Chu Jiaojiao, that face full of worry and longing, wishing he could rush out and shield Chu Jiaojiao beneath him, as if afraid Song Bing would kill Chu Jiaojiao. Seeing this, the corners of Song Bing's mouth lifted slightly, but he said nothing more. Instead, he walked straight towards Smith and the awakened Jean Doshuan. Thinking Song Bing was coming to punish him, Smith's heart filled with despair. But he still mustered his courage, looking at Song Bing trembling and asking. Jean Doshuan also pricked up his ears. They completely didn't understand why Song Bing, who seemed very kind, was now so terrifying and cruel, simply meeting them like ants. Didn't I say? I'm just a small doctor. Of course, besides being a doctor for people, I'm also a veterinarian. Song Bing said with a smile on his face. Smith and Jean Doshuan's hearts trembled, especially Jean Doshuan. Before coming, Song Bing seemed to have said something similar to him. Actually, I'm a doctor with very superb medical skills. I can not only treat people, but even treat livestock. Are you sure you really want me to go? But at the time, he had assumed Song Bing was just expressing his high medical skills, wanting to beg for mercy. So he had dismissively not taken it seriously, still forcibly bringing Song Bing up. Only now did he discover the key point wasn't in the medical skills, but in those two words, veterinarian. What he brought up wasn't a doctor at all, but clearly a demonic veterinarian, treating them as livestock. Next, you'll supervise. One slap short, and I'll use you to make up for it. Understand? Ignoring their shocked expressions, Song Bing asked with a smile. The two came to their senses, as if granted amnesty, hastily nodding repeatedly. How would they dare refuse? Next time you fall ill again, call me anytime. I'm very willing. Also, let me tell you one more thing. This disaster isn't only on South Island. Before leaving, Song Bing left behind a meaningful sentence. Compared to killing these people now, he looked forward more to their upcoming fate. Alright, actually he had another selfish motive, which was to conveniently collect some merit. We wouldn't dare. Jean Doshuan and Smith were frightened into shaking their heads, almost crying. How would they dare have a next time? As for the second half of Song Bing's words, who knows if the terrified two heard it? After a long while, Jean Doshuan and Smith finally dared to tremblingly raise their heads. But Song Bing's figure had long since disappeared. Yet Chu Jiaojiao and the others were still slapping themselves, not daring to rest. That hanging crimson-white coat remained conspicuous. Smith and Jean Doshuan dared not stop this. Looking at the terrifying and bloody scene before them, Wu Kuan and the others on the ground, along with those 3 headless corpses, the two nearly fainted again, especially Jean Doshuan, who fell into deep doubt. What kind of terrifying person had they provoked? No one knew how much time had passed. Only after finishing their slapping did Chu Jiaojiao and the others dare to stop and look. When they discovered that Song Bing had truly left, they finally could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, breaking down in tears. Each of them had faces swollen almost into pig heads. Chu Jiaojiao cried in despair, now truly becoming a victim without needing to pretend. But as she cried, her peripheral vision soon fell upon Smith and Jean Doshuan. So her crying turned to anger as she looked at the two and loudly questioned, Woo. Why? Why didn't you stand up to protect us just now? Why did you let him torture us like this? How could so many of you not even beat one person? Watching us get bullied by him. Why didn't you protect us? Useless, you're all useless. Seeing this, the other students also cried and blamed them, naturally pushing all the fault onto Jean Doshuan and the others for their inadequate protection. Smith and Jean Doshuan, who had just recovered their senses, clearly hadn't expected Chu Jiaojiao and the others to turn on them so quickly. Still asking them why. Shouldn't they be the ones asking that question? Who caused the current situation? If they had stood up, they would now be headless corpses. Chu Jiaojiao curled up pitifully, crying even more grievously. Enough. Hearing these grating voices, Jean Doshuan, whose face was already half destroyed from the slapping, clenched his fists tighter and tighter. The stabbing pain and mental confusion finally made him roar and explode. In an instant, the piercing accusations and complaints came to an abrupt halt. Jean Doshuan's expression was exceptionally grim at this moment. Combined with his shattered half-face and one eye turned blood red, he looked extremely terrifying. All the students were frightened, and not one dared to speak again. You blame me? You still have the face to blame me? I begged you again and again to just leave it, but you arrogantly threw your princess tantrum and used your father to force me to arrest someone. If you hadn't made trouble, would we be in this situation now? Would my face have become this monstrous? Jean Doshuan walked coldly toward Chu Jiaojiao and the others, his voice almost a roar. Chu Jiaojiao was instantly terrified. Jean Doshuan's gaze turned fiercely toward the others, equally cold. And you all, if you hadn't joined in the commotion and refused to listen no matter what, would we be in this situation now? Which part of all this wasn't caused by you? Why blame me? Huh? What? Jean Doshuan became more agitated as he spoke, like a beast about to explode, once again frightening the students into trembling. They clearly hadn't expected Jean Doshuan, who had always been submissive, to suddenly explode like this. But what they didn't know was that if not for his wariness of their background and status, the demon long suppressed in Jean Doshuan's heart would have already erupted. As if attacked by sudden rage, the agitated and suppressed Jean Doshuan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Smith hurried forward and ordered people to carry Jean Doshuan away, along with the injured and unconscious students, and the blood and 3 headless corpses covering the ground. This time, Chu Jiaojiao and the others dared not speak again, nor did they dare to throw tantrums anymore. Only after the cleanup was complete did Smith return to the students, trying to keep his voice low. Everything that happened today must not be spread. And don't provoke that demon again. Otherwise, we'll all be buried with you. The students' expressions changed slightly, but immediately one student said, Call the police. The police will punish him. He killed people. He must pay with his life. Smith looked at them, trying not to get angry. So far, none of the distress messages we sent out have received any response. In other words, if he wants to kill us, the police can't descend from heaven to save us. Understand. The students' souls trembled. They seemed to understand. Hold on a bit longer. If nothing unexpected happens, tomorrow we'll pass through Australia, and then we'll be saved. Seeing that these ancestors had finally stopped making trouble, Smith continued with a piece of relatively good news. Really? The student's eyes immediately brightened. I haven't eaten yet. My stomach is so hungry. Just as Smith was about to leave, another student said weakly, "Huff." Smith took a deep breath and still had people go make food for these ancestors. But wanting a meal as luxurious as before was obviously impossible. After Smith left, with no target to blame, everyone's resentful gazes soon fell on Chu Jiaojiao. Right, this is all caused by you. You cheap woman, I'll beat you to death. More and more people blamed Chu Jiaojiao, even beginning to pull her hair. Strangely, not a single person blamed Song Bing anymore. Nor did anyone want to settle accounts with Song Bing. Chu Jiaojiao's expression changed, but now the students would no longer listen. Grabbing Chu Jiaojiao, they delivered a beating of punches and kicks, tearing her clothes, venting all their resentment on her. They kept beating until the food was ready. Then the students ran up like starving ghosts, grabbing food and stuffing it into their mouths. This time, it wasn't lobster and abalone, but simple bread, vegetables, and fruit. But strangely, the originally picky students ate with particular relish. Chu Jiaojiao's hair was disheveled, and her clothes had long been torn to rags. She crawled up wanting to eat too, but was scared away by the students' fierce and menacing glares. Finally, hiding in a corridor, she curled up and cried. The aggrieved Chu Jiaojiao shed tears, but her face was full of malice. Deep in the night, after finishing treating patients, Song Bing returned to the medical office on the 3rd floor. In the cold corridor, a young man sat curled up. The young man had an Asian face, around 21 years old. "Hello, Dr. Song. My name is Lu Chuanjia." Seeing Song Bing, the young man quickly stood up happily, his smile pure and polite. "Where do you feel unwell?" Song Bing swept his eyes over the young man, his heart stirring, but he still pretended nothing had happened as he asked. He hadn't expected that so late at night, with the temperature outside having dropped nearly to freezing, someone would still be waiting here. "It's not me, I'm fine. It's my girlfriend. She seems to have caught a cold. Could you prescribe some medicine for me?" Lu Chuanjia pleaded earnestly. Song Bing was slightly stunned, looking at him in surprise. "You're sure you're fine? Also, if it's your girlfriend, why didn't you have her come? The wind's strong outside. I'm afraid she'll catch more cold. Dr. Song, just give me some cold medicine to help her recover, please. Thank you. Oh, here's the money. This is all the cash I have on me. If it's not enough, I'll definitely make up the difference once we're back home." Lu Chuanjia spoke carefully and politely, showing no intention of trying to get something for free. Glancing at the cash the other party produced, Song Bing said nothing more and turned to fetch some medicine. These medicines weren't his anyway. Thank you, Dr. Song." Having received the medicine, Lu Chuanjia's smile grew even brighter. But before he could leave, his hand was suddenly grabbed by Song Bing, and several silver needles were inserted in quick succession. Song Bing's hand then moved to his chest and forehead. Ding successfully absorbed gastric bleeding, merit +1. Ding successfully absorbed wind cold, merit +1. Ding successfully absorbed angina pectoris, merit +1. As the silver needles were withdrawn, Song Bing cleared away all his ailments in the process. At the same time, he advised, "Take better care of yourself from now on. Stay up less, rest more." Lu Chuanjia felt himself over and suddenly felt much more comfortable overall. He immediately bowed deeply to Song Bing with even greater gratitude. "Thank you, Dr. Song. When I get back home, I'll definitely pay you the full consultation fee." After speaking, Lu Chuanjia left happily, clutching the medicine for his girlfriend. Watching his retreating figure, Song Bing's eyes narrowed slightly. He had seen the other's condition at a glance. It was a rare and unusual illness. Back in his room, Song Bing came out after showering and lay on the bed bare-chested. Then he looked down at his lower body. He was wondering when Candy would come out. Would it hurt when she came out? His consciousness invaded, and Song Bing found she was still curled up asleep in that snack room. No, she seemed to have changed positions. Only then did Song Bing withdraw his gaze with relief, then activated the forbidden eye. Like watching a 3D movie, he observed the situation throughout the cruise ship. As expected, under hunger and oppression, many chaotic situations had already emerged, especially on the 1st and 2nd floors. However, The belief in going home still restrained the evil in their hearts. So these chaotic situations weren't serious. Of course, there were also some heartwarming scenes among them. Song Bing's gaze fell on a familiar figure. Lu Chuanjia happily brought the medicine back to the second floor. Compared to the spaciousness of the fourth and fifth floors, the first and second floors were exceptionally crowded and chaotic. Even the corridors and storage rooms were packed with people. Lu Chuanjia carefully made his way through the corridor and finally entered a room. Inside was a four-person room with bunk beds, basically two acquaintances squeezed together on each bed. Even the two remaining corners had been occupied. Lu Chuanjia happily came to one of the lower bunks. This was what he had fought with everything he had to secure. At the moment, only a woman who appeared to be around 30 lay on the bed. The woman's appearance was ordinary, yet she was heavily made up, quite remarkable under such circumstances. Seeing Lu Chuanjia return, the woman immediately asked with concern, "The medicine? Did you get the medicine?" Yes, eat it quickly. You'll feel better after taking the medicine." Lu Chuanjia happily gave the medicine to Lao Zhuzhu and thoughtfully handed over half a bottle of water he'd been reluctant to drink himself. Lao Zhuzhu took it but drank it all at once. After drinking, she looked at Lu Chuanjia coquettishly again. "Honey, I'm hungry. Today's piece of bread wasn't filling at all. Hee, look what else I prepared for you." Lu Chuanjia grinned foolishly as he pulled out a piece of bread from his chest. Lao Zhuzhu's eyes immediately lit up. She took it without hesitation and began eating greedily in large bites. But even while eating greedily, she didn't forget to fish thoughtfully. "Honey, you gave me the food, so what will you do?" "It's fine, I'm not hungry. When we get back home, we'll go eat McDonald's." Lu Chuanjia swallowed and smiled as he fantasized about a beautiful future. "Honey, you're so good. Do you have any more food? I'm still hungry." But Lao Zhuzhu continued to act pitifully and coquettishly. That piece of bread had already been swallowed in just a few bites. Still hungry. Seeing this, Lu Chuanjia's face showed reluctance, but gritting his teeth, he pulled out a pack of beef jerky from the bundle under the bed. These were originally what he'd saved for last to give to Lao Zhuzhu. "Beef jerky. Honey, you're amazing. I really love you so much." Seeing the beef jerky, Lao Zhuzhu's eyes brightened even more. She hurriedly tore it open and ate. The aroma of beef instantly attracted the gazes of the other 8 survivors in the room. But wary of Lu Chuanjia's presence, they only swallowed their saliva and didn't dare do anything out of line. Though Lu Chuanjia himself was starving, watching his beloved woman eat was more satisfying than eating himself. In less than 20 seconds, Lao Zhuzhu quickly finished the entire pack of beef jerky greedily. Honestly, her eating manner was somewhat unseemly, but she still looked at Lu Chuanjia coquettishly. "Honey, do you have any other food? Give it all to me. I'll keep it safe." Lu Chuanjia hesitated, then gave his luggage to Lao Zhuzhu. This was everything he had. Lao Zhuzhu glanced at the food in the luggage, her eyes gleaming. She immediately clutched the luggage tightly and said happily, "Honey, I love you to death. Everything I have is my wife's. If it's not enough, when they distribute food tomorrow, I'll give you mine too. As long as you're happy, that's enough." Lu Chuanjia smiled affectionately. "Honey, you're so good. Then tomorrow I'll definitely eat all of Honey's food." Lao Zhuzhu showed a girlfriend-like coquettish laugh. This was the first time Lu Chuanjia had seen Lao Zhuzhu laugh so happily. So after hesitating, he leaned close to her ear and asked carefully, Baby, it's too cold outside. Could we squeeze together tonight? Don't worry, I won't do anything." Honey, we're not married yet, and I'm still not used to it. How about you sleep on the bed and I go sleep outside?" However, before Lu Chuanjia could finish speaking, Lao Zhuzhu looked troubled. "How could that work? I was just saying. You rest quickly, I'll go outside." Lu Chuanjia immediately stood up in a fluster, like a child who'd done something wrong. Before leaving, afraid Lao Zhuzhu would be cold, he left behind his only jacket. Lu Chuanjia came outside, found a relatively warm corner, and curled up to sleep. He swallowed, his mind fantasizing about the deliciousness of McDonald's. "Your husband treats you so well, and you still have the heart to drive him out to sleep? If I had a husband like that, I'd be in his arms already. You're lucky enough to have a bed. What's wrong with squeezing together? Do you know how cold it is outside? Such a rare good man. Be careful you don't lose him." Just as Lu Chuanjia left, several people in the room couldn't help but speak up. While envious, they felt even more indignant on Lu Chuanjia's behalf. These past days, they'd all witnessed Lao Zhuzhu's various exploitation and manipulation of Lu Chuanjia. The key was that Lu Chuanjia had given everything, yet Lao Zhuzhu still tricked him into sleeping outside. Even one of the sex workers in the room couldn't stand it anymore. He chose not to sleep with me himself. I kept trying to make him stay. But Lao Zhuzhu said this, though a trace of disgust for Lu Chuanjia flashed in her eyes. Everyone scoffed and said no more. Did she really think they were fools? When the night grew deep and quiet, Lao Zhuzhu took the food Lu Chuanjia had given her and sneaked out of the room. Together with another woman, they embraced and entered the bathroom. She was unusually generous in giving the food Lu Chuanjia had saved through frugality to that woman. Inside the medical room, Song Bing stared at this scene and fell silent. I thought gold diggers were already outrageous enough. Is it okay to have a prostitute now? Although she secretly resented Lu Chuanjia, she pretended to be deeply in love and took full advantage of him. What's wrong with this era? Looking at Lu Chuanjia, who was huddled in the corner, shivering but still smiling. For a moment, Song Bing seemed to see a reflection of his former self in the other person. Isn't that how he got here? However, it seems that Lu Chuanjia didn't have such good luck. Chunjia, pure, truly pure. Seemingly deeply moved, Song Bingdu couldn't help but smile. However, this woman will probably pay the price for this soon. The next day, cheers erupted throughout the cruise ship. People were standing along the railings on each floor. Everyone gazed into the distance, their faces filled with expectant smiles. Because they had just received a broadcast announcement. We will arrive in Australia this afternoon. At that time, they will be able to land and be rescued. That solved all the problems of food and lodging. On this day, everyone watched from outside the cruise ship, their excitement running high. Only Song Bing, standing outside the window, calmly watched all of this. Only he knew. The real bad news is about to begin. It continued until sunset in the afternoon. In the distance, the outline of a continent slowly came into view. Oh, great. We're saved. Wah! After I log in, I'm definitely going to have a big meal. The people on the first and second floors cheered. The aristocratic students on the fifth floor also rushed out. Even Wu Kuan and the others who had been bandaged came out limping. The moment they caught sight of Australia in the distance, they jumped up in excitement. Wah! We've finally arrived. I, Chu Jiao, am determined to tell my father all of this and make those who bullied me pay back 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Especially that bastard. You bastard, you're dead. I'll have your men tear you to pieces and shoot you to death. If someone dares to pull my teeth, I'll skin them alive, pull out their tendons, and crush them bit by bit. And then there are those useless guys like Kim Do-soon and Smith who are supposed to protect us. They just hide when it matters. They're all going to die, all going to die. At the fence, the students gradually went from excited to having ferocious looks, forgetting the pain of their old wounds. Before they even reached the shore, they were already gritting their teeth and reiterating their wishes. At this moment, the resentment towards Song Bing and Kim Do-soon and others completely erupted. Little did they know, Song Bing on the third floor had witnessed all of this. Look, this is a bad seed. How can it be reformed? However, Song Bing ignored it. Because these people no longer have a chance. Moreover, he believed that soon someone would help these people fulfill the wishes they had just made. No, it was even worse than the wishes they made. Song Bing's gaze finally settled on a certain spot on the second floor. Because the first advanced patient is about to be born. Zhuzhu, will you marry me? I will love you for the rest of my life. In a corner of the second floor corridor, Lu Chuanjia happily proposed to Lao Zhuzhu. This sudden marriage proposal caught Lao Zhuzhu, who was happily waiting to reach the shore, completely off guard. A hint of resistance flashed in her eyes as she looked at the boy she had exploited for nearly $1 million over the past 2 years. Now, in the face of this disaster, she has taken great care of herself, saving every penny to ensure that she doesn't go hungry. A pang of guilt finally arose in her heart. As if she had made up her mind, she gritted her teeth and said, I'm sorry, Kitty, let's break up. You can't give me what I want. Why? Zhuzhu, you're joking, right? The sudden rejection was like a bolt from the blue, leaving Lu Chuanjia stunned. But he still forced a smile, quickly took out his last savings bank card, stuffed it into Lao Zhuzhu's hand, and pleaded with her to stay. This is my last savings of 60,000. The password is the number of days we've been together. I'm giving you everything I have. Clutching the bank card tightly, Lao Zhuzhu felt a surge of joy, but her eyes reddened as she said with a wronged expression, "All you do is play games and make money every day. You only give me money, but you never really care about me or provide me with any emotional support. I'm really tired. I'm sorry, let's end it here. I hope we both find peace." After expressing her grievances, Lao Zhuzhu took the bank card that Lu Chuanjia had given her and left without looking back. They even shifted all the blame onto Lu Chuanjia. Seeing Lao Zhuzhu's sudden and resolute breakup, Lu Chuanjia turned pale, as if his soul had been drained away in an instant. He listened to the advice of many relationship gurus, loved Lao Zhuzhu, spent money on her, and gave her everything. But now he's suddenly been abandoned. Is that all right with him? His heart ached terribly at that moment, and he felt utterly hopeless. Boom! The huge cruise ship quickly docked, and people flocked to it, eager to run to land. Watching Lao Zhuzhu leave happily, Lu Chuanjia smiled self-consciously. He turned his back on everyone and went to the other side of the cruise ship, stand on the high deck. Just as he was about to close his eyes and jump, a figure in white appeared strangely in front of him. Dr. Song. Dr. Song. Lu Chuanjia was slightly taken aback. If you're sick, you can get treatment. Why choose suicide so easily? Song Bingping said calmly. You can't cure my illness. Lu Chuanjia shook his head bitterly. He had long been deeply in love, and his love had seeped into his very bones. There is no cure for the poison of love. There is no disease under heaven that I, Song Bing, cannot cure. It all depends on whether you are willing to cure it. Song Bing smiled. Song Bing, Song. You are the divine physician, Song. Lu Chuanjia's pupils contracted slightly as he looked at the handsome young man before him, and he gradually began to associate him with the world-renowned, peerless divine doctor. He never expected to run into Song Bing here. Song Bing didn't speak, but flashed forward, his ghostly hand reaching out and pointing at the other person's brow. Ding, advanced mental illness detected. Pathogen, human. Disease, level 3 late-stage pure love syndrome, rare. Symptoms, believing in true love, yearning for romance, and giving one's heart sincerely. One's only desire is to cherish the one you love, to give them the best of everything, and to make them happy. Ding successfully absorbed level 3 pure love, merit plus 1,000. As Song Bing's ghostly hand landed on Lu Chuanjia's chest, Lu Chuanjia felt a chill in his heart. His heart suddenly stopped hurting, and his mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts and feelings for Lao Zhuzhu. It seemed to fade and dissipate little by little as Song Bing was absorbed. But this also means that from now on, he will no longer believe in pure love. Dr. Song, am I really not in pain anymore? Lu Chuanjia looked at Song Bing in disbelief. He never expected that Song Bing was really as omnipotent as the legend said, even able to cure such an illness. Song Bing didn't speak, but pointed his finger at Lu Chuanjia's brow again. The latter fainted on the spot. At the same time, his body also began to change. On the other side, as soon as the cruise ship docked, I looked at the buildings on the distant land and the Australian people working aimlessly. The people on the cruise ship waved happily, all vying to be the first to disembark. We can't wait to welcome their new life. The group of aristocratic students had their own special passage, and under the personal escort of Kim Do-soon and Smith, they passed through without hindrance. Just you wait. Yesterday's matter isn't over yet, and none of you will escape. That's right, I'll have our dad deal with you all, you useless bunch of trash. Mr. Jean, how dare you yell at us? You can forget about ever hanging around in this elite school again. I'm telling you. Weren't you pretty good yesterday? Keep jumping around. A few lowly service workers? Have you forgotten who we are? We'll see. However, the students were unmoved by Smith and Kim Do-soon's attempts to curry favor. Before leaving, he once again revealed his true nature, casting a vicious glare at Kim Do-soon and the others. They certainly hadn't forgotten yesterday's humiliation. Several people even slapped Kim Do-soon a few times. Vent your frustrations from yesterday. This made Smith and the others turn pale, especially Kim Do-soon, whose face was disfigured on one side. He could only clench his fists, lower his head, and silently endure it. They dared not retaliate. Because these aristocratic students were right. After returning home, they remained the privileged children of wealthy and powerful families. But he remains the same teacher who only cares about making money. Lao Zhuzhu happily squeezed to the front of the crowd, holding the breakup fee that Lu Chuanjia had given her. I've decided to spend a few days in Australia to ease the pain of the breakup. But then it dawned on her, what was the password? How many days had she been with Lu Chuanjia? Damn it, I forgot to ask. Oh well, I'll send a message later and ask. I'll block you while I'm at it. Hey, dear friends, come quick and help us. As people squeezed off the boat, they excitedly waved and shouted at the figures in the distance. It seemed to sense the call of passion. Soon, the friends in the distance slowly turned their heads. However, they were all scarlet, ferocious faces. Roar, roar, roar. Upon seeing the delicious food swarming down the mountain, the zombies instantly became excited. They arrived with great excitement. Some of them ran incredibly fast, while others even carried memories of their previous lives and picked up harpoons. Tears of emotion welled up and streamed down my face. They're here. They've heard our call. Wah. Oh my God. This is so enthusiastic. They're practically running. Are all Australians this enthusiastic? Why are they all coming to us? If they're going to run, why are they still carrying harpoons? Are they trying to help us carry our things? Wait, why are these people covered in blood? They're not human. They're zombies. They're all zombies. Zombies. Run. Mommy. At first, everyone was very moved by the arrival of the Australian people. It can be described as a two-way journey. But gradually, as these Australians drew closer, their Zhengning became clear. Only then did everyone realize that these were not people at all, but clearly cannibalistic zombies. The joy and excitement on everyone's faces vanished instantly. Instead, fear took its place. They all hurriedly ran back to the cruise ship. You can tell how happy you were when you squeezed down. The more desperate you feel when you try to squeeze in, the more hopeless it becomes. At the VIP entrance, a group of aristocratic students happily disembarked from the cruise ship. They couldn't wait to take out their phones to call and complain. Everyone had a pout on their face, preparing to vent their grievances and complain. Gradually, it regained its pampered demeanor. They were already imagining the wonderful feeling of their parents coming to greet them, and the pleasure derived from dealing with Song Bing and Jean Doshuan, among others. However, the phone still had no signal. When they look up into the distance, they are not greeted by their loving parents. Instead, they came horrific zombies, drooling as they went. Their arrogant expressions froze, and their phones slipped from their hands. Chu Jiaojiao, who was most looking forward to it, trembled. On the fourth floor of the cruise ship, looking out at the overwhelming horde of zombies, Smith and Kim Do-soon, whose face was half-bandaged, felt a chill run down their spines. This situation is remarkably similar to that of the South Island. It's even more terrifying than the South Island. Unconsciously, they recalled the last words Song Bing left behind yesterday. Let me tell you something else. This disaster isn't just happening on the South Island. They were too terrified to ask any questions or think too much. Even in retrospect, I couldn't fully believe it. But now, we face the situation in Australia. They have no choice but to believe it. Perhaps this disaster has truly swept the globe. The end times have truly arrived. As if they had thought of the same thing at the same time, they both looked at each other. Help. Please help us. There are zombies. I'm so scared. Wah. Teacher Jean, come quick and save us. While the two were still in a daze, the noble students who had been eagerly running down to complain at the VIP passage were all frightened and ran back, crying for their parents. Gone was his arrogant demeanor. In an instant, he transformed back into a well-behaved and pitiful student. During this time, one male student believed Jones's words and actually thought that fighting zombies was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. On the spot, he picked up a stick and bravely ran towards the zombies. Then, with a slide tackle, he ended up embracing the first zombie that ran towards him. Its neck was bitten off in a second. Those who know the area think they're going to fight zombies, but those who don't might think they're going to deliver takeout. However, he died a worthy death, shattering all the students' illusions. It also bought the students time to escape. Smith watched this scene, a sharp glint in his eyes. Instead of rescuing these people, he decisively ordered the ship to set sail. On the contrary, looking at the students begging for mercy, Kim Do-soon's eyes flashed with a twisted gloom, and he took the initiative to lead a group of teachers to rescue them. Boom! The cruise ship started quickly, but people were still trying to squeeze on. Even some stranded Australians squeezed in. Wah! Honey, where are you? Please come and help me. In the crowd, Lao Zhu, a woman, was squeezed so tightly that she was deformed and filled with despair. Only then did she remember to call Lu Chuanjia. Unfortunately, her voice has long been drowned out by the crowd. Moreover, she could no longer expect Lu Chuanjia to make any more sacrifices for her, because Lu Chuanjia's true feelings for her had already been absorbed by Dr. Song. Song Bing stood by the window of the infirmary, wearing a white coat, calmly watching this scene. Soon, the cruise ship gradually sailed away from the shore. Countless people fell into the water. However, quite a few people managed to squeeze onto the cruise ship by using every last bit of their strength. This includes the bamboo species Lysomachia clethroids. Meanwhile, all the students were rescued by Kim Do-soon and boarded the cruise ship through a special passage. As for those who didn't make it, they were quickly overwhelmed by the zombie army that came chasing from behind. Oh, help, help! Desperate screams echoed throughout. There were even zombies that could swim, continuing to swim towards the cruise ship. Those who returned to the cruise ship and witnessed this bloody and horrific scene felt their scalps tingle and were filled with fear. Fortunately, the cruise ship was fast, and it gradually sailed into the deep sea area. They moved away from that horrific scene. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Australia is the same as the southern island, both contaminated by zombies. Could it be that it's not just Australia, but the whole world is the same, all infected with the zombie virus? People murmured one after another, arriving at a terrifying conclusion. No, it's not like this, it's not like this. Then what about everything I have? My villa, my millions in assets, my life as someone above others. I don't want to die, I don't want this kind of world. My family is still waiting for me to come home. But they were quickly interrupted by many people breaking down, unwilling to believe such a result. Throughout this voyage, the only belief that kept them going until now was returning home safely. Now discovering that home had also been occupied by zombies. Who could bear this? People were gradually shrouded in despair. The entire cruise ship quickly fell into a terrifying, deathly silence. On the 5th floor, the group of students who had been rescued no longer had the high spirits, smugness, and superiority they had when they first disembarked. They stood the highest and could see the farthest, looking down at those bloodthirsty, ferocious zombies. They were once again shrouded in fear, each one stunned. No, none of this is real. I don't want it to be like this, I don't want it. Somewhere by the railing, looking at this apocalyptic scene, Chu Jiaojiao collapsed completely to the ground. She couldn't believe whether the whole world had turned into this ghostly state. Then what about her parents? What about her princess life? How could she get revenge? In the 3rd floor medical room, Song Bing looked at the zombies covering the mountains and plains, his heart sinking as well. In fact, although he had predicted everything, he still, like everyone else, held a thread of hope for all this. But now, witnessing this scene with his own eyes, his last bit of wishful thinking had completely vanished. However, fortunately, he could roughly deduce the current situation in country from the conditions on the cruise ship. Within 5 minutes, everyone return to your rooms and prepare for inspection. On the 1st and 2nd floors, Smith quickly led a large group of armed crew members to suppress and pacify. The survivors came to their senses, and the smart ones immediately rushed toward the rooms on the 1st and 2nd floors. Naturally, they were going to fight for beds. Otherwise, they'd probably freeze to death at night. Soon, the 1st and 2nd floors fell into an indescribable chaos. Smith no longer bothered with this. In the current situation, beds were naturally reserved for the strong. In the crowd, Lao Zhu, who had barely escaped disaster, finally realized belatedly and hurriedly carried her high heels, running toward her room and bed. However, when she arrived, what awaited her was no longer Lu Chuanjia, who had always smiled at her, but a burly black woman. Lao Zhu's expression changed slightly, but she still mustered the courage to step forward and ask, this bed is mine. Smack. However, what greeted her was directly a big slap from the black woman, plus a sentence, "Fuck you, shut up." Lao Zhuzhu was immediately beaten and rolled out of the room. In an instant, not only did she fail to secure a bed, she didn't even have a room anymore. "Please come out, okay? Actually, I still love you. Please come out. I accept your marriage proposal, husband." Lao Zhuzhu immediately cried in grievance and fear. Before, it had always been Lu Chuanjia who fought for everything for her. She only needed to call him husband once, then sit back and enjoy the fruits with peace of mind. Or had she ever suffered such grievances? In her disheveled state, she began searching everywhere for Lu Chuanjia's figure. She now only longed for Lu Chuanjia to have already secured a bed for her, prepared food and drink, waiting for her to enjoy. However, unfortunately, after searching for a long time, she could no longer find that man who had given everything for her. Every room held only the gaze of strangers. There were even quite a few tall, fierce foreigners who showed her ill-intentioned smiles. A sense of despair and fear quickly enveloped her. Only now did she realize Lu Chuanjia's importance. She regretted even more that she shouldn't have broken up with Lu Chuanjia so early. Soon, the armed crew members also began checking and registering room by room. This also meant that beds were now fixed. Just like grabbing tickets online. Those who got them got them. Those who didn't could only obediently stand or lie down. The sky gradually darkened. The cruise ship drifted alone on the vast ocean. The temperature inside the cruise ship also began to drop, but there were still many people curled up without beds. Among them, Lao Zhuzhu hadn't even managed to grab a corner of a room. She could only curl up and lie in a corner of the corridor. The icy wind froze her until she shivered, her lips trembling. At this moment, she was both cold and hungry. What she didn't know was that the position where she lay was exactly where Lu Chuanjia had always lain. But after only a moment, Lao Zhuzhu couldn't bear it anymore. She suddenly thought of something and hurriedly trembled her way toward the third floor. Inside the third-floor medical room, Song Bing stood by the window, looking at the endless pitch-black ocean. Suddenly his heart stirred. He suddenly became curious. Since this virus was global, what was the situation at the bottom of the sea? Could it be the same as on land? Just as Song Bing was about to go into the sea to investigate, a woman's voice full of seductive charm came from outside the door. Turning his head to look, it was actually Lao Zhuzhu. What did she want? Song Bing opened the door. The first moment she looked up and saw Song Bing's handsome face, Lao Zhuzhu's haggard eyes flickered. She continued looking at the warm medical room behind Song Bing, and even a bottle of pure water on the table instantly filled her with longing. What is it? But Song Bing's cold voice broke her greedy gaze. "Hello, handsome doctor. Last night my boyfriend came to buy medicine from you. We just got separated. I came to see if he's here. Do you know where he is?" Lao Zhuzhu withdrew her gaze and immediately displayed her signature gold digger smile. Little did she know that her self-perceived beautiful smile, without the support of makeup at this moment, had long been exposed for what it was. "Of course I know." Song Bing's expression turned strange, but he still smiled. "Really?" Lao Zhuzhu's eyes immediately brightened. She had originally asked casually, not expecting Song Bing to actually know. So she hurriedly continued asking with concern. "Where is he? Can you tell me? I'm really worried about him. I need to find him. He just jumped into the sea." Song Bing calmly interrupted Lao Zhuzhu, whose face was full of delighted anticipation. Sure enough, upon hearing that Lu Chuanjia had jumped into the sea, Lao Zhuzhu's originally excited and happy expression instantly changed. Her whole person froze in place. When she broke up with Lu Chuanjia, she had sensed that Lu Chuanjia's condition was very bad. But in order to cut ties early and get ashore quickly, she couldn't be bothered to care. She never expected that Lu Chuanjia would actually jump into the sea. At this moment, she panicked. She didn't know whether she felt heartache over Lu Chuanjia's death or heartache over losing Lu Chuanjia's devotion. She regretted it, regretted that she should have broken up later, or at least with a better attitude. Now that Lu Chuanjia was dead, facing all this uncertainty, what should she do? Would she die? Why are you standing there? Didn't you say you wanted to find him? Go ahead. Jump down from here, and you should be able to meet him very soon. Song Bing matter-of-factly pointed at the window. Lao Zhuzhu's expression shifted slightly. She clearly hadn't expected that not only would Song Bing fail to comfort her, but he would actually tell her to jump into the sea. How could that be possible? She didn't want to die. But now that Lu Chuanjie was gone, she had lost her support on this cruise ship. Her other husbands weren't here either. That meant if she wanted to survive, she had to hurry and find a new husband. Thus, Lao Zhuzhu's gaze naturally fell upon Song Bing, who was wearing a white lab coat. Since Song Bing could become the doctor on this cruise ship and occupy this medical room all by himself, he must have plenty of food. If she could hook Song Bing, not only could she live here comfortably, she might even have endless food to eat. That would be much better than those crowded, chaotic places on the first and second floors. The key point was that Song Bing was also very handsome. She swore this was absolutely the most handsome man she had ever seen. Thinking of this, Lao Zhuzhu became excited. She immediately cast Lu Chuanjie's death to the back of her mind. Putting on a seductive and alluring appearance, she sat down on the chair and tried to seduce Song Bing. As a gold digger, she knew very well that in this situation, she couldn't take her time anymore. She could only quickly let Song Bing taste some sweetness first, so he would take the bait rapidly. Of course, as a lesbian, she was disgusted by men, so naturally, she wouldn't let Song Bing succeed. She would just give Song Bing a little bit of sweetness and cultivate him into a pure romantic, making him give unconditionally for her. That's all. This was her usual trick. Next, she would continue to swindle all of Song Bing's food. She would even trick Song Bing into sleeping outside while she slept in the bed herself. However, what she didn't know was that at this moment, the young man she wanted to hook was a doctor whose knowledge and methods were many times beyond hers. No need to look. You're already cheap to the bone, beyond saving. I advise you to die early and be reborn sooner. Song Bing coldly delivered his diagnosis. As someone who had seen countless beauties and been in contact with countless women, setting aside the crudeness of this gold digger's techniques, the Lao Zhuzhu before him, who considered herself beautiful and alluring, was in his eyes at this moment like an old lady dancing in the square, a public nuisance. Especially now, inside Song Bing's body, there quietly lay a stunner-level candy. Compared to her, the Lao Zhuzhu before him, without makeup, was simply beyond words. Lao Zhuzhu, who had just been about to turn on the charm, changed expression slightly. Was Song Bing calling her cheap? Thinking she had misheard, Lao Zhuzhu continued to ask with a smile. I'm telling you to get lost. You're too cheap. I don't like you. This time Lao Zhuzhu heard clearly. Her expression changed slightly. She obviously hadn't expected the young man before her to say such things to her. This caused a trace of displeasure to arise in her eyes. But wanting to hook Song Bing, she still lowered her posture and forced out a smile. Dr. Song, actually the first time I saw you, I thought you were very handsome. And I've always wanted to find a doctor as a boyfriend, but unfortunately never had the chance. Song Bing looked strangely at this outrageous gold digger. She saw Lu Chuanjie was dead, so now she wanted to hook him? Then drain his bed and food, making him sleep in the hallway and jump into the sea? Immediately, Song Bing stopped talking and walked toward her. Seeing this, Lao Zhuzhu's eyes lit up while she sneered inwardly. Lowly man, what are you pretending for? Haven't you taken the bait anyway? Honey, I'm a bit hungry and a bit cold. Could you give me something good to eat first? Unable to bear her hunger, Lao Zhuzhu immediately revealed her true nature. At the same time, she determined in her heart that she must thoroughly drain Song Bing and make him jump into the sea too. Of course, I'll give you your favorite big slap. Song Bing smiled slightly. Before the smile on Lao Zhuzhu's face could fade, she was already slapped crooked by Song Bing's big hand. The next second, the door opened, and Lao Zhuzhu, like a female dog, was disgustedly thrown out by Song Bing. The door then closed, all in one smooth motion. Bastard, beast, you fucking hit a woman, you'll die a horrible death. You're not a man, just wait till I find someone to hack you to death. The dumbfounded Lao Zhuzhu was a bit stunned. It took her a long time to react. No longer having her previous coy appearance, she immediately became furious, crawled up and rushed to the door, and like a shrew, pounded on the door cursing venomously. However, before she finished cursing, the next second the door opened again. Haven't had enough? Meeting Song Bing's face, Lao Zhuzhu was startled on the spot, but without giving her a chance to react. Another one of her favorite big slaps came flying. Lao Zhuzhu flew out on the spot. This time, she was finally full. Frightened, she crawled and rolled back to the second floor. However, just as she reached the second floor, she ran into 3 burly men coming out of the restroom. 2 black, 1 white, nearly 2 meters tall. Seeing Lao Zhuzhu, the 3 immediately showed evil smiles. Oh no! Lao Zhuzhu's face instantly turned deathly pale. Just as she was about to run and call for help, one of the black men covered her mouth. Like carrying a child, he carried her into the restroom. Soon, Lao Zhuzhu's desperate screams came from the restroom. The screams were heard by many people. But having witnessed the tragedy in Australia, many people's mentalities had already changed. Some were afraid, but some were attracted by these screams. It could be said that the 3 burly men fired the first shot. The evil in many people's hearts, like demons unsealed, was being released bit by bit. Inside the room, having driven away the gold digger, Song Bing returned to the window. After hesitating for a moment, he still took off his shirt and leaped, jumping into the sea. In the pitch-black night, the seawater was icy cold and dark. But to Song Bing, it was all the same. Song Bing dove all the way to the bottom of the cruise ship, and while following the cruise ship's direction, continued swimming down toward the deep sea. Rumble. Soon, the surrounding seawater began to surge. Song Bing opened his forbidden eye, and a terrifying scene came into view. From all directions, countless fish swam rapidly towards Song Bing. However, these fish were no longer normal fish. They were twisted-bodied, bloodthirsty, and vicious zombie fish. When they smelled Song Bing's scent, they immediately came in overwhelming numbers. Just like piranhas. As expected, Song Bing's eye showed sharpness. He should have thought of it earlier. Not only were humans infected, even the fish in the ocean were infected. Fortunately, they were almost all level 1 zombie fish for now. If they were high level, the entire cruise ship would probably be scrapped. Looking at these overwhelming bloodthirsty zombie fish, any normal person would probably be gnawed to nothing but bones in an instant. But Song Bing showed the same hungry smile. Swoosh. The next second, on Song Bing's back, pure white tetanus wings spread open. Song Bing even crazily opened both arms, and while following the cruise ship forward, let these zombie fish bite at him. However, before they could bite Song Bing, they were reversely absorbed of their disease by Song Bing. Ding successfully absorbed level 1 XX zombie virus, merit +1. Ding successfully absorbed level 1 OO zombie virus, merit +1. Ding successfully absorbed level 1 TD zombie virus, merit +1. In an instant, Song Bing was overwhelmed by countless zombie fish. The zombie fish that bit Song Bing recovered and fell instantly after absorbing the disease. Then, the zombie fish would replenish the supply, and so on, continuously. From a distance, it looked like Chun Chun was simply doing good deeds for Song Bing. Song Bing. It's impossible to finish it all. It's simply impossible to finish it all. Of course, some fish are blind and like to bite where they shouldn't. This made Song Bing feel a little awkward, but fortunately, it wasn't a big problem. It can be absorbed as long as it comes into contact with the skin, anywhere. Song Bing's merits were thus skyrocketing at an alarming rate. At the same time, Song Bing was even more surprised to find that releasing the tetanus wings in the water was not only unimpeded. It also vibrated like a boat, or making him faster and more agile. It looks like a fish with fins. This crazy and shocking scene would probably scare even the most extraordinary person to death. Who in the world would dare to do this? I wonder what the people on the cruise ship would think if they saw this scene. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of the cruise ship, why isn't the food served yet? It's already 8 o'clock. That's right, you guys don't want to work here anymore, do you? Hurry up and serve the food. I need to eat so I can go to sleep. I want to drink honey water. Inside the luxurious restaurant, as the food took forever to arrive, the group of aristocratic students started throwing tantrums like spoiled princesses and princes. They even took their anger out on the waiters. Fortunately, at that moment, Kim Do-soon arrived with a group of teachers. Smith was also present. Behind the two were crew members carrying various top-quality dishes. Great, we can finally eat. Why are you so slow? Be on time next time, okay? Hurry up. I'm starving. Why isn't there any honey water I wanted this time? Upon seeing the delicious food brought by Kim Do-soon and others, the students' eyes lit up, but they still habitually complained a couple of times. Kim Do-soon and Smith looked at the students, exchanged a glance, and a fierce look flashed across their faces. But the two still ordered their servants to set out the food as usual. Yash, dinner's ready. One of the Cherry Blossom students couldn't wait to step forward and feast. Bang! However, the next second, a peanut pierced through his head first. The students, who had happily put on their napkins, froze instantly. When they realized what was happening, they screamed in shock. When they looked back, they realized that it was Kim Do-soon who had fired the shot. Eating rice? Drinking honey water? Do you even deserve to eat these things now? Kim Do-soon grinned maliciously at the students, his previous timidity completely gone. Ms. Kim, what? What are you going to do? What do you mean? The students were terrified by Kim Do-soon's current appearance. What are you doing? It's the end of the world. You don't still think you're those rich and powerful kids, the sons of high-ranking officials. You don't still think we'll serve you obediently like dogs, do you? You were just lucky to be born into this world. Now that you've lost that identity, what are you anyway? A bunch of useless trash, yet they dare to dream of continuing to enjoy a life of being waited on? Kim Do-soon revealed a wanton, cruel laugh, loudly venting his dissatisfaction. The teachers and Smith, among others, also looked at the group of students with hostility. You all stay away. You dare treat us like this? Aren't you afraid I'll tell my dad? You guys don't want to do this anymore? We chartered this cruise ship, everything on it belongs to us, and we have the right to use it. Faced with the sudden change in Kim Do-soon and others, the pampered students were still not used to it. Some even thought they were still those high and mighty young masters and princesses and continued to make threats. They believed that everything on the cruise ship belongs to them. Hee ha, tell your dad? Go ahead. He's probably a zombie waiting for you right now. You still consider this cruise ship yours? Without you, it's nothing. Smith laughed too. I laughed so hard I cried at the stupidity of these students. The students' faces turned pale instantly, and they finally realized that something was wrong. A bunch of little brats, you've always treated us like dogs? Now it's your turn to experience what it's like to be a dog. Kim Do-soon's face was twisted and grotesque. That's why he wanted to save these students. Naturally, he wanted to let these students who had been bullying him experience what it felt like to be treated like a human being. Now that the world is ending, the balance of power has shifted. As they spoke, the two teachers threw out a pair of iron chains and simultaneously drew their guns, shouting, "Put them on." Wah! Teacher Jean, we were wrong. Please forgive us, okay? We will never do it again. We are still children and don't know any better. Please give us another chance. We are your students. Seeing that Kim Do-soon and the others were serious, the students finally knelt down and begged for mercy. She was no longer as delicate as she was when she first disembarked from the ship. Teacher? You also know that I am your teacher. Have you ever considered me a teacher? You don't know you're wrong. You just know you're going to die. There are only 30 chains. If anyone isn't wearing one within a minute, I'll make sure they can't even be a dog. Kim Do-soon and the others spoke with sinister smiles. The students were so frightened that they scrambled to grab the chains and put them on. However, this was not the end of it. Smith then ordered several more buckets of swill to be brought over. There were also several buckets of water that looked yellowish and murky. These are the foods you wasted before, and they will be your food from now on. And these buckets of water are also the pool water you wasted and need to replace. Don't you like drinking honey water? From now on, this bathwater will be your honey water, so you can drink and eat your fill. Smith said coldly. If it weren't for these little brats wasting food, how could the cruise ship's food and water have been consumed so quickly? The students, now chained, turned deathly pale, especially Wu Kuan and his group. Looking at the yellowish, murky bathwater, they all knew that their masterpiece was in it. They originally just wanted to make it for those lowly people out of a perverse sense of humor. Little did they expect that their turn would come. Kim Do-soon and the others went to the restaurant and ate the food there. The students, upon seeing the buckets of swill and bathwater, immediately vomited and could no longer eat. Kim Do-soon and the others watched this scene and immediately felt happy. They believed the students would eat it soon. When hunger reaches a certain level, people will fight over anything, from swill to garbage. Having tasted the power that comes with it, the cruelty in their hearts began to grow infinitely. Many teachers and crew members then turned their gazes to the pretty female students wearing chains, revealing lewd smiles. He immediately stopped eating and walked towards the students. "Ah, no. Wah, teacher. We were wrong. We were really wrong." The next second, they made their move. Ignoring the students' pleas for mercy, he grabbed the chains and forcibly dragged them into their room. The pleasure of indulging in the unrestrained exercise of rights. The screams quickly echoed throughout the entire 5th floor. The entire cruise ship began to veer towards terror. "Where is that little bitch, Chu Jiaojiao?" Kim Do-soon and Smith did not stop them. Their twisted and perverted gazes were searching for Chu Jiaojiao's figure. Especially Kim Do-soon. If it weren't for Chu Jiaojiao, his half of his face would never have turned out like this. Therefore, the person they want to torture the most right now is Chu Jiaojiao. However, after looking around, the two could not find Chu Jiaojiao. Oh, just then, a scream came from the entertainment area not far away. The two looked over, and their eyes quickly locked onto the slide, revealing wicked smiles. "They're pretty good at dodging." "You little slut, are you hiding well? We're coming." The two men grinned as they got up and headed towards the slide, their appetites suddenly growing even stronger. Wah! Meanwhile, behind the slide, Chu Jiaojiao tightly covered her mouth, which had screamed, her body trembling, tears streaming down her face. Because she had been beaten up before, she didn't dare to be with the other students. That's how they narrowly escaped disaster. But at this moment, he felt Kim Do-soon and Smith slowly approaching. She no longer harbored any desire for revenge. All that remained was fear. At this moment, she deeply regretted her past willful and capricious behavior. "Chu Jiaojiao, how should your teacher thank you for what you did to me back then?" Kim Do-soon walked along, sneering as he asked, thoroughly enjoying the cat-and-mouse game. Just as the two were about to approach each other, a crew member rushed over to report. "Captain, something terrible has happened. Those bastards on the 1st and 2nd floors have broken into the 4th floor storage room under the cover of darkness and are frantically looting the food. We can't stop them at all." Kim Do-soon and Smith's expressions changed drastically. "Shit, we shouldn't have saved these bastards in the first place." Smith immediately cursed in anger. In this apocalyptic scenario, with no supplies available, the importance of the remaining food on the cruise ship becomes apparent. The two men immediately disregarded Chu Jiaojiao and hurriedly gathered their men to suppress the disturbance. After going down the slide, Chu Jiaojiao, trembling with fear, sensed the two people leaving. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, a large hand covered her from behind and instantly dragged her into the darkness. 4th floor. The floors where the teachers and crew lived were now in complete chaos. A large number of survivors from the 1st and 2nd floors violently broke in and precisely breached the food storage area, beginning a massive looting spree. Everything happened so suddenly that the crew members on guard and patrol had no time to react before they were thrown into the sea. It looks like a premeditated robbery. In fact, the robbery was meticulously planned by several survivors on the 1st and 2nd floors. Even the location of the storage room was carefully chosen. The reason, of course, is that they are not satisfied with just one piece of bread a day. Meanwhile, the people on the 4th and 5th floors can enjoy lavish meals. The reason I hadn't taken any action before was that I still firmly believed that things would be fine once I returned to China. Therefore, they all stayed true to themselves. Australia is now in such a terrible state that it's likely the whole world has been overrun by zombies. They naturally had no more concerns. Therefore, the robbery naturally broke out quickly that very night, when Smith and Kim Do-soon arrived with a large number of crew instructors. What I saw were survivors on the 1st and 2nd floors who were still grabbing food and trying to escape. Even more survivors kept coming downstairs to snatch the loot after hearing the news. Food was scattered and trampled on the ground. "Damn it, stop! You shameless bandits! All of you, stop!" Seeing this, Smith was furious and roared at them to stop, but it was obviously no use. Survivors are still arriving. Kill them all without mercy. Leave no one alive. Smith's gaze immediately darkened, and he decisively drew his truth suppression. Rat-a-tat-tat. Immediately, all the crew members joined in and started firing wildly. In an instant, Gunshots rang out, and the survivors who were fighting for food screamed and fell to the ground, rushing to the first and second floors. At the stairwell, the survivors who had just arrived were instantly shot in the head and fell to the ground, blocking the stairwell in an instant. Smith and his men became bloodthirsty, and in the midst of the carnage, their hearts gradually became twisted. The entire fourth floor was instantly plunged into a brutal massacre, filled with screams of agony. It is unknown how long the massacre lasted before it finally stopped. Looking at the corpses scattered all over the place, and the storage room that had been mostly ruined and wasted, Smith said grimly, "Throw all the corpses into the sea to feed the fish, then seal off the entrance to the fourth floor. Anyone who dares to trespass is to be killed without exception." After the murder, the crew members and instructors busied themselves with cleaning up. Corpses were ruthlessly thrown into the sea. They became food for the fish. After this massacre, Smith and the others' mindset quickly took shape. Meanwhile, deep within the ocean, Song Bing didn't know how long he had been absorbing the nutrients. The accumulated merit points are already approaching 100,000. The number of repeated acts of merit is countless. The wings of tetanus were already completely black. Song Bing felt that he was gradually becoming saturated and could hardly bear it. He had clearly absorbed too much. At that moment, Song Bing's body trembled, and countless zombie fish that were still trying to pounce were blasted away. Song Bing then leaped out of the water, and the disease absorbed by the black tetanus wings flowed back into the kidneys in midair, gradually turning white. Then, at the last second before Song Bing entered the window, it automatically retracted into its body. Song Bing accurately entered the bedroom of the infirmary. There are no scars between the perfect muscle lines. The only drawback is that the pants have been chewed to shreds. Without paying much attention, Song Bing dragged his dizzy and exhausted body to bed, covered himself with the blanket, and lay down. He's had too much to breathe and needs a good night's sleep. However, not long after Song Bingang fell asleep, the blanket covering him suddenly began to slowly undulate and arch. As Song Bing fell into a deep sleep and began to digest his food, a hint of discomfort appeared on his face. Their bodies instinctively tensed and stiffened. The blanket arched higher and higher, and gradually, the outline of a perfectly sculpted young girl's body emerged. Immediately afterwards, a cute and beautiful little head popped out from under the blanket. Who else could it be but Candy? Clearly, she had woken up and even managed to crawl out of Song Bing's kidney cavity on her own. She snuggled back into Song Bing's arms, pressing herself close to him. Only then did he raise his head, his large, bright eyes wide open, like a curious kitten, scrutinizing Song Bing, who was burning up with fever and sweating profusely. Every now and then, it would reach out its little hand to touch it, or bring it close to smell it, or, feeling that familiar body temperature and scent, her beautiful face was filled with greed and happiness. At this moment, she was like a curious child, exploring and playing with Song Bing. After playing for a while, she lay down on Song Bing and fell asleep peacefully. In contrast, Song Bing's illness was perhaps due to excessive drug use. Unaware that Candy had emerged, he continued to sleep soundly. He even used the beauty in his arms as a pillow, subconsciously turning over and embracing her. With Song Bing's acquiescence, Candy's beautiful eyes widened unusually, and she hugged him tighter in return. The two of them fell asleep in each other's arms. Of course, Song Bing was unaware of all of this. He just had a strange dream in which he was hugging an exceptionally soft and comfortable pillow. "It smells really good." He swore it was the most comfortable pillow he had ever hugged, and he was so addicted to it that he thoroughly enjoyed it. So he hugged her tighter. Just like animals, we always tend to seek advantage and avoid harm. It's an instinctive reaction. Early the next morning, like the riots and massacres of last night, the sky was already stained crimson. Fourth floor of the cruise ship. After a night of cleaning, all the bodies were removed. However, the bloodstains on the floor and the pungent smell of blood in the air were still very obvious. In addition, under Smith's orders, the entrance to the fourth floor was completely locked with a metal door. It's almost impossible to open from the bottom unless you open it from the top. Damn it, I have to throw all these ungrateful bastards into the sea. In the storage room, looking at the food that had been mostly destroyed, Smith angrily smashed the wall. They immediately ordered everyone to be gathered and all the survivors on the first and second floors to be killed. No, after so many days of attrition, we have very few bullets left. Moreover, if pushed too far, these people might launch a desperate counterattack, which could be quite troublesome for us. Fortunately, Kim Do-soon calmly stopped the crazed Smith. What are we going to do? We've just let these damn bastards steal so much of our food for nothing. Oh my God. If I had known it would be like this, I shouldn't have saved them in the first place. The little food we have left probably won't even last us 10 days. Smith spoke with a grim expression. If it really comes to that, and they steal our food, then they will be our food reserves for salvation. Kim Do-soon's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of morbidity and madness flashing across them. These words sent a chill down the spines of Smith and the others. But they quickly came to terms with reality. After last night's crackdown, many of their guns are now out of ammunition. If the people on the first and second floors found out about this, you can imagine what would happen. Therefore, the only remaining truth for them to maintain their rule over this cruise ship is to rely on it. When forced into a corner, this last remaining truth becomes their final deterrent for acquiring reserve food. Having figured this out, Smith gradually calmed down. More people were immediately dispatched to guard the storage room. The two then led their people back to the most luxurious fifth floor. Now that they are the rulers of the entire cruise ship, they naturally want to stay in the best accommodations. As for those students, the fact that they can still stay on the fifth floor means that they can still be the last remaining value of their playthings. It might even end up becoming grain reserves. Upon arriving at a luxurious and spacious living room, they found a group of aristocratic students chained to the ground with iron chains around their necks. After a night of torment, the noble students were in terrible condition. Wah, you bunch of bastards, my dad won't let you get away with this. When my father comes, I will tear you to pieces. Upon seeing Kim Do-soon and his group arrive, the tormented students roared, still retaining some pride. Still dare to be stubborn? Then I'll loosen things up for you again. The teachers and crew members wore cruel smiles and immediately dragged the students away again to torture them. Where's Chu Jiaojiao? Jean Do-soon, however, was concerned with asking questions and showed no interest in the other students. We searched the entire fifth floor, but couldn't find them. In addition, Chun Mingxian and Xia Shihan also seemed to have vanished into thin air. Could it be that they didn't have time to board the ship back then? That's what the teacher in charge of guarding said. No cruise ships. Kim Do-soon and Smith frowned slightly. What were the noises they heard last night? Keep looking, that little bitch must have slept with you. Jean Do-soon said gloomily. As if remembering something, Smith added. If you find Xia Shihan, treat her well and don't touch her, understand? Jean Do-soon's heart trembled, and the image of that white figure, like a god of death, immediately appeared in his mind. He instantly understood Smith's intention. Although they didn't understand why Song Bing had stopped showing up after that day, at least they knew. Currently on this cruise ship, as long as they don't do anything foolish and provoke Song Bing, just like that day, so it's still up to them to decide. Meanwhile, in a secluded storage room on the fifth floor, Chu Jiaojiao opened her eyes groggily, and what came into view was a pale, sickly face. She wanted to scream. Suddenly, I realized that this face looked familiar. It was Chun Mingxian, whom I hadn't seen for many days. Chu Jiaojiao was stunned for a moment, her mind racing. She immediately put on a pitiful look, not afraid at all, but instead throwing herself into Chun Mingxian's arms. She burst into tears. Wah? Xianxian, it was you. You saved me. You still love me, right? You'll protect me at all costs, right? Jones is dead, and the tragic fate of his classmates is still vivid in his mind. Kim Do-soon is still looking for her. Now that she has seen Chun Mingxian, who once led her back to the cruise ship, she is not about to let him go. Of course, you're mine. How could I let anyone hurt you? Chun Mingxian laughed, but his pale and strange face made his smile particularly eerie. Xianxian, I'm hungry. Could you go find me something to eat? Chu Jiaojiao was overjoyed and quickly said in a wrong tone. She didn't expect Chun Mingxian to still be as compliant with her as before. That makes things easier. I'm hungry. Let's have a sausage first. Upon hearing this, Chun Mingxian's smile widened, and he unzipped his jacket and took out a king of king's sausage. Ham sausage? I don't like it. I want to eat meat. preferably with some almas caviar. Chu Jiaojiao said coquettishly, and when she looked down, she saw the sausage that Chun Mingxian had taken out. Is it really meat? Chu Jiaojiao's first reaction was that her previously joyful expression changed. Xian Yu. She started to lean back, finally realizing that something was wrong with Chun Mingxian. Come on, try it, you'll like it. Or were you lying to me just now? Were you just trying to use me? Chun Mingxuan's smile became even more sinister. Xian, no? No, I just wanted to go back to China first, and then. Chu Jiaojiao's mind raced. She still wanted to fool them. But the next second, Chun Mingxian pounced on him, a sinister grin on his face. Go back to China? Ha ha ha. And then just abandon me like a dog again. Do you really think I'm a simp? Do you really think I'm hopelessly in love with you? You are such a self-righteous, hopelessly stupid slut. If you didn't have a wealthy father, would I have lowered myself to pursue you like this? But what did I get in return for all that I gave? Chun Mingxian grabbed Chu Jiaojiao by the neck, becoming more and more agitated as he spoke, and black veins gradually appeared on his face, making him look increasingly ferocious. Wah, wah. This scene terrified Chu Jiaojiao. She never expected that Chun Mingxian, who was always weak and obedient, would be so frightening at this moment. Do you know why I would continue to save you after you, and that idiot Jones treated me like that? It's all for today. It would be too easy for you to just die out there like that. I'm going to personally torture you all to death. Chun Mingxian revealed the true truth with a cruel and morbid smile. This is why he looked so worried when he saw Song Bing attack Chu Jiaojiao. Because Chu Jiaojiao, the swordswoman, belongs to him. Even if it means I'm going to die, I'll let him play me to death. Wah, don't kill me. I love you. I'll give you anything. Chu Jiaojiao was so frightened that she cried, and her willful and capricious nature was long gone. In just a few days, first Song Bing, then Jin Doshuan and others, and now Chun Mingxian. She had escaped from the tiger's den, then entered the wolf's lair, and then the lion's den. She was in despair. All I want right now is to survive. It's a pity that idiot Jones can't die by my hand. But since he's dead, then you'll have to bear it all by yourself. Since I can't have your heart, I'll have your body. I've been your dog for so long. Now it's your turn to be my dog. Chun Mingxian was completely changed at this moment. It's unclear whether it was a side effect of viral fusion or the complete release of evil suppressed deep within. He grabbed Chu Jiaojiao's hair and slammed her onto the table, accompanied by Chu Jiaojiao's painful cries. A satisfied, wicked smile finally appeared on his lips. At this moment, an evil beast slowly awakens. Floors 1 and 2. After last night's massacre, the originally crowded first and second floors instantly became much more spacious. Many who could only sleep outside finally had their own beds. But the entire first and second floors were deathly silent. This massacre had also changed many people's mindsets, making them recognize the current situation clearly. In the apocalypse, stripped of the constraints of law and civilization, everything everyone had before was reduced to zero. No matter if you were a big boss, a tycoon, or some kind of noble before. At this moment, on this cruise ship, might makes right. Combined with last night's events, Smith and the others who managed order had sealed off the entrance to the fourth floor. This meant they had completely abandoned them on the first and second floors, no longer caring about them. This also signified that from now on the first and second floors, whether it was murder or arson, no one would care anymore. This was terrifying. At this moment, in a large room on the second floor, 7 allied black and white burly men were gathered here, eating, drinking, and making merry, enjoying the supplies they had plundered from the fourth floor last night. And in a corner not far from them were several women who had been tortured beyond recognition. Among them was Lao Zhuzhu. Where was her former radiance now? Her body was covered in bruises, blood between her thighs, her expression haggard, a face that had been completely drained. At this time, several burly men who had eaten and drunk their fill came before Lao Zhuzhu and the other women, throwing leftover food scraps and bones on the ground like feeding dogs. But looking at those scraps and bones, Lao Zhuzhu and the others, who had been hungry for a day, immediately crawled over eagerly, frantically fighting for the food. Where was their dignity now? The burly men continued their revelry. A few hours later, Lao Zhuzhu and the others had eaten their fill. but she also collapsed weakly on the ground in pain and cried. In this short night, she felt as if she had been instantly dragged into an endless abyss. Lao Zhuzhu sobbed and choked. The more desperate she became, the more she could feel how good Lu Chuanjie had been. Fuck, with so many people, the food we grabbed isn't enough either. The satisfied burly men lay back on the beds, worrying again about food for later. The eyes of several black, burly men fell on Lao Zhuzhu and the others, revealing meaningful smiles. These chicks are so tender, just don't know how they taste. Lao Zhuzhu, who had been grieving, trembled. She instantly understood what these foreigners meant. They were going to eat them? Lao Zhuzhu panicked instantly and hurriedly said, "No, don't eat me. I know where there's food. The infirmary on the 3rd floor, that doctor, he has lots and lots of food." A white burly man seemed to understand Chinese and immediately got up, came to Lao Zhuzhu's side, crouched down, grabbed her hair, and spoke in broken Chinese. "You sure?" "That's right, I'm sure. He's hidden lots and lots of food. I saw it with my own eyes." Seeing that he understood Chinese, Lao Zhuzhu was overjoyed and hurriedly shifted all the blame to Songbing. "It's chaos now anyway. As long as you kill him, you can not only get his food, but also get lots of medicine from that infirmary. That way we can live much longer." "Very good. This is your reward." The white burly man's eyes gleamed sharply. He clearly approved of Lao Zhuzhu's words and immediately rewarded her with a piece of chocolate. At the same time, he turned around and told the other burly men everything. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Only then did they remember Songbing from the 3rd floor infirmary. Now that the 4th floor was locked and Smith and the others no longer cared about the situation on the 1st and 2nd floors, they could take the opportunity to occupy that infirmary. "Very good. Let's go, 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 go." The black and white burly men were immediately excited and decisively decided to make a move on Songbing. And because Lao Zhuzhu had come up with this good idea, her status immediately rose. Not only did she get more food, she was also brought along. This made Lao Zhuzhu extremely happy. She instantly felt that life was full of hope. 3rd floor infirmary. After a night's rest, Songbing had finally digested and absorbed the diseases. The weakness on his face had completely disappeared, and there was even a bit more color. His body felt exceptionally comfortable. For some reason, he had slept exceptionally soundly this night. The corners of his mouth had unconsciously curved into an AK shape. Suddenly, he felt the soft pillow from his dream was still there. Songbing unconsciously squeezed it. The feel was still so comfortable and soft. Huh, something's not right. Songbing groggily opened his eyes. Holy shit. When he saw clearly the stunning candy so close at hand, Songbing was scared out of his wits on the spot. He swore he was truly frightened. When did this girl come out? And without a word, she burrowed into his arms? Who wouldn't be startled by this? So, the comfortable soft pillow he dreamed of holding last night was candy? Definitely. Otherwise, how could it have been so comfortable to hold? He even had dreams about it. After a long while, Songbing finally accepted this inexplicable scene. Hungry. Seeing Candy looking at him with longing, Songbing knew. She must be hungry. This was probably also the reason she came out. But it was worth mentioning that she didn't randomly feed while Songbing was asleep. This was very gratifying. Also very praiseworthy. Come on. Songbing immediately didn't dawdle and skillfully extended his finger. Candy wasn't polite either and immediately took it in her mouth and began to suck. The performance unique to Candy was staged once again. She was still so domineering, greedy, crazy, and Yandra, sucking until Songbing had no power to resist. Regarding this, Songbing, who had experience from the previous 2 times, was already used to it. If he couldn't resist, then he wouldn't resist. Just lie there obediently, looking completely at her mercy. As expected, after sucking for a few minutes, Candy contentedly released her cherry-like small mouth. At the same time, Songbing also felt from her fair and smooth skin that there was a bit more color and warmth. So, would Candy gradually return to normal by absorbing his blood? While he was thinking, Candy, who had drunk her fill, was still looking at Songbing with longing. After these few days of constant companionship, Songbing instantly understood. This little expression meant this woman didn't want to go into his kidney void space and wanted to cuddle with him. No, go back in quickly. Regarding this, Songbing immediately refused with a stern face. Are you kidding? Although holding her was very comfortable, it was too inconvenient. Holding her occasionally was fine. Like last night. Ahem. Being refused, a rare trace of disappointment flowed across Candy's stunning pretty face. But under Song Bing's forceful expression, she still turned around again, revealing a pair of exquisite jade feet. Like before, in a 69 position, she burrowed into the blanket. Then bit by bit entered Song Bing's kidney void space again. Hiss. The pain struck again. Song Bing instantly widened his eyes and clenched his fists. Fortunately, very quickly, as those jade feet extended into the blanket, Candy finally went in. That refreshing sensation of spatial tearing dissipated with it. Lifting the blanket, Candy was no longer there. Feeling his recovered body, Song Bing revealed a slight smile. Very good, continue tomorrow night. Don't misunderstand. He meant continue going to the seabed to absorb diseases. Having thought of something, Song Bing activated the forbidden pupil and swept his gaze across the entire cruise ship once more. Looking at the current state of the fourth floor, Song Bing couldn't help but furrow his brow. This was progressing even faster than he had anticipated, and even more cruelly. Moreover, at this moment, many injured and sick survivors had already huddled outside the infirmary door. They were desperately begging Song Bing to open the door for medical treatment. Naturally, Song Bing would not refuse. He dressed in a fresh set of clothes, then put on a brand new white coat before opening the infirmary door. Doctor, thank goodness. Doctor, you finally opened the door. Quick, save me, I feel terrible. As long as you save me, I will definitely repay you. As soon as the door opened, a large crowd of patients surged in. They pitifully begged Song Bing to treat their illnesses. Some had fallen ill in this environment. Some had developed various psychological disorders from fear. Others had sustained different physical injuries from yesterday's riot. In any case, there was a wide variety, but one thing was certain. They were all conditions Song Bing could treat. Don't rush, one at a time. Song Bing sat at the examination table and spoke calmly. Soon, under Song Bing's efficient treatment, the crowd gradually became calm and orderly. At this moment, Song Bing undoubtedly became a beacon of hope in these people's despair. Those cured by Song Bing left with gratitude. Others looked longingly at the medicine on the shelves, desperately pleading with Song Bing. Dr. Song, could you give us some medicine to take back with us? Please. Seeing their eager eyes, Song Bing said indifferently, take what you need. These medicines were useless to him anyway, and they were the most valuable things in the infirmary. If these people wanted them, let them take them. At least it would stop them from constantly coveting them. Thank you, thank you. Hearing this, the crowd that had been waiting rushed forward impatiently to grab them. It quickly devolved into a scramble. They didn't care whether the medicine suited them or not, frantically snatching like they were grabbing food. Not just medicine, they took everything they could. Some people left satisfied after this. But there were still some who, after looting everything and seeing nothing left to take around them, were far from satisfied. Instead, their eyes continued to greedily look toward the bedroom behind the medicine cabinet. Soon they revealed greed and desire again. They then looked at Song Bing and pleaded, Dr. Song, could you give us some food? Please. Sorry, in the current situation, I don't have any food myself. Song Bing said flatly. Although his kidney void contained plenty of food, even enough to satisfy everyone on the entire cruise ship. But he had no intention of taking it out, simply because human desire cannot be satisfied, especially in circumstances like these. Last night's looting and this moment's demands were both concrete manifestations of this. Otherwise, with the food on this cruise ship, there would be enough for everyone to eat for half a month. You're lying. As a doctor living alone in such a large space, how could you not have food? That's right. If you had no food, how could you still look so healthy and still have the mood to treat us? Unless you open your bedroom and let us see. The food must all be in your bedroom, right? Dr. Song, please, be a good person to the end and share a little with us. We only want a little, not much. We're really too hungry. Faced with Song Bing's refusal, the crowd who had tasted sweetness refused to give up, greedily demanding that Song Bing open the bedroom door. Some had even started walking toward the bedroom. Seeing this scene, Song Bing's brow furrowed slightly. All of you get the hell out of the way. His food, including everything here, belongs to us. Just at this moment, several burly men of different races, led by Lao Zhu, happened to arrive at the infirmary. In their hands were even daggers and some sharp iron rods and chopsticks. The fierce appearance of these men immediately succeeded in making the crowd pressuring Song Bing for food obediently shut their mouths and retreat to the side. "Honey, the food is in his room. I saw it with my own eyes. He even hit me yesterday. Help me kill him, and the food will be ours." Lao Zhu clung flirtatiously to a black gang leader while pointing at Song Bing with resentment. Naturally, she still held a grudge about Song Bing's rejection yesterday. Perhaps her nature had been twisted by torment, as she then sneered at Song Bing with hatred. "Bastard, you dared hit me. Let's see if you die today." Looking at Lao Zhu now, Song Bing couldn't help but show a strange expression. She was already calling someone honey, and had called 7 of them at once. He had to admit, this woman was quite something. "Yellow pig, if you know what's good for you, hand over the food now. Seeing as you're a doctor, we can spare your life to treat us." The lead black gang leader also stepped forward threateningly, even arrogantly stabbing his dagger into the table. "I think you all seem ill." Looking at them, Song Bing said with a smile, "Oh, quite perceptive and accurate too. My head is indeed a bit dizzy. Treat me." The black leader looked surprised, thinking Song Bing had submitted, and naturally sat down to let Song Bing treat him. "No problem. I'm best at treating dizziness." Song Bing smiled slightly. The next second, the dagger on the table vanished. When it reappeared, Song Bing was holding it, having pierced through the black leader's throat. Then Song Bing pulled it out and directly pierced through his head. The entire process took less than a second. No one could react in time. "There, see if you're still dizzy?" After finishing, Song Bing clapped his hands. "Still dizzy." Uffed. Without waiting for an answer, Song Bing casually picked up another sharp object and inserted it into his head, directly turning him into a cute symmetrical little bull, relief for an OCD patient. The black leader's wide eyes instantly filled with blood, his smiling mouth twitching back and forth. He instinctively reached up to touch his head, just touching the 2 objects inserted into his skull. His face finally flashed with incomprehension and pain. Then he fell straight down. A generation's newborn calf, thus perished. Just that sudden. "Boss." The other 6 reacted and immediately rushed at Song Bing with murderous intent. Song Bing's figure flashed like a white phantom, instantly brushing past the 6 men. The 6 men's charging forms also froze, their heads and bodies now impaled with the weapons from their own hands. Just like their boss, they too had grown horns. Thud. The next second, all 6 fell to the ground, reuniting with their boss. The scene fell silent. Song Bing now stood with his hands in his pockets, appearing before Lao Zhu. The smugness and resentment on Lao Zhu's face disappeared. Looking at Song Bing now, her face was deathly pale, left with only endless fear and incomprehension. She completely couldn't understand how Song Bing had done it. How had 7 burly men died just like that? "Do you also need treatment?" Song Bing still asked with the same kind smile. Lao Zhu's tears instantly burst forth, her lips trembling as she frantically shook her head. At this moment, she finally realized how terrifying Song Bing was. Slap. The next second, a familiar slap came, and Lao Zhu was sent flying out of the infirmary. She scrambled up in panic and fled from this terrifying place. Soon only those who had just demanded Song Bing open the bedroom door and asked for food remained at the scene. At this moment, they had long been scared silly by this scene. Song Bing turned to look at them, asking with the same considerate tone, "There's food in my room. Do you still want it?" Thud. "Doctor, spare us. No more. We don't want any more. We're sorry, Doctor Sir. We were wrong. Don't kill us. Don't kill us." Everyone immediately dropped to their knees in terror, begging for mercy, their earlier aggression completely gone.